Mom. Got it. I've arrived in front of the coffee shop. Let's just leave it at that. Lingu impatiently hung up the phone. He was 28 years old this year and had never been in a relationship. After serving in the military for 7 years, he had been working at a hospital in Cloud City for 3 years. He was a gynecologist, earning a yearly salary of $80,000. His mother worried that he wouldn't be able to find a wife, constantly urging him to get married. Since he couldn't find a girlfriend himself, he had no choice but to go on blind dates. He had already met with 17 blind date candidates before. Knowing full well that it was futile, he still had to go through the motions. Lingu was truly annoyed. Help, help. Just as Lingu was about to enter the coffee shop, he heard a weak cry for help. An elderly man had fallen on the ground. Countless people passed by, but no one dared to help. After all, these days, helping an elderly person could risk losing a few zeros from your bank account. Who would be that foolish? But Lingu wasn't afraid. He directly helped the old man up and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" "No problem. Thank you, young man. It's rare to see someone as kind-hearted as you these days. I must repay you." The old man smiled. Only then did Lingu notice that the man's attire and demeanor were very mismatched. His clothes were tattered, but his hands looked like those of someone well off. Lingu was in a hurry for his blind date. The old man said he was fine, so he hurriedly went into the coffee shop without thinking about repayment. The coffee shop was large, like a maze. His mother said the other party was at table number 8, but he wandered around and couldn't find it, accidentally stumbling into a special area. Here, the light was soft, and flowers were strewn everywhere. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of flowers. It was like heaven on earth. Lingu looked up and was instantly stunned. Sitting at a table was a graceful beauty. Her appearance, figure, and skin were flawless. The beautiful woman was quietly drinking coffee, her legs naturally crossed, and there was a copy of The Power Broker on the table. It was the pure foreign language edition. Seeing Lingu barging in, she raised her icy gaze, a hint of confusion and disgust flickering in her delicate eyebrows. Plump, plump, plump. A stunning encounter. Lingu suddenly heard his heart pounding with each beat. Having lived for 28 years, no girl had ever touched his heart. Especially after becoming a gynecologist and seeing countless women's bodies, he even felt like he had lost interest in women. But this beautiful woman in front of him made his heart race. Was it nervousness, or did he have feelings for her? What surprised Lingu even more was that there was a big 8 on the table she was sitting at. Was this his blind date? Lingu quickly took a deep breath and straightened himself out before walking over. He sat in front of her. The expression on the beautiful woman's face became more and more astonished, and there was a faint glint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. This man had quite the nerve. Not only did he intrude into her private room, but he also dared to sit opposite her. But Lingu didn't care about the other party's expression. After all, he had been rejected by women more times than he could count. The process would proceed as it did. Love it or leave it. Hello, my name is Lingu, 28 years old, a gynecologist, with an annual salary of $80,000, and I haven't bought a car or a house yet. For other men, it would take immense courage to say such words to a woman. But Lingu was very calm. He had a demeanor of calmness. The beautiful woman looked at him, surprised for a moment, then her cherry lip suddenly curved up playfully. Hello, I'm Chin Mingyu, 27 years old, with dual doctorates in finance and business administration from Harvard University. Last year's income was $3 billion, and I have both a car and a house. Lingu was instantly shocked. What's going on? He had always thought that women who needed blind dates must have some huge flaw. But he couldn't find any flaws in this woman. Even if there's a slight flaw. Could she be mentally ill, or perhaps disabled, or infertile? In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts swirled in Lingu's mind. Seeing his expression, Su Yangxi's cherry lips slightly curled up, and she couldn't hide her pride. She deliberately introduced herself like that to embarrass this man and make him back off. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Neither of them spoke again. Forget it. Regardless of whether the other party was telling the truth or not, Lingu decided to go through the process first, so he could at least give his mother an explanation when he got home. Although my income is low, if you're with me, I will definitely protect you and not let you suffer any harm. At home, you can be the queen, and I'll take care of all the household chores. But outside, in front of my family, I hope you can give me the face a man deserves. If we get married, I can give you 5,000 out of my monthly salary of 6,000. Just like before, Lingu stated his bottom line in one breath. Seeing that he not only didn't feel embarrassed but also made solemn promises, Chen Mingyu was completely stunned. For a while, she chuckled. There really wasn't any man who could give her such amusement. What are you laughing at? Lingu was a bit annoyed. I know my conditions aren't good, but I promise, if we get married, I will fulfill the responsibilities of a man. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but suppress her laughter again. Lingu felt unhappy. Miss Chen, what are you laughing at? Don't you think you're being rude? Sir, you're a good man. Chen Mingyu suppressed her smile, her whole demeanor instantly turning cold. But are you mistaken? I'm not here for a blind date. How? What the heck? Lingu suddenly widened his eyes. Isn't this table number 8? It is table number 8, but this is the special section. The table number 8 in the hall. Please go out and turn right. Chen Mingyu's jade finger was cold as she pointed outside. Sorry. I went to the wrong place. Lingu suddenly felt embarrassed enough to dig 3 rooms and 2 halls right there, and quickly got up and left in embarrassment. This is embarrassing. To think he could even go to the wrong table for a blind date. No wonder the beauty had been laughing all along. She must have thought he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After Lingu left, accompanied by 4 black-clad bodyguards, an old man walked in. If Lingu were present, he would definitely be very surprised because it was the old man he had just helped up. Mingyu, perhaps this is fate? You have misandry. At 27, you've never been in a relationship, and no man has ever dared to approach you. But that man just did it, and he's very honest and kind. He just helped me up outside, and didn't even think about repaying. The old man was Qin Changong, the chairman of the first financial group in Cloud City. Although he was extremely wealthy, he had regrets in life. He had 3 sons, but they all died before him, leaving him either without descendants or only leaving daughters. Chen Mingyu was his most cherished granddaughter and also the successor of the Qin family group. Although she was intelligent and courageous, she was still a daughter after all, so he wanted to see his great-grandson born before he died. He had deliberately fallen outside just now to look for a man with a sense of justice and then arrange for his granddaughter to choose. But he didn't expect that man to unexpectedly end up on a blind date with his granddaughter. Wasn't this fate? Chen Mingyu's expression was indifferent. Grandpa, he passed your test, but not mine. If he can pass my test, then I can marry him. She wanted to fulfill her grandfather's wish, but she also wanted to marry a reliable man. Just marrying based on a blind date would be too hasty. Good. I believe that man will definitely pass your test. Qin Changong's old eyes brightened with anticipation. After Lingu turned right out of the door, he finally found table number 8 in the hall. Sure enough, there was a woman sitting there. She seemed impatient. The woman was also quite attractive, dressed in professional attire, with a well-proportioned figure. Although her temperament couldn't compare to Chen Mingyu's, she was still a goddess in her own right. Lingu wasn't disappointed either. After all, he knew his own conditions. After tidying up a bit, he walked up to her with a courteous smile. Sorry, I'm late. I'm Lingu, 28 years old, a gynecologist, with an annual salary of 80,000. What do you mean? With your conditions, do you think any woman would want to marry you? You dare to be late. Do you think you have the qualification to be late? Wasting my time. Bah. The woman's face turned red with anger. After bombarding Lingu with questions, she angrily splashed a glass of water on his face. Splatter. Lingu was caught off guard and instantly became a soaked chicken. But he didn't get angry either. After all, it was his fault for being late, and he had nothing to say about a girl with a temper. Humph. 28 years old and only making 80,000 a year. I understand why you're so unsuccessful. No sense of time at all. A man who takes things lightly, destined to be at the bottom for life. Still want to blind date with me? Where do you get the courage? Stop daydreaming. After despising Lingu fiercely, the woman picked up her bag and left. She didn't even bother to leave her name. Not only that, She also deliberately took out a 100 yuan bill, waved it in front of him, and slammed it on the table as payment. Lingu's face instantly turned dark, and his emotions surged. This woman was humiliating him. Although Lingu didn't expect much from marriage, it didn't mean he had no temper. This time, he wanted this woman to regret it. But he didn't have the ability. The woman left, and Lingu left the coffee shop feeling frustrated. Just as he walked out of the door, he saw a long-haired man deliberately bumping into a BMW car, followed by a deliberate cry of pain. Obviously, the long-haired man was trying to extort money. Lingu couldn't help but furrow his brows. What's with all the trouble at the coffee shop today? Ah, I hit someone. My leg is broken. Someone died here. After the long-haired man fell to the ground, 3 or 4 men immediately ran out, joining in the act. Lingu could see at a glance that these men were definitely a gang. At this moment, a young woman in her prime came out of the BMW, looking very anxious. She was wearing a burgundy sleeveless dress, revealing a large expanse of fair skin, like a ripe lychee. A pair of long white legs were very alluring, and the milky career line was faintly visible. Her figure was extremely hot. What's wrong? I was driving so slowly. How could I hit your leg? The woman explained anxiously. Don't talk nonsense, pay up, hurry up and pay. The next moment, the long-haired man's brother surrounded the beautiful woman, indignantly. This scene of extortion was witnessed by many people at the coffee shop entrance. But seeing these big men, no one dared to step forward to speak up for justice. How much do you want? The beautiful woman looked very helpless, thinking of bankruptcy, to avoid disaster. But when a group of ruffians stared at her trembling chest, saliva dripping from their mouths, one of the men acted like a hooligan, tugging at her dress, and said, "Ha ha, beauty, you're so beautiful, why don't you accompany us for some fun?" A group of hooligans became loot in public, harassing the beauty. The frightened beauty stepped back step by step, accidentally bumping into Lingu's body. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, Lingu stepped forward and stood in front of the beauty, disdainfully addressing the long-haired man and his accomplices. So your leg is broken. You want compensation, right? Seeing his dark expression and a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, the several ruffians were a little afraid of him. At this moment, Chen Mingyu was sitting in the coffee shop, watching the scene through the window. She didn't expect that the man would be quite courageous. For an ordinary person, facing 5 ruffians alone, who would have such courage? Next moment, Lingu even fiercely kicked the long-haired man's leg. Ow! The long-haired man who kept claiming his leg was broken was suddenly in pain, jumping around in a frenzy. The onlookers gasped in shock. This man, he's so damn ruthless. Chen Mingyu also smiled faintly. The coffee shop was her property, and she had just witnessed Lingu's blind date scene. Seeing that he didn't retaliate when splashed with water by a woman, she thought he was a coward, but she didn't expect him to have such a temper. Now this man's ruthlessness was quite attractive. What's wrong? Your leg isn't broken. You can jump pretty well. Lingu sneered coldly. The people around saw that the long-haired man's leg wasn't broken at all, and with Lingu taking the lead, they all began to speak up for justice. The ruffians who had just been aggressive suddenly backed down. HMPH, brat, you're tough. Let's see how it goes. After some tough talk, the long-haired man and his companions fled the scene with their tails between their legs. Handsome guy, thank you so much. Do you want to come to my place for a drink? The woman in the red dress suddenly became enthusiastic, inviting Lingu into her car, in a posture of wanting to court him. No. I have something else to do. But Lingu brushed it off and left with a flick of his sleeve, concealing his talents and fame. His indifferent appearance made the woman in the red dress feel very frustrated, unable to help stomping her feet. Wasn't she sexy enough? She was so proactive. How could he still remain unmoved? Ha ha. In the coffee shop, Chen Mingyu heard her grandfather's hearty laughter in her ear. Mingyu. Look, I told you that man's character is absolutely fine. Even your assistant Butterfly, who is so sexy and beautiful, he didn't even flinch. After marrying him, you don't have to worry about him cheating. Chen Mingyu listened quietly to her grandfather's voice and, indeed, raised her opinion of Lingu. She hated men, largely because she hated men's lust. But this man Lingu, he was a bit different from the others. "Grandpa, don't be too happy too soon. Men who aren't lustful are definitely greedy for money." Chen Mingyu stood up coldly, still not believing that Lingu could withstand her second secret test. On the other side, Lingu returned home after the blind date failure. What? Another failed blind date? Sister Ling Roxu saw Lingu return in defeat again and stamped her feet in anxiety. It was the 18th time. Her younger brother was 1.83 meters tall, like a benchmark, and a talent, so why couldn't he find a girlfriend? Even if he was a straight-laced man, couldn't he meet a woman who valued looks? Mom Chen Nailin was even more anxious than Ling Roxu, and the next moment she even directly grabbed her son and went out. "Mom, what are you doing?" Lingu was also frightened by his mother's desperate appearance. "What are you doing? Mom is so anxious. Do you know, the sloppy king next door, who hides at home to write online novels, is already planning to have a second child at the age of 28. Why can't my son find a girlfriend? That woman didn't even stay for the blind date, right? I've paid the matchmaker's fee, so let's go to her house for a blind date." What? Lingu simply couldn't believe it. His mother had gone so far as to go to the woman's house after the blind date failed. Wasn't this just asking for humiliation again? In relationships, the one who takes the initiative often has a lower status. Seeing Ling Yu's family come to visit, Zhang Milan's expression was 10 times more proud than when she was in the coffee shop. She knew that after the loser gentleman saw her appearance, he would definitely not forget about her. Sure enough, he came to her house to pester her. Wei Shufen is Zhang Milan's mother. Knowing the purpose of Ling's family's visit, she raised her hand with a lofty air. "If your son wants to marry my daughter, the dowry is 500,000 yuan, not a penny less." Upon hearing this condition, Lingu had already given up completely. 500,000? Is your family selling your daughter? Chen Ailin gritted her teeth and agreed for her son. This can be done. If the other party is willing to marry her daughter, she will sell the house to make up the dowry. Also, there must be a wedding car and a marital home, all provided by the groom. And don't think about letting my daughter support you after marriage. Zhang Milan's father also chimed in. Ling Yu's expression became increasingly impatient. Isn't marriage supposed to be a mutual agreement? He didn't dare to expect gender equality, but it shouldn't be. Like his family surrendering, giving away territory and compensation to the other side. Chen Ailin was also in a dilemma. She could raise 500,000 for the dowry by selling the house, but where would she find the wedding car and marital home? Okay, no problem. At this moment, Ling Ruoxu spoke up for her younger brother. Seeing Ling Yu's emotional state, she even quietly pressed him, forbidding him to speak. She also hoped that her brother could settle down soon. She was already 30 years old this year, working for several years and saving some money herself. If the dowry is settled by mom, then she will bite the bullet and cover the down payment for the wedding car and marital home for her brother. Also, the household expenses after marriage will be borne by your husband. Zhang Milan also made her demands. This made Ling Yu completely unable to sit still and excitedly said, "Is your family marrying off your daughter or selling her? If you want her to come and be a maid, I have no objection. But if you want her to be a princess and queen, sorry, I don't want it. Look at this. Look at your son. What attitude is this? He's even more outrageous after marriage. No. 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 This is fine. This is fine." Chen Ailin still wanted to negotiate. Because she couldn't wait any longer, she must fulfill her late husband's wish this year. "Mom, don't force it." Even Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but quietly dissuade her. Her brother was right. It's okay for the dowry to be given for marrying off a daughter, and it's reasonable for the other party to provide a wedding car and marital home. But expecting her brother to support the family after marriage was too much. Then what would his wife's earnings be used for? All to support her natal family. Haha, sister, don't forget about me. Unexpectedly, Zhang Milan's brother also jumped out. "When I get married, you and your husband have to take care of the wedding car and marital home for me." Ling Yu exploded on the spot. "Am I marrying your sister or your whole family? I might as well support your entire family." Originally just an angry remark, Zhang Milan directly retorted, "Hehe, you said it. Then the wedding banquet and honeymoon after marriage. Make sure to arrange them together. Don't tell me you don't have the ability. Get lost. Even if I marry a pig, I won't marry a woman like you. Lingu was so angry, he wanted to flip the table. The blood of the battlefield surged up. What kind of nonsense is this? A family of monsters. Look at this, such a bad temper, such a rough person still wants me to marry you. Dream on. If it were me, even if I had to marry a pig, I wouldn't marry you. Zhang Milan also retaliated sharply, leaving Lingu speechless. She thought her conditions were good enough to marry a rich second generation. She didn't want to marry a poor man like Lingu in the first place. Now that this poor man turned hostile, she couldn't be happier. Lingu laughed in frustration, stood up, and walked away. Chen Nailan and Ling Ruoxu had no choice but to follow him back. But as they left Zhang's house, 3 luxury cars suddenly stopped in front of them. The commotion at the door also alarmed Zhang's family. Seeing these 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions, they were almost dumbfounded. What's going on? How could their family be visited by a wealthy person? However, Lingu recognized one of the cars, as if he had seen it in front of the coffee shop. The next moment, accompanied by several well-dressed bodyguards, Qin Chang'an walked out of the car. He walked towards Lingu with a smile on his face, respectfully saying, "Mr. Ling, thank you for helping me up in front of the coffee shop. I've come to repay you." Everyone was shocked. Ling Ruoxu's eyes couldn't hide her excitement, tightly holding her brother's arm. Was this the rhythm of a sudden influx of wealthy people? Lingu frowned. He really didn't expect this old man to be a tycoon. Did he fall in front of the coffee shop on purpose? With a wave of his hand, Qin Chang'an's men immediately moved several boxes of luxurious gifts. Gold, jade, and antiques. There was even a key to a Porsche. The value of these added up to at least 10 million. Calculated based on his annual salary of 80,000. This was money Lingu could never earn in his lifetime. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, the people of Zhang's family were scared out of their wits. Despite Zhang Milan dressing up so beautifully, her family was actually an ordinary one. 10 million was an astronomical figure for them. If they had known that Lingu was a millionaire, she would have been willing to marry him. Reacting, she quickly walked over with a smile on her face, taking the initiative to hold Lingu's arm. "Darling, what's going on? It turns out you're so amazing. Helping an old man with such kindness. He really admires you. Who's your darling?" With just one sentence, Lingu made Zhang Milan embarrassed on the spot. Not only that, Lingu heartlessly pushed Zhang Milan away, inexplicably saying, "Didn't you just reject me? Where do you get the nerve to call me that now?" Huh? Zhang Milan was speechless. Her whole family stood there dumbfounded, filled with regret. After painstakingly selecting, they let go of a millionaire son-in-law. We can't just sit around. If others can come to our house to look for us, can't we go to their house to propose? Wei Shufen reminded loudly. Zhang Wu also cried out in desperation, "Sis, I don't care. You must marry this millionaire. When my girlfriend and I get married, you have to give us a house and a luxury car. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my sister." Okay, I got it. Zhang Milan not only didn't get angry, but sighed deeply. She had been on many blind dates and just wanted to marry a wealthy man so she could live a life of luxury in her later years. Who would have thought that they would miss out on a millionaire like this? What else can we do? Since others can come to us, can't we go to their house to propose? Wei Shufen loudly reminded. What should we do now? Zhang Milan was a little at a loss. She had been on many blind dates herself and just wanted to marry a wealthy man so she could live a life of luxury in her later years. Who would have thought that they would miss out on a millionaire like this? Well, what else can we do? Since others can come to propose to us, can't we go to their house to propose? Take all these things back. Lingu, hitching a ride, let Qin Chang'an take back all the items. What? Not only did Qin Chang'an not expect this, but even Lingu's mother and sister were completely caught off guard. These things are worth tens of millions, and you really don't want them? Qin Chang'an couldn't help but confirm again. To him, 10 million was a drop in the bucket, but to Lingu's family, it was astronomical. Yes, I don't want them, Lingu said firmly, My late father taught me that one should not receive rewards for unearned merit. Helping you up was just a small gesture. I cannot accept your gifts." Seeing her younger brother's noble character, Lingu couldn't help but sigh. Chen Ailan was even more distressed. With things turning out like this, when would her son ever find a wife? Ha ha, all right. Qin Chang'an nodded excitedly and took back the items. Afraid that his granddaughter wouldn't believe him, he even showed Qin Mingyu the entire recording. "Mingyu, I told you that the man could withstand the test, right? Since you lost the bet, you better marry him right away and give me a great-grandchild." Qin Chang'an forced the marriage. Qin Mingyu remained silent, but she was always decisive in her actions. Since she lost to her grandfather, she would take care of this matter tomorrow, otherwise her peace of mind in the future might be disturbed. The next morning, Lingu received a strange call. "Young man, since you won't accept gifts from me, how about I introduce you to a wife? You won't refuse, will you?" Hearing this voice, Lingu realized it was the strange old man from yesterday. "Old man, are you some kind of scammer? Is this some new scam?" Lingu asked with a smile. He certainly didn't think Qin Chang'an was a fraudster. His demeanor indicated that he was definitely a wealthy man. But what did he want from Lingu? "Ha ha, there is indeed a scheme. I just want to find you a wife, are you afraid?" Qin Chang'an deliberately provoked. "Clever, I'm not afraid of any schemes, let alone a marriage scheme," Lingu replied solemnly. After failing on blind dates for the 18th time yesterday, he was tired of his mother's nagging. Now, as long as someone was willing to marry him, he would marry them, regardless of gender. "Then bring your ID and go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau," Qin Chang'an ordered. "Go." "Of course, who's afraid of whom?" Lingu set off directly. According to Qin Chang'an, the woman was a high-ranking executive, a shrewd businesswoman. Lingu had no expectations regarding her appearance, and as a gynecologist, he wasn't curious about women's bodies, so her figure didn't concern him. His only requirement was that her character not be too bad. At least not like Zhang Milan. But when they met outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, he was completely stunned. It was Qin Mingyu. She exuded a cold aura, sitting in a red convertible, obviously beautiful, but no one dared to approach her. "What are you standing there for? Come over," Qin Mingyu gestured, and Lingu obediently approached. This woman was indeed a high-level executive. Her aura was strong. "Miss Qin, are you here to marry me?" Lingu still couldn't believe it. "What? You don't want to?" Qin Mingyu frowned slightly, her cold aura overwhelming, impossible for ordinary people to endure. "I do, otherwise, I wouldn't have come." Lingu felt his heart racing, unsure if it was excitement or fear. Qin Mingyu might be beautiful, but she seemed difficult to get along with. However, he only wanted a marriage of convenience, so compatibility wasn't his current concern. "Let's go in. Let's make this quick." With a stride, Qin Mingyu walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Preferring solitude, she even handled marriage matters alone. Fortunately, Lingu's legs weren't short either, and he quickly caught up. "Do you want to reconsider? You can still back out now," Qin Mingyu reminded before registering. Of course, she hoped Lingu would back out, as she didn't really want this marriage. If Lingu backed out, her grandfather couldn't force her anymore. "Miss Qin, with your cold demeanor, are you a bit maternal?" Lingu smiled lightly. Qin Mingyu's icy gaze suddenly sharpened, like a knife, almost cutting Lingu. "Then don't regret it later." That was the last thing Qin Mingyu said to him before they registered. 10 minutes later, they had their certificate and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. They didn't say a word during the whole process, and Qin Mingyu still had a cold face, making the staff at the registration office wonder if they had come to the wrong place. Were they here for a divorce or a marriage? "Marrying you is just to fulfill my promise to my grandfather. Don't take this marriage too seriously, and don't mind me. Whatever you did before, continue doing after marriage. Even if you go find other women, I won't care." Qin Mingyu's tone remained cold. Lingu felt a bit uncomfortable, but he couldn't help but smile. Did Qin Mingyu use the wrong lines? Such words should be said by a scumbag to a woman, shouldn't they? "Oh, by the way, I remember you saying you haven't bought a house," Qin Mingyu suddenly asked. "Yet." Lingu nodded, and she handed him a bunch of keys. As the CEO of Chiagang Group, She was meticulous and prepared in advance. What does this mean? Lingu asked. In this society, it's still the man's society after all. After marriage, the wife should move to the husband's home, but I will not go to your home. So, this is our marital home. You can live there, but I probably won't be going home much, Qin Mingyu's words, with two buts, made Lingu realize how high-cold this woman was. Why do I feel like I'm being kept? Lingu hesitated to take the keys, feeling it was related to his dignity. Take it. Qin Mingyu's gaze forced him to accept it. Indeed, she was a high-level executive of a big company, with a strong aura. All right, I'll accept the free lunch, Lingu compromised. After all, the marriage was done, and causing trouble now will only be self-inflicted. Goodbye. Qin Mingyu threw down two words and turned to leave. Miss Qin, wait. Lingu grabbed her wrist, but when Qin Mingyu glanced back, he felt like his hand had been cut by a knife, and he quickly let go. Do you have something else? Qin Mingyu said coldly, disliking men who drag things out, especially this kind. 3 things. Marriage indeed affected each other, and Lingu immediately spoke according to Qin Mingyu's rhythm. First, leave a contact method for easy communication. Don't refuse. You got married to appease your grandfather, and I got married to appease my mother. If she asks about you, I need to be able to find you, right? Qin Mingyu was cold, but she was reasonable, furrowing her brows and taking out her phone to instruct. Scan it. Ding. After adding WeChat, Lingu continued. Second, I will give you 5,000 yuan each month, which you can consider as rent or a promise I made during my blind dates. Qin Mingyu laughed at once, her smile somewhat disdainful. 5,000 yuan was nothing to her. However, she didn't refuse this man. Third, how do you intend to handle our marital relations? Lingu suddenly asked seriously. Marriage is a lifetime commitment, not a child's play. Since we're married, Lingu also needs to consider marital life. After all, he's a man. When Qin Mingyu heard Lingu's question, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. The way men and women think is indeed different. She cared about life, while he cared about sexual life. Before you make me interested, don't even think about touching a hair on me. Straightforward. Qin Mingyu's sacred and inviolable answer hit the mark for Lingu. He didn't think he, a straight guy like himself, could impress the ice-cold beauty in front of him. Although she could make his heart beat, she might not be able to evoke a physiological response from him. Lingu even thought that he might not measure up. He had always resisted marriage because he was afraid he couldn't satisfy his wife in that aspect. Now that Qin Mingyu didn't allow him to touch her, it actually relieved him of his biggest worry. This jerk. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. She could tell that the man's expression wasn't fake. She was well aware that although she was aloof, many men dared not show any thoughts towards her. But that didn't mean those men didn't have any thoughts about her. She was quite confident in her own charm. Only this jerk in front of her seemed to genuinely have no interest in her, making her feel a rare sense of failure in her outstanding appearance. Being a gynecologist was indeed a terrible profession. After discussing the key matters, the two went their separate ways. Upon returning home, Lingu saw Zhang Milan at the door with a basket of fruit, personally coming to find him. She was all smiles, a far cry from her previous demeanor. He felt repulsed by this hypocritical enthusiasm and directly told her the truth. What? You said you returned all the gifts. When Zhang Milan heard Lingu refuse the 10 million yuan gifts, she was so angry she almost turned into a statue on the spot. Oh my God, heavens! How could there be such a foolish man in the world? Arrogant, narrow-minded, idiotic. No wonder he's doing so poorly. Who would want to marry such a man? They'd be destined to be poor for life. Milan, you're here, come in quickly. Chen Nalan heard the commotion and came out. Seeing Zhang Milan, she excitedly invited her inside. This was the first time a woman had come to her son's door. No matter what kind of monsters Zhang Milan and her family were, she just wanted to see her son get married sooner. She had even lower expectations for a daughter-in-law than Lingu did. As long as she was alive and female, that was enough. But unexpectedly, Zhang Milan suddenly changed her tune and attitude, completely different from before. Come in. Sorry, I'm very busy. Also, our marriage, you'd better not think about it again. Lingu isn't even worthy of a toenail of mine. If this kind of man can get a wife, then I've lost. Goodbye. After speaking, she turned and left in a huff. She felt it was a waste of her time to come to find Lingu, thanks to his mother. Chen Ailin was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Was this woman a master of disguise? Wasn't her attitude just different from this a moment ago? She specially brought a basket of fruit to her own home. Was it just to mock her son again? Was she insane? Lingu understood this woman's mentality, her mood swings, all because of that 10 million yuan. He didn't want a gold digger. Oh dear, this woman is really neurotic. Ling Ruoxu also came out. Seeing Zhang Milan's retreating figure, she put her hands on her hips and took a deep breath. Little brother, just ignore this woman. Don't take her words to heart. She wanted to comfort her brother's emotions, but found that Lingu didn't take it seriously at all. Mom, sister, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I'm married. What? Chen Nailin and Ling Ruoxu suddenly screamed at high decibels. Especially Ling Ruoxu's soprano, almost shattering the windows of the house. You said you're married, who's the bride? Little you, are you joking? You've never had a girlfriend before. Both mother and daughter bombarded Lingu with questions. Lingu didn't explain. He directly took out the marriage certificate and laid it out in front of them. Facts speak louder than words. Both mother and daughter were completely dumbfounded. The woman on the marriage certificate was indeed very beautiful, but they were still very worried. This woman doesn't look easy to get along with. Could she be a professional marriage scammer? Although Lingu said so, both mother and daughter were still worried. Especially Ling Ruoxu, who guessed that her brother must be lying to them. If he already had a girlfriend, how could he have gone on blind dates 18 times before telling them now? But her brother said so. There must be a reason behind it. She didn't want to expose him, afraid her mother would worry. Little you, what exactly does she do? Since you're already married, why didn't she come home with you? Chen Nailin finally broke the silence and asked. Lingu had already anticipated this. After all, what mother wouldn't care about her daughter-in-law's background? Especially his mother. Mom, Mingyu is a high-level executive in a big company. She's usually very busy with work, so she can't come home with me. What? Then where does she stay at night? Chen Nailin asked nervously. Mom, don't worry. She bought a house herself. After we got married, I'll move out and live with her. This. Tears welled up in Chen Ailin's eyes. Although Ling Ruoxu also didn't want to part with her brother, she still comforted her mother. Mom, little you has grown up. There will come a day when he leaves home. Do you want him to live with you forever? Do you still want grandchildren? Chen Nailin also understood this reasoning. Nowadays, which daughter-in-law would like to live with her mother-in-law? It's also inconvenient for nighttime activities. But still, she couldn't help but cry. Little you, since you like her, Mom won't object to you too. But Mom has one request. Can you bring her home to see Mom? And arrange for both families to meet? Chen Ailin earnestly requested. This was a very low requirement. Seeing the look in her mother's eyes, Lingu was completely at a loss. How could a woman like Qin Mingyu come to his little house? Although he didn't know Qin Mingyu's specific occupation, nor did he know if she was a super rich. Judging from her dress and demeanor, he knew she wasn't an ordinary person. He was afraid his family would soil her high-end clothes. As for both families meeting, that was even more impossible. According to what she said, she got married to appease her grandfather. If he were to bring that woman to involve his family in the act, he might as well just kill himself. What should he do now? Mom, let me discuss it with her first and then I'll tell you. Lingu decided to procrastinate. He couldn't refuse his mom, but he also couldn't promise, so he could only take it step by step. All right then. Chen Nailin continued. Shall you? Why don't you move in with her today? Girls like romance. Today is your wedding night. Don't neglect her. Take good care of her. Understand? Huh? Wedding night? Lingu never thought about that. He believed Qin Mingyu wouldn't think about it either. That woman never even considered spending her wedding night with him. Not in this lifetime. But Lingu still nodded. All right, Mom. Sis, I'll move out and live with her. You both take care of yourselves. Call me if you need anything. With just a simple sentence, both Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu couldn't hold back their tears. Ling Yu's father passed away early, and these two women had been watching him grow up. Now, the only man was leaving home. Of course, they couldn't bear it. "Mom, don't cry, otherwise, how can Xiaoyu move in with your daughter-in-law? How will you have grandchildren?" Ling Ruoxu whispered, trying to comfort her mother, but she couldn't help shedding tears herself. After a while, Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu helped Ling Yu pack up a few things. Before leaving, Chen Ailan handed a bank card to Ling Yu. "Mom, what are you doing?" Ling Yu quickly stepped back. He knew his mother only had one bank card, and it was linked to her social security. Now she was giving it to him. "This couldn't happen. Take it." Chen Ailan commanded firmly. "That girl married you without asking for a dowry, and she even bought a house for you to live in. You mustn't let her down. Give her what she deserves. There's 60,000 yuan in this card. Use it to buy her a diamond ring and necklace or something. Understand?" A sour feeling suddenly surged in Ling Yu's heart. Parents are truly the most pitiful in the world. He knew this was his mother's retirement savings. His mother was already 57 years old. What would she do if he used up her money? "Xiaoyu, Mom told you to take it, so take it." Ling Ruoxu desperately signaled Ling Yu with her eyes. A mother's heart is better understood by a daughter. Ling Ruoxu knew if her brother didn't comply, her mother would worry that his wife might run away one day. To make his mother feel at ease, Ling Yu had to take the money and give it to Qin Mingyu as a betrothal gift, whether she wanted it or not. "If you're really grateful to Mom, remember to bring your wife back soon so Mom and I can see her," Ling Ruoxu reiterated. She also felt uneasy. After all, her brother's marriage was a hasty one. "I know." Ling Yu quickly turned and left. It's not that he's heartless, he just didn't want his mother and sister to see his red eyes. He suddenly felt very guilty. His mother had been thinking about him getting married, but he just found someone to act with him. At least before Mom passes away, this marriage can't be exposed. Ling Yu muttered to himself, suddenly feeling very afraid. If his mother found out that his marriage to Qin Mingyu was just a pretense, she would definitely not be able to handle the shock. Once outside, Ling Yu followed the information Qin Mingyu had given him and found the Yunshan Poetic Residence. This was a high-end residential area in Yunchang, with a square meter costing over 10,000 yuan. There were many floors here, and Qin Mingyu only told him it was apartment 1701, but didn't say which building. Fortunately, when he left the Civil Affairs Department, he had the foresight to add her WeChat. "Better ask her." Ling Yu left a voice message for her. But even though it was already 6 p.m., Qin Mingyu was still in a meeting at the company. As the CEO of Chia Gang Group, she never checked messages during meetings. After waiting for a long time without a reply, Ling Yu guessed that she might not be able to listen to voice messages. So he sent a text directly, but still didn't get a response. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ling Yu, feeling hungry and irritated, had no choice but to make a video call. He knew Qin Mingyu was very cold, and he didn't really want to talk to her on the phone either. When they added each other on WeChat, Qin Mingyu didn't give Ling Yu a nickname. Suddenly hearing the notification for a video call while she was in a meeting, she impatiently glanced at her phone. This situation was extremely rare, because everyone who knew her knew what kind of person she was. Messages that needed a response would be answered instantly, and if she didn't reply, even a video call wouldn't help. Seeing it was still an unfamiliar profile picture with the name Low-Key Elegance, Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows and immediately blocked the contact. Strange, when was this stranger added? Seeing the call being rejected, Ling Yu was sure Qin Mingyu had her phone with her, so he quickly called again. But unexpectedly, he received a system prompt. "The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not currently their friend." What's going on? Ling Yu was completely stunned, staring at the screen for a long time without coming back to his senses. Could that woman be playing with him? Fortunately, he also had a quick mind and thought of Qin Chonggong, her grandfather. Wasn't that him who called him? Ling Yu hadn't saved his contact information yet, but he remembered the call came in this morning. Checking the call log would let him call back. "Old man, what's going on with your granddaughter? She asked me to come to Yunshan Poetic Residence to live with her, but then she blocked me. Are you guys trying to trick me?" Is this some kind of marriage scam? But I don't have any money for you to scam. Qin Chang'an was speechless. His granddaughter was indeed deserving of the title of a misandrist. Young man, don't worry, I'll call her right away. Qin Chang'an reassured Lingu, also afraid that the son-in-law he had finally tricked into coming would run away. And with the wealth of the Qin family, he didn't know how much property his granddaughter had acquired outside. He had to ask Qin Mingyu. Turning back to Qin Mingyu, who was just about to continue the meeting, her phone rang again. Just about to hang up, she found it was her grandfather, so she had to answer. Grandpa, what's up? I'm still in a meeting at the company, don't you know? Qin Chang'an didn't care what meeting she was in. Making money was more important than having a great-great-grandson. Mingyu, did you ask Lingu to live with you? And he's now at the residential area, but you didn't tell him which building. Oh, right. Qin Mingyu just remembered. She got married today. Damn. What was that man's name again? Men. Always so annoying. Grandpa. Just tell him I'm in building B. After saying that, Qin Mingyu quickly hung up the phone. Otherwise, if Grandpa asked her to contact Lingu directly, she wouldn't even know how to contact him. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu noticed that many people were sneaking glances at her. But because she was the female CEO of Chiagang Group, everyone only dared to criticize her silently. Who would dare say it out loud? Only one young woman, who quietly approached and whispered, "Hey, sis, is it your husband calling you?" Qin Mingyu's cold gaze swept over, like a bolt of lightning. The woman quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare to speak. She was Qin Ruhan, 20 years old this year, and she was glad she was a few years younger than her sister. Otherwise, if she had to call Grandpa, that bastard man who called her sister directly, she would be the one to do it. Qin Ruhan was also curious about who the brave man was who dared to marry her sister, who had a misandristic temperament. Hehe, I wonder how long he can withstand her temper. 3 days. Maybe he wouldn't last a second day before moving out. Finally finding the house, Lingu wasn't the type to argue with women. After entering with his luggage, he put aside the unpleasantness he had just experienced. The house was very spacious, more than twice the size of his family's 3-bedroom, 2-living-room bungalow, and the decoration was luxurious. With 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, stepping in for the first time felt like entering a maze. However, Lingu noticed that while the house seemed to have everything at first glance, there were hardly any everyday items. In other words, Qin Mingyu probably didn't usually live in this house. Rich people just love wasting resources. With their family of 3 living in an 80-square-meter house, this woman bought a 200-square-meter house just to keep it empty. If it weren't for her grandfather forcing the marriage, she might have ended up growing old alone in this house. Forget it. What gilded cage nonsense. Lingu firmly believed that he wasn't a freeloader. He was just finding someone to live with and meet each other's needs. Besides, he had to pay her 5,000 yuan every month, which could be considered rent. Among the 4 rooms, only the largest one had a few closets, filled with many new clothes. This must be Qin Mingyu's spider-web den. There were various styles of coats, but only a few sets of underwear. Either pure white or pure black, all made of comfortable cotton panties. Such a waste of her amazing figure. Couldn't she buy something sexy? Lingu didn't have a fetish and wouldn't touch Qin Mingyu's clothes. He tactfully retreated and chose the room farthest from hers as his base. Since she had misandry, the farther away he was from her, the better. Lingu felt that this was a necessary awareness. Gurgle. Lingu's stomach growled again, so he hurried into the kitchen. Wow. Apart from the lack of food, there was no shortage of high-end kitchenware. But when his stomach was empty, could he fill it with a hammer? Lingu quickly went to the neighborhood market to buy some groceries. Since he couldn't go back home for a short time, he could only turn this place into his new home. His stomach was too hungry, so he decided to buy some bread first and then shop slowly. Meanwhile, at Chiagang Group, after finishing the meeting, Qin Mingyu glanced at her watch. It was already past 9 in the evening. As usual, she was still thinking about work matters, and she got into a Bentley. The driver drove her back to the North River Manor. But halfway there, she suddenly shouted, "Stop the car. Ms. Qin, what's wrong?" The driver quickly stopped and respectfully asked. Qin Mingyu naturally didn't answer him. It was only halfway there that she remembered she got married today. Grandpa said that until she had a child, she couldn't return to the Chin family's manor. When you marry someone, you follow them, whether it's to a chicken coop or a dog's den. That's a tradition in Lone Wo for thousands of years. Turn around and go to Yunshin Poetic Residence. Yes, Ms. Chin. Although the driver was curious, he didn't dare to ask. He was now the only male driver left by Chin Mingyu's side. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would lose this high-paying job. When Lingu returned home again, it was already after 10 in the evening. He had left without turning off the lights, but when he came back, everything was still neat and tidy. So he had no idea that Chin Mingyu had already returned 15 minutes ago. Sweaty from shopping, he took off his shirt and headed to the bathroom. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he froze. He stared at the woman in the bathtub, suddenly unable to blink. Chin Mingyu was enjoying a relaxing bath in the tub. With her delicate feet peeking out of the water, her 10 pink toes resembling plum blossoms in the snow. Although the bathtub was full of bubbles, Lingyu's elevated angle still allowed him to see some beautiful scenes in the water. This woman was unbelievably fair, with a graceful figure and skin as smooth as white jade. Damn it, the damn heartbeat came again. 10 times more intense than last time. Lingu was a gynecologist and had seen all kinds of women, but he had never felt anything for any woman before. At this moment, however, he felt that Chin Mingyu was different from the rest. Haven't seen enough yet? Want me to gouge out your eyes? Chin Mingyu didn't scream, she just coldly threatened, her gaze seeming capable of killing. She had never locked the door when bathing alone, but she never expected something like this to happen today. Sorry, Miss Chin, I didn't know you were back. Lingu even had goosebumps, quickly retreating. Pretending to be calm, he leaned against the wall as soon as he left, breathing heavily. He was afraid that if he had hesitated for half a second just now, he would have fainted from lack of oxygen. This was the aftermath of a flash marriage. You have no idea about each other's habits. Although her gaze was terrifying, how could her body be so perfect? Every inch of her skin, why was it so attractive? As a gynecologist, Lingu couldn't resist. In the bathroom, Chin Mingyu tightly covered her chest. She could pretend to be okay when that man was there, but now that he had left, she felt uncomfortable all over. Her body had been seen by a man. Although the man was her husband and didn't show any lecherous behavior, she still felt disgusted. I knew marriage was no good. Chin Mingyu sighed helplessly. In fact, she suspected that Lingu did it on purpose. She had always been suspicious, and when Lingu easily passed her to tests, she suspected he was a scheming man. He must have known she was from a wealthy family, and her grandfather was testing him, so he put on a show of not being greedy or lascivious. Chin Mingyu never believed that there were creatures without desires in this world, especially men. But without sufficient evidence, she could only continue the act. After the bath, Chin Mingyu walked out to the living room. Lingu was sitting on the sofa, absent-mindedly pressing the TV remote. When he saw Chin Mingyu, he involuntarily tensed again. Miss Chin, could you please wear underwear after bathing in the future? Lingu earnestly requested. Chin Mingyu was fair-skinned and beautiful, with a graceful figure. After bathing, wearing thin nightwear and pacing around, which man could resist? Only Lingu, being a gynecologist, had a resistance different from normal people, so he didn't get a nosebleed. Humph. How would I know you were sitting in the living room watching me? Chin Mingyu stared at Lingu, her gaze as cold as a blade. It's just too inconvenient. Which woman would wear underwear after bathing? She liked living a carefree life, and having suddenly another man in the house was simply unbearable. Well, I'll go back to my room right away. Lingu stood up and retreated. This woman was too cold. He had originally wanted to talk to her, to try and build some rapport, but now he realized he had overestimated his ability. Faced with this kind of woman, he truly had nothing to say. Thinking about having to live with this kind of woman in the future, he indeed felt a bit hesitant, just as Chin Ruhan had predicted. But as soon as he turned around, he heard a strange noise behind him. Turning back to look, he saw Chin Mingyu kneeling in pain on the ground. With her not wearing any underwear, the neckline of her clothing had slipped open slightly, revealing a scene inside that was like a devil's temptation, almost sucking Lingyu's soul out. Hey, Miss Qin, what's wrong with you? Lingu hurriedly walked over to Qin Mingyu and wanted to help her up, but when his hand reached her, it abruptly stopped. This woman was like an iceberg. He didn't dare to touch her casually. But seeing her forehead dripping with cold sweat and her immobile state, Lingu finally mustered the courage to lift her up. Unexpectedly, she was very light. With a height of about 1.7 meters, she probably weighed only about 100 pounds. Don't touch me. Qin Mingyu, though in pain, maintained her sharp gaze, like a cold dagger. She naturally disliked physical contact with men, let alone being lifted up by one. In that moment, her body involuntarily broke out in goosebumps. Feeling her coldness, Lingu dared not look into her eyes, gently placed her on the sofa, and directly said, "Look at you, you must have irregular eating habits. You're probably suffering from acute gastritis." Qin Mingyu shivered slightly. On their first day together, this man already knew her medical condition. Next, Lingu gently lifted her nightgown. What are you doing? Trying to die? Qin Mingyu, with a sudden burst of strength, quickly twisted his arm. As a Qin family heiress, she had been trained in martial arts since childhood and was not someone ordinary men could bully or harass. Although Lingu felt pain, he didn't resist, softly gritting his teeth. "I'm helping you relieve your pain." But deep down, he wondered why such a beautiful woman lacked any feminine charm. "Aren't you a gynecologist? Can you handle internal medicine?" Qin Mingyu asked, half skeptical. But in the next moment, she felt intense pain in her abdomen again, reluctantly releasing Lingu's arm and clutching her lower stomach. "If you don't believe me, I'll call an ambulance for you. Endure the pain and go to the hospital." Lingu didn't want to waste his time. But seeing Qin Mingyu writhing in pain, he ultimately tossed the phone aside and squatted in front of her. Qin Mingyu felt his warm hands lifting her nightgown, but she didn't stop him. First, she couldn't stop him. Second, she decided to trust this man once. If she found out he was just trying to take advantage, she would make him regret it. Lingu couldn't help but admire her flawless legs. When he lifted her nightgown, he even subconsciously swallowed. It was a feeling he had never experienced in his life. Why was his heart beating so fast? As a gynecologist, no woman had ever exerted such a strong attraction on him. But the next moment, he quickly rubbed his hands and used the warmth of his palms to warm Qin Mingyu's abdomen. Ah! Qin Mingyu felt a warm flow, and the cold pain in her abdomen suddenly eased a lot. After repeating this several times, Lingu began massaging and kneading her abdomen. Not only did this woman have no excess fat on her stomach, but there was also a tightness, indicating that she was very disciplined and probably exercised regularly. "What technique is this?" Qin Mingyu lightly bit her teeth, curious. In the past, being touched by a man would have caused her extreme disgust. This time, though the aversion was still there, it was mixed with a sense of comfort and shyness, making her expression very complicated. "It's traditional Chinese medicine, the 9-yang finger pressure method," Lingu replied calmly, not daring to look into her eyes. When he lowered his head, he accidentally glanced at Qin Mingyu's legs again. Her legs were simply the perfect artwork. Qin Mingyu, however, saw through his every move. Humph! This man was showing his true colors, wasn't he? Before marriage, he pretended to be a gentleman, but in reality, he was just like any other man, full of lust. Feeling better, Lingu suddenly asked, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Move your hand away quickly," Qin Mingyu coldly commanded. Lingu instinctively moved away but suddenly thought of something and said, "I'm your husband, and I'm treating you. You shouldn't reject me like this, right?" Qin Mingyu frowned, biting her lower lip. Why did human reproduction have to involve male-female intercourse? Didn't other women feel uncomfortable and uneasy like her? "I'll go make something for you to eat. Remember not to work overtime on an empty stomach," Lingu reminded before standing up. "Is this a doctor's order or a husband's instruction?" Qin Mingyu asked coldly. "Does it matter?" Lingu chuckled. This woman was taking things too seriously. Qin Mingyu didn't answer, but instead said coldly, "I'll rest by 11 o'clock. If it's past that time, don't disturb me anymore." Lingu rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. Dealing with her was even more strict than working in a hospital. 10 minutes later, Lingu made a bowl of egg noodles and knocked on Qin Mingyu's door. Qin Mingyu opened the door, looking somewhat surprised. "Did you buy this food? You, a grown man, can cook?" she asked. "Your kitchen is cleaner than your face. It's not like I bought the food. Did it fall from the sky?" Lingu brought the egg noodles in and placed them on her table, advising, "Eat while it's hot. Your stomach can't handle cold food." "Are you teaching me?" Qin Mingyu smiled sarcastically, feeling uncomfortable with a man suddenly appearing in her house, and even giving her advice, something her mother had never done. After all, who dared to teach the CEO of Chiag Gang Group how to do things? But Lingu suddenly became assertive. "This is a well-intentioned reminder. Don't forget, you are my wife, and also a patient. You must listen to me." Qin Mingyu couldn't help but frown, staring at this man. In the end, she didn't argue with him. But seeing the bowl of cheap egg noodles, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Can this kind of thing be eaten? It won't kill you. If you don't eat, you'll continue to fast until tomorrow morning, which is harmful to your stomach." Lingu was a little impatient. How stubborn could this woman be? Qin Mingyu eventually took a few mouthfuls, then slowly chewed. Suddenly, her expression trembled slightly. "I didn't expect this kind of thing to taste quite good. Having it occasionally for dinner shouldn't make you gain weight, right?" For the first time, Qin Mingyu felt that having another man at home had some advantages. This feeling was different from having ordinary servants. Seeing her expression and hearing her words, Lingu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman was, after all, a woman. Although she disliked men, she still cared about her figure, just like any other woman, willing to suffer for beauty. "I've finished eating. Can I go now?" Qin Mingyu only took a few bites before putting down her chopsticks. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Lingu, as if a patient was questioning a doctor. "Lingu, how could there be such difficult women in the world?" He specifically made supper for her, and she just symbolically ate a few bites. But Lingu really couldn't do anything about her. Suppressing his frustration, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and left. "Oh, by the way," just as he was about to reach the door, Lingu suddenly said, "When are you free? Could you come home with me sometime? My mom wants to meet you." As the words fell, his mood suddenly became nervous. Qin Mingyu's difficult demeanor presented a challenge for Lingu, regardless of whether she agreed or not to accompany him home. "Sorry, my schedule is already packed for the next week," Qin Mingyu replied, refusing. Lingu nodded slightly, feeling disappointed yet oddly relieved. Indeed, bringing this wife home to meet his parents was difficult. "Wait." Just as Lingu was leaving the room, he heard Qin Mingyu call out, sparking a glimmer of hope in his heart. Had she changed her mind and decided on a day to accompany him home? But when he turned around, Qin Mingyu handed him a bank card. "What does this mean?" Lingu frowned. He was worried that Qin Mingyu might be a gold digger, so he hadn't given her the 60,000 yuan his mother had saved with great effort. Yet now she was giving him money. "This card has 100,000 yuan. Take it and spend it. Stop buying cheap food for the house." Qin Mingyu spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. "If there's not enough money, ask me for more." Lingu couldn't help but chuckle and pushed the card back. "I'm the man of this house, and I have a job. You don't need to support me." Qin Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows lightly. They were married, yet this man still wanted to act high and mighty. Was he really here for her money and beauty? After saying his piece, Lingu left, feeling too embarrassed to hand over the 60,000 yuan as a dowry, fearing ridicule. The next day, Lingu went to work at the hospital as usual. Having returned from the front line only 2 years ago, he wasn't yet a senior doctor. He was responsible for various examination projects in the gynecology department. "Lingu, did you go on another blind date yesterday?" Suddenly, his buddy Lin Fan's voice came from behind. The two had been classmates since middle school and became colleagues after Lingu returned from military service. Their relationship was naturally very good. Lingu nodded, and Lin Fan immediately asked with curiosity, "Did it work out?" "No." Lingu sighed. His blind date with John Milan had indeed failed. "Really? Isn't this like your 18th blind date?" Lin Fan looked regretful. "Didn't you follow my advice? You should have stated your bottom line from the beginning. How come so many women, and not one is willing to settle down with you?" Lin Fan's thoughts were similar to Ling Ruoxu's. Lingu wondered why. With his talents, he couldn't find a woman who wasn't obsessed with looks. After 18 blind dates, wouldn't he run into one who wasn't a superficial beauty? I suspect it's precisely because I followed your advice that I kept failing, Lingu teased his buddy. Every time I mention my annual income of 80,000, the blind date goes south instantly. Are you stupid? Why don't you just not mention it? Lin Fan widened his eyes at him. Lingu smiled without answering. In fact, he didn't want to succeed, which is why he always disclosed his income. Women these days, they're all materialistic and practical. Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. Finding a woman who isn't materialistic and greedy is harder than striking gold. Lingu understood his friend's frustration. His ex-girlfriend had cheated on him with a rich second generation, so he still hadn't married. I gotta go. My mom's coming to the hospital for a checkup today. I'll go see her first. There are some women over there who need health certificate exams. Can you handle it for me? Lin Fan said before rushing off. Sure. Lingu agreed and then walked into the chest X-ray examination room. Soon, a woman walked in holding her examination form. Please take off your clothes and stand in front of the machine, Lingu instructed, as usual, taking the examination form. But when he saw the name on the examination form, he was stunned. John Milan. How come it's you? Lingu looked up, and John Milan pointed at him excitedly. How could a man be doing this kind of examination? Are you trying to take advantage of me? John Milan exclaimed. Hearing the commotion, other women who were coming for examinations gathered around. Everyone started expressing their opinions. Some supported John Milan, arguing that such examinations involving female privacy should not be conducted by men. Others supported Lingu, stating that doctors were professionals and wouldn't have such improper thoughts. Lingu had encountered situations like this many times in his 2 years of work. Usually, after explaining, the other party would gradually accept it, especially considering his decent appearance. Unfortunately, today, John Milan adamantly refused. You loser, no wonder you can't find a wife. You're too disgusting. Did you come here to work just to see women's bodies? John Milan's insults grew harsher as Lingu continued the examination. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Lin Fan and other gynecologists also walked in. John Milan? Seeing that it was his junior high school crush, Lin Fan also came over to explain. You have to trust the professionalism of the hospital. We male doctors are definitely not what you think. In our eyes, there's no difference between men and women, and we definitely don't have any ulterior motives. You're just talking big. Who would believe that? John Milan was emotional. Since you say there's no difference between men and women, why don't you marry a man yourself? Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Fan became furious and started arguing with her on the spot. After learning the situation, the department head eventually assigned a female doctor to conduct the examination for John Milan. Lingu wasn't particularly bothered, but Lin Fan was furious. Do you know John Milan? She's 2 years younger than us and used to be the school beauty at Yun City Middle School. Look how proud she is. Why can't she be examined by a man when other women can? Who does she think she is? After Lin Fan vented his anger, Lingu smiled and said, She's my 18th blind date. What? Lin Fan was surprised. Such a good-looking woman still has to go on blind dates. Does she have some kind of physical defect? Is that why she refused to let you examine her? Lingu had no idea, so he just smiled and didn't respond. Uneven breasts, small breasts, or some other weird illness. Lingu didn't answer, but Lin Fan continued speculating. Unexpectedly, a cold light suddenly shot from the side. Seeing John Milan standing there, Lin Fan quickly shut up. You're the one with defects, not me. Your whole family has defects. Humph, I'm a woman you losers could never get. Don't badmouth me behind my back, John Milan scorned them before hurrying away. Lin Fan was left feeling embarrassed. I've never seen such an arrogant woman. He hadn't seen one, but Lingu had. Compared to John Milan's prying, his hastily married wife seemed more tolerant. All right, I'm going to get my mom's test report. Lin Fan hurriedly walked toward the CT room. Out of concern, Lingu followed, but when they reached the door, they saw Lin Fan trembling as he looked at the test report. What's wrong? Lingu rushed over. After seeing the CT results, he trembled as well. Lung cancer. late stage. Lin Fan's own mother had been diagnosed with lung cancer. At this moment, an internal medicine physician came out and said to Lin Fan, trembling, "Your mother is in the late stage. We need to operate immediately. Every day of delay increases the risk to her life." Trembling, Lin Fan asked, "How much does the surgery cost?" "You need to pay 300,000 yuan upfront, and additional costs will depend on the situation," the physician said before leaving. Lin Fan, being a doctor at the hospital himself, knew the rules well. Without payment, the hospital wouldn't arrange the surgery. "Lingu, what should I do now? I don't have 300,000 yuan. Lin Fan panicked, feeling utterly helpless. He had only been working at the hospital for 2 years and had a younger sister still in college, who was quite a spender. He hadn't managed to save much money. "Don't worry, there must be a way," Lingu hurriedly comforted his friend. "I have 60,000 yuan here, take it for now." He then handed over the bank card that Chen Ailan had given him to Lin Fan. "Isn't this your mom's medical insurance card? How can I use the money from it?" Lin Fan's eyes turned red, and he trembled all over. This was his best friend's mother's hard-earned money. How could he possibly use it? "Saving a life is the priority now. Don't think too much about it," Lingu insisted, pushing the card towards him. Still in distress, Lin Fan continued, "But even with this 60,000 yuan, I still can't come up with 300,000 yuan today. And I really can't use your mom's money because I don't know when I'll be able to repay it." Seeing his friend's pain and helplessness, Lingu didn't know what to do either. At that moment, passing by, John Milan saw the scene. "Hey, you two big men crying here in the hospital, aren't you ashamed?" John Milan, who had just argued with Lin Fan, now came over to mock them. "John Milan, shut up," Lingu couldn't help but reprimand her. With Lin Fan's mother having cancer, how could she come over and speak harshly? Unexpectedly, Lin Fan, upon seeing John Milan, actually turned to her and pleaded. "John, the school beauty, I see you're dressed so nicely. You must be rich, right?" Startled by his approach, John Milan stepped back warily. "What do you want? Please, lend me 200,000 yuan. My mom has cancer and needs surgery immediately. I beg you. I'll repay you as soon as I have the money." Despite his sincerity, Lin Fan nearly kneeled before John Milan, but she couldn't possibly lend him the money. Even if she had it, what relationship did she have with Lin Fan? "Hey, you're overthinking it. I don't have money to lend you." John Milan not only refused but also added a few sarcastic remarks before leaving. Lin Fan was so angry that if Lingu hadn't stopped him, he might have pushed her to the ground and beaten her. "Lin Fan, calm down." Lingu hugged his friend tightly, who was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Lin Fan gradually calmed down. If he really beat up John Milan, he might end up in jail, and then no one would be able to help with his mother's surgery fees. Afterward, Lin Fan made more than a dozen phone calls, asking anyone in his contacts, regardless of whether they were acquaintances or not, to lend him money. To help his friend, Lingu also had to ask around for money. However, after the morning passed, the two of them had only managed to borrow 70,000 yuan, still far from the 300,000 yuan needed. "What should we do? If we continue like this, my mom may not make it." Lin Fan's emotions completely collapsed, and he cried in front of Lingu. Taking a deep breath, Lingu said, "Don't cry. Let me ask my wife for a loan. She probably lend it." In fact, Lingu wasn't sure if Qin Mingyu would lend him the money, but they had no other options. For people like them, coming up with 300,000 yuan all at once wasn't easy. "Your wife," Lin Fan stopped crying on the spot. "Lingu, are you going crazy too? Since when do you have a wife?" Lingu sighed, too preoccupied to explain. After yesterday's turmoil, Lingu directly noted Qin Mingyu's phone number so as not to be blocked again on WeChat. "Hello. What's the matter?" Fortunately, Qin Mingyu answered his call this time, her tone brisk but not urgent, indicating she wasn't in a meeting. "Miss Qin, I'd like to borrow some money." Lingu got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Hearing him address her as Miss Qin, Lin Fan was also stunned. Was this really his wife? Who addresses their wife like that? Borrow money? Qin Mingyu was also taken aback for a moment, then found it amusing. Last night, she had thought she had guessed wrong, that this man didn't marry her for money, but today he showed his true colors. Nevertheless, she asked, "How much?" 128,000 yuan. Lingu said directly. Between him and Lin Fan, they had managed to gather 172,000 yuan, so they were short of 128,000 yuan. Chen Mingyu immediately asked curiously, "Yesterday, I offered you 100,000 yuan, and now you're asking to borrow 128,000 yuan. Yes. Is it okay?" Lingu wasn't one to explain himself, nor did he want to play the sympathy card, so he just asked. Click, click. Chen Mingyu hung up the phone directly. Lingu frowned, not sure what that woman's response meant. Was she refusing to lend the money? Lin Fan still hadn't reacted, but from Lingu's conversation with the other party just now, it didn't sound like he was talking to his wife. It sounded more like he was requesting something from a superior. "Lingu, if it doesn't work out, I'll go to a loan shark," Lin Fan suggested. He didn't want his friend to be in a bind because of him. Formal loans might take too long, but some informal loans, albeit with high interest, could provide 100,000 yuan quickly. No way. Lingu refused. Borrowing money from those people will only cause trouble in the future. As the two were agonizing over their situation, Lingu's phone suddenly received a message. Ding. Mingyu has transferred 200,000 yuan to you. What the heck? Seeing this message, Lin Fan was dumbfounded, staring at Lingu with a face full of envy. Oh my god, is this woman really your wife? Is she a wealthy woman? He had asked to borrow 128,000 yuan, but she casually transferred 200,000 yuan. Clearly, she wasn't short of money. Lingu smiled without answering. Seeing his friend's expression, he felt embarrassed, feeling like he was enjoying his wife's wealth. Moreover, he only knew that Chen Mingyu was a high-ranking executive, didn't know her true identity, and had no idea how wealthy she was, so he couldn't answer Lin Fan's question. Take it, and have the hospital arrange chemotherapy surgery for your mom right away. Lingu casually transferred the money to Lin Fan. Thank you. Please thank your wife for me and tell her I'll repay the money soon as possible. Lin Fan was moved to tears, and Lingu and his wife had solved all his problems. Don't worry about it. Don't think about these things for now. Lingu smiled and said, in his opinion, Chen Mingyu probably wasn't in a rush for that money, but he would still find a way to repay her as soon as possible. After all, brothers should settle their debts clearly. And Lingu was afraid of what Chen Mingyu might think if he borrowed the money for too long. When Lin Fan went to the payment counter to pay, Zhang Milan happened to be checking out and leaving. Seeing Lin Fan had suddenly come up with 300,000 yuan, she was also stunned. This poor guy had almost knelt down and begged her for 200,000 yuan just now, but now he had suddenly come up with it. Hey, did you borrow from loan sharks? Be careful, the interest will pile up, and you'll never be able to pay it off in your life. Zhang Milan couldn't help but mock. Lin Fan already despised this woman. Hearing her words, he directly retorted, this money was lent to me by Lingu's wife. As soon as Lingu asked, she immediately transferred 200,000 yuan. Fortunately, Lingu didn't fancy women like you, otherwise, he'd be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. What? Hearing his words, Zhang Milan was dumbfounded on the spot. Lingu's wife? That poor guy actually has a wife. Hey, you're just bragging. You must have borrowed from loan sharks and now want to save face by spreading such lies. It's ridiculous. Once Zhang Milan realized what was going on, she immediately looked down on Lingu, not believing for a second that he already had a wife. She had just been to his house yesterday, and it didn't look like a married man's home at all. Lingu had a wife and still went on blind dates. Wasn't he afraid of bigamy? Seeing her disbelief, Lin Fan became anxious. On the contrary, Lingu walked over and gently pulled him, thinking it was more important to save his mother's life than argue with this woman. Hey, Lingu, I heard you have a wife now. Which woman would be willing to marry you? Why don't you send us a photo to see what she looks like? Seeing Lingu, Zhang Milan continued to mock even more mercilessly. Of course, Lingu wouldn't send her a photo of Chen Mingyu just to prove a point. Firstly, he didn't have a photo of Chen Mingyu. Secondly, even if he showed her, she wouldn't believe it. Thirdly, Chen Mingyu couldn't exactly be called his true wife, so what was there to show off? So Lingu remained silent and, pulling Lin Fan along, headed towards the operating room, urging for the surgery to proceed quickly. Seeing him not daring to argue, Zhang Milan sneered even more, "Humph, just to deadbeat poor guys who care too much about their image." In the evening, Lingu finished work and headed home. Because he didn't have money to buy a car, he was still driving an electric scooter. As he walked along, he couldn't help but think about Lin Fan's situation. Although the surgery had been arranged, Lin Fan would probably still need a few years to repay the money, while his mother's 60,000 yuan could be slowly repaid by Lin Fan. If he delayed returning Qin Mingyu's 200,000 yuan for a few years, he didn't know what that woman would think. Lost in thought, at a turn, Lingu accidentally bumped into the front of a Bentley. Snap! Lingu fell heavily to the ground and, looking up, his face changed suddenly. Damn! This car was not cheap. The driver of the Bentley had a gloomy expression as he opened the door and got out, coldly asking, "Hey, are you okay?" He had just honked before the turn to alert the other cars at the intersection, but Lingu's scooter hadn't slowed down at all. So in his opinion, the responsibility for this accident lay with Lingu. But he was also worried, because there were no cameras here. If Lingu pretended to be injured and fell to the ground when the traffic police arrived, there was a high probability that the blame would fall on the car. If Lingu was a professional scammer, extorting a large sum of money from his boss wasn't impossible. So although the driver was angry, he didn't dare to curse. He was afraid that if Lingu tore his face, he would pretend to be injured for no reason. "I'm fine. I'm sorry." Lingu quickly got up. Even though his lower leg was bleeding, he insisted he was okay. He knew it was his fault for not slowing down before the turn, which caused the accident. If the other party asked him to pay, it would be another big sum of money. So after apologizing, Lingu quickly limped away, pushing his scooter. After he left the scene, Qin Mingyu got out of the Bentley and frowned as she watched the man's back. What was this man doing? He was driving so absent-mindedly. Was he trying to get himself killed? "Mr. Qin, do you need to report this to the police?" The driver didn't know that the man was Qin Mingyu's husband, so he asked for her opinion. "No need. It's just a minor incident. You go and get the car repaired. I'll walk back the rest of the way." "What?" The driver was a little surprised, then nodded in response, "Yes, Mr. Qin." At the same time, he felt very strange in his heart. This Bentley was Mr. Qin's favorite ride. In the past, if such a thing happened, Mr. Qin would definitely pursue it to the end. With Mr. Qin's connections and abilities, making the other party pay and apologize wouldn't be difficult. But this time, she didn't pursue the man. Qin Mingyu returned home and saw Lingu taking out the first aid kit, treating the injury on his left calf. Clearly, there was a large abrasion, with blood and flesh muddled together, but this man didn't even flinch when he applied the disinfectant. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but wonder if this man didn't feel pain. "What happened to you?" Qin Mingyu pretended not to know what had happened, walking over slowly and asking knowingly. Lingu was slightly taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. "Nothing much. I accidentally bumped into someone's Bentley on my way back." "Did you bump into it that hard? How much are you asking for compensation from the other party?" Qin Mingyu continued with a half smile. "Compensation? It was my fault for driving carelessly. It's lucky enough that the other person didn't demand compensation from me," Lingu admitted openly. Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly. This rascal actually knew it was his fault. If Lingu had cursed the other party and shifted the blame onto them, Qin Mingyu would have been very angry. She might even have exposed his identity, demanded compensation, and made things difficult for him. But Lingu took the initiative to take responsibility, which dissipated her anger inexplicably. She even sat down beside him, observing his injuries. At close range, looking at the side of her face, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, and smelling the fragrance emanating from her, Lingu inexplicably felt his heart skip a beat. Was this woman an angel fallen from the heavens? But the next moment, Qin Mingyu reached out a jade-like finger and deliberately poked his wound forcefully. "Ah!" Lingu finally couldn't bear the pain and let out a yell. "So you do feel pain after all?" Qin Mingyu said in surprise. "Isn't that obvious?" Lingu was angry enough to burst. Was this woman cold-blooded? Didn't she see that he had lost a chunk of flesh? Yet she intentionally poked his wound forcefully just to confirm this trivial matter. Was this woman a direct demon? "I'm not dead, of course I feel pain. Hey. Seeing Ling Yu's furious expression, Chen Mingyu just smiled gently and then asked, "You fool, with such a serious injury, why didn't you claim compensation from the owner of the Bentley? From what I can see, with your injury, even if you fell to the ground and couldn't get up, she would have to compensate you 200,000. This was Chen Mingyu's inner thoughts. If Ling Yu had reported this injury to the police and then extorted 200,000 from her, she probably wouldn't have a way to deal with it. Ling Yu, however, shrugged and said, "Didn't I say it? It was my own carelessness. How could I ask the other party for compensation?" Chen Mingyu's lips curved upwards, her smile becoming even more beautiful. As she continued to probe, "But there are no surveillance cameras around here. Who knows if it was really your fault? You're really foolish." Ling Yu glared at her and replied sternly, "Heaven knows, Earth knows, I know, and the other party knows. How could nobody know?" Chen Mingyu was taken aback by Ling Yu's use of this reference. This man, was he really an upright person? In that case, she couldn't let him know that she was the owner of the Bentley. "By the way, if you help me with something, you don't have to repay the 200,000 I lent you." Ling Yu seized the opportunity to say, still not telling her why he needed the money. Chen Mingyu inexplicably regarded this man with a higher opinion. It seemed he wasn't a hypocritical scammer after all. Chen Mingyu stood up, ready to go back to her room, but suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Oh, if you help me with something, you don't have to repay the 200,000 I lent you." "What thing?" Ling Yu's eyes lit up. With Lin Fan's mother's situation, not to mention repaying the 200,000, he might need to continue borrowing money in the future. So when Chen Mingyu said he didn't have to repay, he was naturally very interested in knowing what he could do to offset the 200,000. The next moment, Chen Mingyu opened her phone and handed it to Ling Yu. Ling Yu caught the phone, but before he could look at the information and contents on it, Chen Mingyu spoke in an irresistible tone. "Help me push forward this project. I need the other party to deliver within a month." Ling Yu was stunned, quickly looking at the project details. Chang'an Group had commissioned Yunjin Company to build a large strategic warehouse, with the contract involving an amount as high as 1 billion, and the deadline for delivery was the end of this month. However, the other party had replied to Chang'an Group just 2 days ago, saying that the project couldn't be completed on time. Ling Yu was a bit confused and asked, "Since the other party can't deliver on time, Chang'an Group can withdraw all the funds and claim 50 million in compensation. Why are you in such a hurry to push for the project?" Hearing Ling Yu's question, Chen Mingyu gave a disdainful smile, her eyes revealing a kind of domineering determination. If this strategic warehouse can't be completed on time, it will cause immeasurable loss of future benefits to Chang'an Group, which cannot be compensated with just 50 million. Understand? Ling Yu was impressed by her gaze. This woman was truly worthy of being a high-ranking executive in a large corporation, possessing a kind of ambition that even most men didn't have. While other managers might be satisfied with earning 50 million for free, Chen Mingyu wanted to gain even greater benefits. Previously, during the blind date, Chen Mingyu had said she earned 3 billion a year. Ling Yu didn't believe it at all, but now he realized that she might actually have that capability. Unfortunately, the money she earned probably belonged to the company, not her own pocket. Otherwise, she wouldn't be buying a 200 square meter apartment in the neighborhood, but living in a mansion villa. "Miss Chin, you're overestimating me too much, aren't you?" Ling Yu suddenly laughed. Chang'an Group should have a dedicated project manager. If they can't handle it, how could a mere gynecologist like me handle it? "You're really useless," Chen Mingyu sighed disappointedly. If another man had responded like this, she wouldn't have thought much of it. But this man was her husband, so he would always be special to her. This project was very important. As the CEO of Chang'an Group, she couldn't just stand by and watch it fail. She had sent several batches of people to urge the project, but all returned without success. Originally, she had accepted the fact that the project would be aborted. But just now, seeing Ling Yu's injuries so severe yet he didn't even blink an eye, she suddenly remembered that this man had faced 5 hooligans without fear that day. He was a man of courage, that's why she had a slightly unrealistic expectation of him. Wait a minute, Ling Yu felt uncomfortable seeing her disappointed look, so he immediately stopped her. "I can help you push forward this project, but if I succeed, I want you to promise me one thing." Chen Mingyu looked back at this slightly excited man, and a hint of a smile curved her lips involuntarily. His disdain had actually ignited his fighting spirit. "What thing?" she asked. "I want you, as my wife, to come home and meet my mother and sister." Lingu stared at her, resolute. This was his best chance. Otherwise, he didn't know when this woman would agree to come home with him. Chen Mingyu stared at him for a long time, her expression changing several times, before she lightly said, "Deal." In fact, Chen Mingyu hadn't fully accepted this marriage and even thought about ending it at any time. So she didn't want to involve other people, which would only make things more complicated in the future. But she didn't think Lingu could succeed anyway, so what harm would it do to give him some encouragement? With her consent, Lingu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a strong sense of anticipation in his heart. Maybe letting his mother see his wife would completely set her mind at ease. On the other side, Zhang Milan returned home, and was once again nagged by her mother. Wei Shufen was a woman who favored sons over daughters. She kept pushing her daughter to go on blind dates, hoping she would marry a wealthy man, and get a high dowry, which would help her son find a wife. So when Zhang Milan came back and told her that Lingu had actually returned 10 million to the other party, her reaction was similar to Zhang Milan's. Zhang Wu was even more furious, pulling his hair out in frustration. How could there be such a foolish person in the world? Lingu didn't want the money, but he was waiting for the future brother-in-law's dowry to come so he could buy a house and a car. "Mom, you can relax now. I've been promoted to project manager and given important tasks in the company." Zhang Milan couldn't stand her mother's constant urging to go on blind dates and hurriedly said, "As long as I complete the project, I can get a bonus of 300,000 yuan, and maybe even get promoted and raise my salary." She was the new project manager at Yunjin Company. Because she had just been promoted from the grassroots to a manager, she didn't know much about the upper levels of the company. In fact, it was because Chang'an Group was pushing for the project's delivery too tightly, and the project progress was stagnant. The previous project manager couldn't bear the pressure and chose to resign. No one was willing to take on this difficult task, so the higher-ups used a high-incentive mechanism to find someone to step up. Unfortunately, Zhang Milan didn't know this and was still immersed in the joy of her promotion. "Really?" Hearing her say this, Zhang Wu jumped out again. If his sister gave him the 300,000 yuan bonus, he could buy a decent car too. "Of course, anyway, the matter of my brother getting married is on my shoulders," Zhang Milan said proudly. "Sis, you're amazing. I love you so much. Milan, we're all counting on you." The whole family was full of expectations for Zhang Milan. Zhang Milan was also excited, thinking that she might step up in the future, and almost couldn't sleep that night. The next day, when she returned to the company, she received an email from Chang'an Group. The person in charge of urging the project from Chang'an Group invited her to meet at 8 o'clock tonight. And the location happened to be the coffee shop where she had the blind date last time. Zhang Milan was puzzled. Why would they arrange to meet at that kind of place for business? And at night? Could it be that the other party already knew she was a great beauty and wanted to flirt with her under the guise of business? It was highly likely. Who didn't know that she was the goddess in the hearts of countless male employees at Yunjin Company? With this in mind, Zhang Milan put on heavy makeup after work, making herself even more beautiful than when she met Lingu for the blind date. Before leaving, she adjusted her bra, squeezed out a career line, admired herself in the mirror, and then sat in the car satisfactorily. She was a woman with a lot of schemes. The other party was a client of the company, and also a small but powerful man. If she could please him, she wouldn't worry about not being able to hold on to this managerial position. Maybe she could continue to step up in the future. With excited thoughts, Zhang Milan returned to the coffee shop once again, to table number 8. After waiting for 5 minutes, the other party still hadn't appeared. Zhang Milan was a little anxious. She looked at her watch and suddenly looked up, only to be stunned by what she saw. Lingu had come again. Not only that, but this man was late again, but he sat in front of her with a smile on his face. "Oh my God! What's going on?" Zhang Milan was stunned, staring with wide eyes at Lingu. On the other hand, Zhang Milan returned home, and was once again subjected to her mother's nagging. Wei Shufen was a woman who favored sons over daughters, constantly pushing her daughter to go on blind dates in hopes that she would quickly marry a wealthy man and bring back a hefty dowry to help her son find a wife. So when Zhang Milan returned home that day and told her mother that Lingu had actually returned 10 million to the other party, her mother had the same reaction as Zhang Milan. Zhang Wu was even more furious, practically pulling his hair out in frustration. How could there be such a foolish person in the world? Lingu didn't want the money, but he was waiting for his future brother-in-law's dowry to come so he could buy a house and a car. Mom, you can relax now, I've been promoted to project manager at the company. Zhang Milan couldn't stand her mother's constant nagging about blind dates and hurriedly said, as long as I complete the project, I can get a bonus of 300,000 yuan, and maybe even get promoted and get a raise. She was the new project manager at Yunjin Company. Because she had just been promoted from the grassroots to a manager, she didn't know much about the upper levels of the company. In fact, it was because Chang'an Group was pushing for the project's delivery too tightly, and the project progress was stagnant, that the previous project manager couldn't bear the pressure and chose to resign. No one was willing to take on this difficult task, so the higher-ups used a high-incentive mechanism to find someone to step up. Unfortunately, Zhang Milan didn't know this and was still immersed in the joy of her promotion. Really? Hearing her say this, Zhang Wu jumped out again. If his sister gave him the 300,000 yuan bonus, he could buy a decent car too. Of course, anyway, the matter of my brother getting married is on my shoulders, Zhang Milan said proudly. Sis, you're amazing. I love you so much. Milan, we're all counting on you. The whole family was full of expectations for Zhang Milan. Zhang Milan was also excited, thinking that she might step up in the future, and almost couldn't sleep that night. The next day, when she returned to the company, she received an email from Chang'an Group. The person in charge of urging the project from Chang'an Group invited her to meet at 8 o'clock tonight. And the location happened to be the coffee shop where she had the blind date last time. Zhang Milan was puzzled. Why would they arrange to meet at that kind of place for business? And at night? Could it be that the other party already knew she was a great beauty and wanted to flirt with her under the guise of business? It was highly likely. Who didn't know that she was the goddess in the hearts of countless male employees at Yunjin Company? With this in mind, Zhang Milan put on heavy makeup after work, making herself even more beautiful than when she met Lingu for the blind date. Before leaving, she adjusted her bra, squeezed out a career line, admired herself in the mirror, and then sat in the car satisfactorily. She was a woman with a lot of schemes. The other party was a client of the company, and also a small but powerful man. If she could please him, she wouldn't worry about not being able to hold on to this managerial position. Maybe she could continue to step up in the future. With excited thoughts, Zhang Milan returned to the coffee shop once again, to table number 8. After waiting for 5 minutes, the other party still hadn't appeared. Zhang Milan was a little anxious. She looked at her watch and suddenly looked up, only to be stunned by what she saw. Lingu had come again. Not only that, but this man was late again, but he sat in front of her with a smile on his face. Oh my God! What's going on? Zhang Milan was stunned, staring with wide eyes at Lingu. Sorry, I'm late, Lingu apologized. Zhang Milan stared at him, furrowing her brows, and it took her a while to get angry and scold. Lingu, are you sick? I'm not here for a blind date. Why are you haunting me? Get lost, I have important things to do today. As she spoke, she even wanted to get physical. Today's business negotiation was crucial for her future and must not be messed up. But Lingu suddenly smiled and said, coincidentally, I'm not here for a blind date either. I'm here on behalf of Chang'an Group to discuss business. What? Zhang Milan was stunned. If your Yunjin company doesn't want to talk to me, we'll see each other in court. Everyone will abide by the contract anyway. Lingu stood up after saying this. Don't go. Zhang Milan was frightened and rushed over, grabbing his arm. Because she was too nervous, her chest was pressed against Lingu's body, getting deformed. She didn't care about that now. If this man left like this, her wish to step up would be shattered. Her task was to find a way to reduce the company's compensation losses. Miss Zhang, please restrain yourself. Lingu looked at her, expressionless, and reminded her, we only have a working relationship, not a romantic one. Humph, he's pretending hard. Jong Mi-lin was very angry but dared not show it. She was convinced that Lingu was very lustful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the hospital to check on a woman's body. And now, he was pretending to be a gentleman in front of her. She didn't know how this gynecologist became the representative of Chang'an Group, but she guessed he was just running errands for them. Now, he wanted to intimidate her in the name of Chang'an Group. Humph, despicable. Jong Mi-lin gritted her teeth inwardly, but still squeezed out a smile. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry, I was out of line just now. Let's have a good chat. Seeing her like this, Lingu couldn't find any faults, so he sat down to chat. After all, his immediate goal was to get Yunjin Company to deliver the project by the end of the month. The ultimate goal, of course, was to take Qin Mingyu back home to meet his parents. Mr. Ling, what position do you hold in Chang'an Group? Jong Mi-lin asked directly as Lingu sat down, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. I don't have a position at the moment. Chang'an Group's executives assigned me to urge your company's project, Lingu answered honestly. His immediate boss now was Qin Mingyu, and he was just a temporary worker, and he hadn't even been to the Chang'an Group company. Jong Mi-lin rolled her eyes inwardly when she heard this. So he's a third-party collector. Could he also have a part-time job? Unfortunately, no matter how she looked down on Lingu, he now represented her client, Chang'an Group, and she couldn't afford to offend him at all. It was really infuriating. Miss Zhang, I'm here to officially notify you on behalf of Chang'an Group that the project must be delivered by the end of this month. Or it will be a breach of contract. Lingu cut to the chase. This Jong Mi-lin looked embarrassed. If Yunjin Group could deliver the project by the end of the month, they wouldn't have made her the project manager. What? Is there a problem? Lingu frowned slightly. Although he deliberately scared Jong Mi-lin, he knew very well that Qin Mingyu wanted the project to be delivered on time. The compensation was not the real goal, so Lingu wanted to figure out why Yunjin Company couldn't deliver the project on time. Mr. Ling, why don't you go back and talk to the person in charge of Chang'an and ask them to extend the deadline for us by 3 months? Jong Mi-lin still couldn't let go of her pride and spoke to Lingu in a commanding tone. Lingu found it amusing. Did this woman still think he was here for a blind date? Is this how you ask for help? This Jong Mi-lin lightly bit her lip, cursing Lingu in her heart. Hoping he would become infertile, but still have hundreds of descendants in the future. But no matter how much her emotions were raging inside, she had to squeeze out a smile now. She even used her charms, gently holding Lingu's hand. Mr. Ling, please, as long as you can persuade Chang'an to give us a 3-month extension, will you go on a date with me? Let go of your hand, Lingu said coldly and ruthlessly. Jong Mi-lin felt utterly embarrassed. This jerk didn't even give her face. Before, she was considering marrying him, and her whole family came to her house. But now, he was pretending to be indifferent. Despicable. Despite her anger, Jong Mi-lin reluctantly let go of his hand. Why can't Yunjin deliver the project on time? What's the reason? Lingu wanted to ask directly to solve the problem. HMPH. It's because there's a dispute over the land itself. A bunch of thugs are squatting there, doing everything they can to stop our construction. That's why the project keeps getting delayed. Jong Mi-lin said angrily, also subtly shifting the blame. Just because of this, Lingu was surprised. Yunjin is such a big company, and you can't deal with a few land thugs. If it's that easy, why don't you call the police? HMPH, if it were that easy, do you think Yunjin wouldn't have handled it already? Jong Mi-lin sneered. Actually, she had just learned that the leader of those land thugs was ruthless and had a big reputation in Yunchang. He had threatened several times that whoever dared to report them to the police would end up with their whole family dead. So the previous project manager of Yunjin didn't dare to act rashly. After all, who would risk the lives of a whole family for a little money? Jong Mi-lin was now taking it one step at a time, trying to find ways to delay, as she could get a few more months' salary as a manager. But while she could delay, Lingu couldn't. He directly made a demand. Take me to the project site tomorrow. Jong Mi-lin was even more disdainful. 3 batches of legal consultants from Yunjin had gone to negotiate without success. Did he, a gynecologist, think he could solve the problem? Impossible, but she dared not say this aloud. After all, This loser now represented the client. If she didn't cooperate, he might immediately initiate legal proceedings for compensation, and then her bonus plan would be completely ruined. Sorry, I have other arrangements tomorrow. I'll let our company's legal consultant Zhao Xiaodong take you, John Milan said. She didn't want to go with Lingu. If he angered those land thugs and got himself killed, she didn't want to be implicated. Lingu didn't care about her thoughts. After all, he just wanted to understand the situation and find a way to achieve Qin Mingyu's goal. The next day, Lingu took half a day off and arrived early at the entrance of Yunjin Company. John Milan soon appeared with a bespectacled man. You must be Lingu. The bespectacled man was straightforward and said directly, I'm Zhao Xiaodong, a legal consultant at Yunjin. Just to make it clear beforehand, I'll only take you to the project site. I won't help you drive people away. The leader of those thugs is called Shang Yi. He's a big shot in the underground and not someone we can afford to provoke. Seeing Zhao Xiaodong backing down, Lingu couldn't help but frown. John Milan, who originally wanted to avoid the situation, couldn't help but taunt Lingu. Are you really going to chase those thugs away for performance? Isn't it better to live well? Do you have to risk your life for a little money? Lingu looked at her, still making sarcastic remarks. At least selling your life for money is better than being a useless manager like you, who takes a salary without doing anything. John Milan was momentarily speechless with anger. No wonder Yunjin can't deliver the project on time. It's because there are useless managers like you. Wait and see, if the project isn't delivered on time, I'll make you lose your job. Lingu didn't mince his words and immediately asked Zhao Xiaodong to lead the way. John Milan stamped her foot in anger on the spot. Lingu, you bastard. There are so many ruthless people under Shang Yi's command. Who wouldn't want you dead? Wait until next year, on your death anniversary. I'll definitely go dance on your grave. Humph, I'm so angry. Soon, Lingu and Zhao Xiaodong arrived at the project site. Originally, this place was an abandoned factory. Qianggong Group bought the land to build a large strategic warehouse, entrusting Yunjin Company with the construction. Now, halfway through the project, it was occupied by a group of thugs who treated it as their territory. The reason? The previous factory owner owed them wages. You guys are seriously brain damaged, aren't you? Thinking of driving us away again? We won't leave just because the boss didn't pay us. Boss Shang won't negotiate with you. No matter how many times you come, it's useless. I said it. Seeing Lingu and Zhao Xiaodong approaching, the thugs in the factory cursed loudly. Each one of them was fearless. If Yunjin Company had a way to deal with them, they would have been gone a long time ago. How could they last until now? Zhao Xiaodong looked helpless. He glanced at Lingu, already giving up in his heart. But Lingu couldn't give up so easily to achieve the task of taking Qin Mingyu home to meet his mother. Call your boss to meet me quickly, otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Lingu threatened firmly, regardless of what they said. He knew very well how to deal with these thugs. If you're soft with them, they'll bully you to death. You have to be tough for them to take you seriously. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, this group of thugs immediately stopped their clamor. Some even dropped the cigarettes from their mouths to the ground. Wow, impressive. They had been squatting here for a long time, and had never seen anyone as arrogant as Lingu. Zhao Xiaodong trembled all over, thinking that Lingu was a fool, right? For the sake of a little money, he dared to confront these thugs. At this moment, another commercial vehicle arrived at the factory gate. It was John Milan driving Yunjin's company car to the scene. This woman couldn't stand the humiliation just now and came specially to see how Lingu would die. At this moment, she deliberately put on a fashionable pair of sunglasses. Her red lips curved in a calm mark as she observed the situation's development leisurely. Lingu didn't care what she came to do. Seeing her arrival now was just right. John Milan, quickly take out the legal documents and let these people see them so they can scran. What's this? Hearing Lingu's words, John Milan was stunned. As the saying goes, ignorance is terrifying. Lingu was such a fool, thinking that these thugs would listen to him talk about the law and reason. If it were that simple, she would have resolved the matter long ago. Director John, what's wrong with you? Didn't you bring the legal documents? Zhao Xiaodong, a straight guy, didn't know John Milan's thoughts and saw her stunned on the scene, so he walked over directly. Sure enough, the thugs in the factory all stared at John Meelan with unfriendly faces, revealing malicious smiles. Seeing this, John Meelan trembled with fear. If these gangsters started something, she would definitely be implicated. If they had evil intentions, as a delicate and beautiful woman, she would be unable to escape their clutches. Jia Xiaodan, what are you saying? What documents? I don't know. I'm not in talk nonsense. John Meelan quickly lied 3 times in a row, trying to distance herself from Lingu and Jia Xiaodan, even thinking of turning around and fleeing. She had come to see Lingu's embarrassment, but almost became the joke herself. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to drive away. Lingu reached in and took out the legal documents from the car. He even deliberately raised them. Looking at John Meelan with a half-smile, "Director John, are you not senile yet? Isn't this the legal document?" John Meelan's face turned pale, then darkened. In a fit of anger, she gritted her teeth and said to Lingu, "Are you insane? If you want to die, I don't want to accompany you. You think you can drive away these thugs? If you can do it, I'll give you a kiss." Unexpectedly, Lingu responded nonchalantly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Theft. John Meelan was instantly furious, glaring at Lingu, unable to say a word for a long time. Lingu couldn't be bothered with her, took the legal documents, and went to the gate again. But when he turned around, he found that more than a dozen big men were coming out of the building, surrounding the 3 of them instantly. "Lingu, shall we retreat?" Jia Xiaodan, seeing the situation, immediately felt fearful. He wanted to complete the task, but he didn't want to risk his life for it. John Meelan hurriedly hid back in the car, opened the window, and mocked Lingu, "Are you crazy from being poor? Can't find a wife, so you're risking your life for money?" Lingu ignored John Meelan completely. "Can't find a wife? I'm fighting for my wife right now." Facing a dozen thugs, Lingu wasn't afraid at all. He opened the relevant documents and showed them to the other party. "These are the real estate documents of Chang'an Group and the construction permit of Yunjin. This land has long belonged to Chang'an, and has nothing to do with your former boss. Please leave immediately," Lingu said seriously, and the group of thugs first paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, is this guy mentally disabled? Talking about the law with us? What's the law? Can you eat it? Enough nonsense, let's get it done." The group of people flexed their muscles, slowly closing in. Jia Xiaodan was so scared his legs went weak. He was just an ordinary office worker, where had he ever fought before? John Meelan locked the car door and prepared to drive away at any time. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Whether Lingu and Jia Xiaodan lived or died, she didn't care as long as she was safe. But Lingu wasn't afraid at all. With 7 years of military experience, he had been to the battlefield countless times. How could he be afraid of these thugs? "Don't joke, brat, lie down." A guy with an explosion haircut swung an iron chain fiercely towards Lingu. He was one of Boss Zhang's trusted men, fighting and brawling were everyday affairs for him. Taking down someone who came to drive them away would be considered an achievement for them. He had injured many people before, and some were even sent to the hospital for treatment. They used this method to intimidate the people from Yunjin Company, so that none of their project managers dared to call the police. Gradually, no one dared to interfere with them, and they achieved their goal of occupying the territory. Everyone waited for the guy with the explosion haircut to swing his iron chain, and Lingu's face would be covered in blood. But unexpectedly, Lingu easily dodged to the side and counterattacked with a punch. Dang! The guy with the explosion haircut flew out, blood splattering, and knocked down 5 or 6 people behind him. Everyone was stunned, their smiles frozen on their faces. John Meelan lost even the ability to blink, staring at Lingu's current appearance. This guy was so good at fighting. Before the guy with the explosion haircut could get up, Lingu walked over, his expression cold, lifted his foot, and stomped. Crack! Ow! The guy with the explosion haircut was sent flying, then slammed down heavily. His face instantly turned purple and blue, rolling on the ground in pain, screaming like a pig. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, so ruthless. A broken leg with one kick, and he didn't even blink an eye. This man was practically a killing god. Who exactly was he? Take him down, get him. Hearing the desperate cries of the guy with the explosion haircut, the surrounding thugs finally reacted. Even though this man in front of them was powerful, he was still just one person. Were they going to be afraid of him? In the next instant, more than a dozen people rushed towards Lingu. Each of them had various weapons in their hands. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiaodong's scalp went numb, and he didn't dare to move. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Milan drove away, but unexpectedly, after driving a distance, she voluntarily stopped. Through the rearview mirror, she saw what was happening behind her, startling her out of the car. Lingu, alone, had defeated more than a dozen thugs. Are you kidding me? Seeing one big man after another falling to the ground, Zhang Milan was shocked to the core. Zhao Xiaodong, who had been sitting on the ground, got up, still stumbling, his legs weak. Then, out of admiration, he knelt down to worship Lingu. This man was so damn impressive. The bloodthirstiness emanating from Lingu completely shook their souls. Spit. Lingu spat out a mouthful of blood and then grabbed the guy with the explosion haircut by the collar, asking coldly, "Now can you tell me where Boss Sean is?" After defeating more than a dozen thugs, Lingu was also injured, his body covered in bloodstains. He exuded an aura of killing, terrifying everyone present. I'll talk. The guy with the explosion haircut, clearly aware that the man in front of him had definitely killed before, swallowed hard and said, "Boss John's daytime schedule is unknown to me, and I can't contact him. But he's recently taken a liking to the top lady of Heaven nightclub, and he goes there for entertainment every night." Heaven nightclub? As a resident of Yun City, Lingu had naturally heard of this place. It was very large inside, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, making it difficult to find someone inside. But in order to complete the task given by Qin Mingyu, he might have to give it a try. Lingu threw down the guy with the explosion haircut and turned to leave. Zhao Xiaodong, who was shocked, only managed to close his mouth at this moment and quickly caught up with Lingu. Lingu. No. Brother Ling, you don't really want to go find Boss Sean, do you? Hearing Zhao Xiaodong's question, Zhang Milan also stared at him, still feeling scared all over. Yeah. I have to drive these people away and ensure that Yunjin Company delivers the engineering project on time. Hearing Lingu's response, Zhao Xiaodong was also dumbfounded. Zhang Milan was even more surprised. Was this man crazy from poverty? Was he really more desperate for money? And she was. Ignoring their thoughts, Lingu went back to Yunshan Poetic Residence to deal with his injuries, and even took 2 days off in one breath. At Chang'an Group, Qin Mingyu was still in a meeting even after work hours. The meeting mentioned the strategic warehouse project of Chang'an Group. If it couldn't be put into use at the beginning of next month, Chang'an Group would lose a large number of orders, estimated to lose 1 billion in profit. The shareholders of the group had been pressuring, and Qin Mingyu also felt immense pressure. At this moment, she remembered Lingu. A day had passed, and that man still hadn't reported back to her. That man was so unreliable. Xiaodi, quickly find out and tell me the specific progress of the Yunjin project. Yes. General Qin, Zia Xiaodi hurriedly agreed. She was Qin Mingyu's personal secretary, and her biggest responsibility was to report the progress of various tasks to General Qin. A few minutes later, she walked up to Qin Mingyu and reported meticulously. General Qin, the Yunjin project is still on hold, and it is estimated that it will not be delivered this month. Our representatives from Chang'an Group went to the site today to investigate, and even had a fight with the thugs who were squatting on the project site. What? Seeing Qin Mingyu's excited expression, Zia Xiaodi was startled. Qin Ruhan, who was sitting next to Qin Mingyu, looked at her with even more surprise. In her memory, her usually cold cousin had never shown this expression before. What's the situation with our representative now? Qin Mingyu asked, her tone slightly nervous. Is Lingu that foolish? Even if he can't drive away those thugs, it has nothing to do with Chang'an Group. If there were to be a fight, it should be the contractors from Yunjin who would engage in it. Why did he intervene? Report to General Qin. I heard that he left after the fight. But I don't know the specifics. Zia Xiaodi still didn't know that Lingu was the CEO's husband and was curious why General Qin cared about that man. It wasn't her usual style. Meeting adjourned, Qin Mingyu stood up directly and left the meeting room. The senior executives of Chang'an Group looked at each other, feeling that General Qin seemed different from before. Chin Ruhan was even more surprised and asked quickly, "Shouty, who did Chang'an Group send as our representative? And what's his name?" Reporting to Third Miss, "His name is Lingu, directly appointed by General Chin." "Oh, I see." Chin Ruhan suddenly realized, and secretly chuckled. While others didn't notice, only she had discovered that her usually icy cousin seemed to be quietly changing because of this man. Back at Yunshan Poetic Residence, Chin Mingyu opened the door and found blood-stained gauze all over the floor. Lingu was bandaging his wounds. Seeing this scene, Chin Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed, and she spoke coldly, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Daring to fight with someone alone, Lingu glanced at her, didn't respond, and continued to wrap the gauze. "This bastard!" Chin Mingyu was very angry. Has there ever been anyone who dared to ignore her, no matter the occasion or the person? Did this man want to die? But seeing Lingu covered in injuries, with even his back bleeding, she couldn't help but walk over and help him apply medicine. Regardless of whether this man was doing it for money or to take her home, he was still doing her a favor. Suddenly feeling Chin Mingyu's jade-like hand touching his back, Lingu trembled. Extremely unexpected. Was this a joke? This proud woman was actually helping him apply medicine. Worried that his blood and sweat would dirty this woman who seemed untouched by the world, Lingu instinctively tried to move away. "Don't move." As soon as Chin Mingyu spoke, Lingu felt as if there was a magical force that made him freeze in place, not daring to move. The next moment, Chin Mingyu poured the remaining disinfectant directly onto his wounds without any mercy. Like kneading flour, Lingu jumped in pain on the spot, angrily shouting, "Are you trying to murder me?" But Chin Mingyu didn't show any expression. "So, you're afraid of pain too? I thought you were invincible, daring to fight with those thugs." Seeing her like this, Lingu became angry. He wanted to shout out loud, saying that he was doing all this to help her achieve her goal. But even though he didn't say it, Chin Mingyu, looking at his emotionally charged expression, knew what he was thinking. "Sit back," Chin Mingyu commanded coldly. Lingu frowned, who made him unable to reach the wound on his back. He had to sit back down. Unexpectedly, this woman had become much gentler. If the people from Chang'an Group were to see this scene, especially Chin Ruhan, their worldview would surely collapse. The high-end mighty female CEO was actually applying medicine to a man. If Yunjin still can't get the construction team to start work tomorrow, the project will definitely not be completed this month. Can you really drive away those people? After a while, Chin Mingyu couldn't help but ask. In fact, unless things escalated to the point of someone getting killed, even she couldn't drive away those thugs. Otherwise, she would have acted already. Unexpectedly, Lingu looked at her and gritted his teeth, saying, "Tonight, I will give you an answer." Chin Mingyu was slightly startled, her beautiful eyes fixed on this man covered in bloodstains, feeling somewhat fascinated. That evening, Lingu arrived at the Paradise nightclub. Covered in clothes, he was still wrapped in bandages. Standing alone at the entrance, he smoked with a bored expression, because just 3 minutes ago, his sister had called him. "Xiao Yu, Mom went to the hospital for another checkup today. She has nephritis. She keeps nagging. When are you going to bring your wife home? Your wife is really unreasonable. She's already married to you. Why can't she come home with you to meet the parents?" Ling Ruozu's words echoed in Lingyu's ears. Because their father passed away early, their mother raised the two of them alone. She worked hard when she was young, and her diet wasn't healthy, causing her to develop kidney stones. One of her kidneys was removed 10 years ago, and now the remaining one is infected. Lingu didn't know how long his mother's body could hold on. Her only wish now was to see her daughter-in-law. Even seeing her grandson being born was a luxury. Lingu knew he was unfilial, constantly disappointing his mother. But this time, he must bring Chin Mingyu home to fulfill his mother's wish. On the other hand, Chin Mingyu stayed at home, seemingly focused on the computer, but actually lost in thought. She had never experienced this before, being so worried about someone that it seriously affected her efficiency in other matters. The phone suddenly rang. It was her grandfather calling. "Hello, Mingyu. Can the strategic warehouse project be completed on time? A group of shareholders are giving me a hard time as the chairman." Chin Chang'an's tone was urgent. After all, shareholders all want to make money. As the largest shareholder of Chang'an Group, Japan Qin Mingyu's grandfather, he naturally didn't want this project to fail. "Grandpa, I'm waiting for someone's message," Qin Mingyu replied calmly. "Waiting for a message? Who is the CEO of Chang'an Group now? Who is the decision maker? It's already so late, why are you waiting for someone else's message?" Qin Chang'an was naturally dissatisfied. This was not his granddaughter's usual way of doing things. "Is it feasible or not? I need a definite answer right away," Qin Chang'an shouted loudly, sounding very agitated. "Grandpa, that person is Lingu." "What? Lingu?" Qin Chang'an was indeed surprised and fell into silence for a moment. After a while, he exclaimed, "Why do you need him to make decisions about Chang'an Group's affairs?" "Grandpa, you don't need to worry about that," Qin Mingyu responded coldly. "Anyway, I have notified the Yunjin Group's construction team to be on standby. Tomorrow morning, I will give them an ultimatum." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Qin Mingyu let out a long sigh, feeling a bit uneasy. She felt it was unbelievable that she was actually hoping for that man, Lingu, to help her solve such a big problem at this time. The night was dark. In front of the Paradise nightclub, Lingu flicked away the cigarette but Anne was about to walk in. Suddenly, someone behind him pulled him. Unexpectedly, it was Zhao Xiaodan. "Lingu, have you gone crazy from poverty? Are you willing to risk your life for money? Shang Yi is not someone to mess with. If you really go to find him rashly and ask him to leave the project site, he'll really have someone chop you up." Zhao Xiaodan tried to persuade fervently. Their relationship was actually only work-related, but out of humanitarianism, he didn't want this man to throw his life away. However, Lingu ignored him and continued to walk inside. Unfortunately, when he asked the nightclub receptionist, they refused to disclose any information about the guests to him. After some entanglement, he was even kicked out by the security guards. "Lingu, are you going crazy, or what? We can't even find someone now, let it go. We can't earn that money." Zhao Xiaodan still refused to leave, striking Lingu again. Lingu still treated him as transparent. In fact, he knew that Zhao Xiaodan was also looking out for him. But the other party didn't know his current mood, nor did he know why he had to do this. So talking to him was futile. At this moment, an Audi suddenly stopped in the parking lot. A beautiful woman stepped out, wearing high heels and a silver short skirt. Her pair of long, straight legs were very eye-catching, and her snow-white skin was as tempting as a poppy flower. Lingu was momentarily stunned. Putting aside her temperament, this woman's appearance and beauty were not inferior to Qin Mingyu's by much. In terms of sexiness and attractiveness to the opposite sex, Qin Mingyu's iceberg might not necessarily be comparable to her. "God, isn't that the top girl from the nightclub, Liu Yi, the big sister?" Zhao Xiaodan saw this beauty and suddenly couldn't move his legs, let alone refrain from exclaiming on the spot. As a man from Yun City, he had naturally heard of the legend of the top girl at the Paradise nightclub. It was rumored that she never performed on stage, and spending an hour with her cost 38,000. She only drank lao fight. If you weren't a rich man, you didn't even have the qualification to be friends with her. But Lingu didn't know about Liu Yi's legend. When he heard Zhao Xiaodong say that she was the top girl of the nightclub, he walked straight towards Liu Yi. Explosive Head had said that Shang Yi came to the nightclub to pamper this woman, so he would definitely be able to find out Shang Yi's whereabouts from her. But seeing him acting recklessly, Zhao Xiaodong was shocked. Was this guy trying to chat up the top girl? Did a toad really want to eat swan meat? Unexpectedly, it was true. Lingu boldly intercepted Liu Yi and greeted her without hesitation. "Miss Liu, hello." Liu Yi frowned slightly. If it were usual, she would definitely ignore anyone who dared to stop her, and might even ask someone to kick them out. However, she was a woman who cared about appearances. Lingu's looks, figure, and calm demeanor were what she admired. So she patiently asked, "Is there something? I'm Shang Yi's subordinate, specifically waiting here for Miss Liu." Seeing Lingu recklessly blocking her way, Zhao Xiaodong was even more dumbfounded. If he were exposed in a while, he really didn't know how he would die. Hearing that he was just Shang Yi's subordinate, Liu Yi was very disappointed, and her frown deepened. "Tell him to wait obediently in the private room. I'll go to his private room in an hour." "Okay." Lingu felt secretly delighted. It seemed that he was right. Tonight, following this woman, he would definitely be able to find Shawnee. Lingu, you've got some nerve. You actually dared to chat up the top girl at the Paradise nightclub. After Liu Yi left, Zhao Qiudan finally dared to come over, admiring Lingu wholeheartedly. Being able to talk to the top girl at Paradise was the dream of many men in Yun City. But Lingu just sneered. Although Liu Yi was cold, she was still somewhat approachable compared to the one at home. He dared to marry Qin Mingyu. Why wouldn't he dare to chat up this woman? Hey, Lingu, where are you going? Seeing Lingu about to enter the Paradise nightclub again, Zhao Qiudan couldn't help but exclaim in fear from behind. You're not planning to follow the top girl and barge in to find Shawnee directly, are you? Thinking of Lingu's plan, Zhao Qiudan was trembling with fear as he spoke. How was this any different from seeking death? Well, if you're scared, you can go back. I'll handle this. Lingu didn't even turn his head back, he just walked straight into the nightclub lobby. In Zhao Qiudan's eyes, although he didn't deliberately show off, Lingu's back was still so cool. Seeing Lingu's back, Zhao Qiudan's blood seemed to boil. After all, driving away the troublemakers from the project was actually his task as the legal counsel for Yunjin Construction. Now Lingu was risking his life to do this. How could he remain indifferent? Damn it. Let's do it. Tonight, I'll give it my all. Zhao Qiudan, as a man, was unexpectedly spurred on by Lingu's actions, gritting his teeth and following him. When Lingu turned around and saw this man, he couldn't help but smile slightly. When he was on the front lines, he had many brothers who faced life and death with him. But after returning to Yun City, apart from Lin Fan, he couldn't find a second person. He didn't expect that tonight someone would be willing to fight side by side with him. To avoid being kicked out by the security, Lingu simply booked a private room. Since Zhao Qiudan was here anyway, he ordered another girl to accompany them in singing. He asked Lingu if he wanted one too. You sing. I'll go out for a walk. Lingu, who had no interest in women, directly walked out of the corridor, quietly roaming around, looking for Liu Yi. Fortune favors the bold, and soon he found Liu Yi, who had finished her makeup, about to go to Shawnee's private room. Zhao Qiudan happened to follow along and saw Lingu secretly following Liu Yi to Shawnee's private room. He hurriedly grabbed him. Think it over, this is your last chance. Haven't you seen the group of people inside? Zhao Qiudan whispered, trying to persuade him. But Lingu remained unmoved. Zhao Qiudan thought Lingu didn't know how fierce Shawnee was, so he hurriedly enlightened him. Shawnee is ruthless, he has several lives in his hands. And he also has a group of thugs, each one more vicious than the last. If you dare to go in and tell him to leave the project site, he'll dare to kill you. He thought that by saying this, Lingu would back down. However, Lingu remained expressionless. If I don't drive away Shawnee's people today, the project will definitely be delayed. No one can stop me. What the heck? Zhao Qiudan didn't understand at all. This guy was just a worker. Did he think he was the boss of Chagang Group? Even the boss wasn't as anxious as him. He actually wanted to risk his life. While the two were still hesitating outside, there was suddenly a loud noise from inside. What happened? Zhao Qiudan and Lingu immediately listened intently. Inside and outside the private room, there was a pin-drop silence. Don't act innocent in front of me. Others might see you as a goddess, but in front of me, you're just a slut. If you're unwilling to take off your clothes and play with Shawnee, I'll ruin you now. Hearing these voices, Zhao Qiudan was even more frightened. But unexpectedly, Lingu kicked open the door of the private room and barged in at this moment. What's going on? The people inside were suddenly stunned. Zhao Qiudan was even more dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Kid, who are you? After reacting, more than a dozen big men in the private room stood up one after another. Each one of them stared at Lingu fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. They had been with Shawnee for many years, dominating the nightlife for so long. And this was the first time they had encountered someone who dared to kick open their private room door and barge in. And he was doing it alone. Aren't you tired of living? Lingu glanced around the private room and found more than a dozen hostesses inside. Except for Liu Yi, the other women were basically left with only a small pair of panties. Because they were hiding a sigh, afraid to make a sound due to Liu Yi's conflict with Shawnee. And Liu Yi, The top girl probably refused to take off her clothes and play with these men, so she was splashed with red wine all over her body. The red liquid wet her silver short skirt, dripping down her snow-white thighs, making her look exceptionally attractive. Seeing Lingu barging in at this time, even she couldn't help but size him up, only to realize that he was the man who had just claimed to be under Shangyi. It seemed that he wasn't under Shangyi after all. Heaven nightclub, room 888, was filled with a mixture of the metallic scent of blood and the pungent odor of alcohol, suffocating anyone who entered. Wait. Just as a group of thugs with bottles, chairs, and even fruit knives were about to rush forward to attack Lingu, Shangyi suddenly called a halt. The crowd was shocked, looking at Shangyi with confusion. However, Shangyi ignored their gaze, staring firmly at Lingu. He understood Lingu's gaze. This man was ready to risk his life. Shangyi achieved his current position through years of hard work when he was young. He had once possessed this kind of gaze, so he knew very well that people like Lingu, who were not afraid of death, would have a terrible end for anyone who dared to confront them. Kid, who sent you here? Shangyi couldn't help but ask. He dared to take over the construction project and make it his own territory, so he must have some understanding of the forces behind him. Both Chia gang group Pan Yunjian had sent people to drive him away before, but they all ended up in vain, afraid to escalate the matter for fear of Shangyi's retaliation. Unexpectedly, someone dared to come and find him tonight, and not just for show, but for real. Don't worry about who sent me. I'm just saying this tonight. If you don't agree to take your people and leave immediately, I'll fight you to the end. Lingu's words were calm, but they were calm in a way that was terrifying. The whole place fell silent, the sound of his words deafening. No one expected someone to dare provoke Shangyi like this, and just one person at that. Liu Yi couldn't help but look at Lingu, her eyes sparkling. This man was the most courageous she had ever seen. Ha ha. Shangyi suddenly laughed loudly. Then his eyes narrowed. I didn't expect it. There's still someone in Yun City who dares to talk to me like this. But you kid are overestimating yourself, aren't you? Do you know that if I say something today, your body will be found in Yunjian tomorrow? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaodan was so scared that his legs went weak, repeatedly gasping for cold air. He knew very well that Shangyi wasn't joking. He meant it. I don't care. Lingu remained resolute. Today, I must complete this task. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Every word came from his heart, not a bluff. He had no way back. He had to bring his wife back home to show his mother. If he failed, that cold and aloof woman Qin Mingyu would definitely look down on him. It would be almost impossible for him to bring her back home in the future. Shangyi stared at Lingu's eyes for a long time. Coming from a background of licking the knife's edge, he knew well that such people were the most troublesome to deal with. If he were younger, perhaps he would still fight Lingu for the sake of his interests. But now that he was older and had more things, he had lost the youthful reckless courage to gamble everything. To speak bluntly, with his age and health now, if he caused any major trouble and got caught, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the glory of being the boss like before. Shangyi, stop opposing the law, stop it. Lingu tried to persuade again. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodan suddenly realized that he wasn't trembling anymore. He found that Lingu seemed to have actually intimidated Shangyi. Lingu didn't intimidate Shangyi with the law but with his own determination and fearless spirit. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Seeing Lingu's gentle appearance, who would have thought he was such a ruthless character? You want me to back off and I'll back off. Then where should I put my face? Shangyi roared with a fierce look. Even Liu Yi could see it. Xiangyi, the mighty boss, actually softened, because he could see that if they continued to confront Lingu head-on, they would definitely not gain any benefits. At this moment, he just wanted to find a way out. To put it plainly, the current Shangyi was nothing more than a paper tiger. When people have more things, they become afraid of losing them, and they lose that fierceness they had when they had nothing. On the other hand, Lingu, perhaps because he had no other choice, was able to act so resolutely. Lingu was also a smart person, quickly asking, So, Shangyi, what do you want? Zhao Xiaodan was trembling all over with excitement at this moment. Looking like this, could this matter really be resolved? Compared to the commission, The sense of accomplishment in his heart was the most satisfying. He didn't regret accompanying Lingu here tonight, risking his life for a righteous cause. Doing such a big thing once in a lifetime would be enough to boast about for half a lifetime. We're not forcibly occupying the land. We just want to reclaim some hard-earned money for our brothers. Shangyi was also good with words. As long as Chiagang Group is willing to pay the wages owed by the previous boss, I will immediately let my brothers leave, and I won't go back on my word. Lingu knew that the other party just wanted money, so he said expressionlessly, "How much?" Shangyi made a bold demand. 5 million. Lingu just laughed directly. "Do you really think I'm illiterate? What kind of wages do you need 5 million for? Don't think I don't know. In fact, only a dozen of them are former factory workers. Most of the others are unemployed thugs. The total wages of these dozen people amount to 80,000 to 100,000 yuan per month. 5 million can pay their wages for 4 to 5 years. Are they idiots? Would they work for the boss after being owed wages for 5 years? With this data, Shangyi was covered in cold sweat. If he wasn't afraid of not being able to handle this kid, he would have definitely killed Lingu on the spot. So, are you saying that if you don't want to pay, you'll let us leave? Just you wait, I'll consult with the boss. Regardless of how fierce and sinister Shangyi pretended to be, Lingu didn't buy into it at all, showing no sign of weakness. If someone didn't know better, they would think he was the one surrounding the other side's group of people alone. Seeing Shangyi's face turn black, with the potential to explode at any moment, even Li Yi felt her heart pounding. This was the boss of a gang with a 3-digit number of subordinates, yet he was being suppressed to such an extent by a single man. Lingu slowly dialed Qin Mingyu's phone number. At this moment, Qin Mingyu was on her way over, and when she saw Lingu calling, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the man is still alive. However, worrying that he was calling for help now, Qin Mingyu still nervously answered the call. When she heard Lingu's words, she was surprised, her starry eyes trembling. What? Shangyi is willing to leave for only 5 million. Compared to the huge profits the project would bring in the future, this amount of money was simply insignificant to Chiagang Group. If Shangyi had proposed such a low condition earlier, she would have agreed without hesitation. Yeah. If you don't want to pay, I'll negotiate with them again. Lingu didn't think Chiagang Group should pay this money, so he guessed Qin Mingyu wouldn't agree. Okay, I agree. Qin Mingyu readily agreed and also reminded him not to provoke Shangyi again. After hanging up the phone, Lingu couldn't help but frown. He deliberately made it look difficult, otherwise, if he agreed too readily, Shangyi and his gang would definitely think they could continue to demand more money. Sure enough, seeing his expression, Shangyi thought that if Chiagang Group didn't agree, he wouldn't want to continue fighting with Lingu, and took the initiative to step back. 3 million, if you have to count, my brother's time is also valuable. If Chiagang Group is not willing to pay 3 million, then let's just call it quits. After finishing speaking, Shangyi slammed his hand on the table. It was evident that he was also at his limit. After all, they were in this line of work just for the money. 3 million? Lingu continued to pretend to frown, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had just saved his wife's company another 2 million. Now, he should be able to experience his own worth, right? However, he still pretended to sigh. Shangyi, I understand that you and your brothers also need to eat. But rules are rules, and this money shouldn't come from Chiagang Group. As Lingu spoke, Shangyi's veins started to show. However, Lingu suddenly changed his tone. But our boss understands you, so we agree to give you 3 million as a gesture of friendship. This. Shangyi's pupils suddenly contracted, showing a shocked expression. His subordinates also looked at each other in joke. They didn't expect the boss of Chiagang Group to be so particular. Little did they know that Lingu had secretly shaved off their money, and they were still shouting brothers to each other. Typical case of being sold out and still counting money for others. Good. Generous, I've made a friend in Chiagang Group. Come, let's have a drink, brother. Shangyi proactively toasted Lingu, obviously completely convinced by him. Cheers. Lingu, being from a military background, wasn't afraid of strong liquor. Shangyi's subordinates were also loyal. Seeing Lingu's generosity, they also respected him as a man and came to toast him. Seeing Lingu downing one glass of strong liquor after another, Without changing his expression, Shawnee became even more wary of him. This man wasn't easy to mess with, so it's best to be friends rather than enemies. Half an hour later, Chen Mingyu finally arrived at the Heaven nightclub, hurriedly getting out of the car. Behind her were four professional bodyguards. She had a cold look in her eyes, her aura fully unleashed. Seeing such a beautiful woman, with such an imposing presence, the men outside the nightclub all scattered to the sides, only daring to give her a respectful glance. She was like a rose with thorns. Chen Mingyu didn't even glance at the others, heading straight into the nightclub. She had never been so nervous about a person, especially a man. Even she found it unbelievable. The four bodyguards behind her, seeing the Ice Queen CEO like this for the first time, were also very curious. Who exactly was Miss Chen coming here to save? Just then, Chen Mingyu stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixed, silently watching the two figures coming out of the nightclub. Lingu had his arm around Zhao Xiaodong's shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his lips, walking a bit unsteadily. Not only was he injured, but he had also downed over 20 shots of 60% alcohol. Despite that, he managed to walk somewhat straight. If he could still walk normally now, he would truly be superhuman. It wasn't until Zhao Xiaodong saw the tall and beautiful woman standing in front of them, Chen Mingyu's face, that he suddenly froze. After catching sight of Chen Mingyu's face, his whole body seemed paralyzed, unable to blink or move another step. He never expected that there would be someone in this world even more beautiful than Liu Yi. Seeing Zhao Xiaodong suddenly stop, Lingu slowly raised his gaze as well. Upon seeing the cold and beautiful Chen Mingyu, he couldn't help but shiver, his drunkenness dissipating slightly. Neither of them spoke, just silently locking eyes. Although Zhao Xiaodong didn't know the relationship between Lingu and Chen Mingyu, seeing this scene, he immediately tactfully slipped away. The four bodyguards didn't receive any instructions from Chen Mingyu, so they didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, Lingu staggered. Chen Mingyu instinctively walked over, supporting him, feeling a rush of warmth through her jade-like hands. She couldn't help but sniff, only to catch the scent of blood. It seemed this man had been in another fight. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Chen Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed deeply as she coldly reprimanded him, feeling a mix of emotions inside. "Ha ha! Aren't I living just fine now?" Lingu burst into laughter, relieved that a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. Seeing him like this, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. She really didn't know what to do with this man. She had just casually mentioned it before, never expecting that this man would go to such lengths for her just because of a few words. The four bodyguards, seeing the Ice Queen CEO personally supporting the man, were even more astonished, both inside and out. Who didn't know that President Chen had misandry? She rarely even shook hands with men, but now she was holding on to this man with one hand. It was simply a world wonder. Not only that, but in the next moment, Chen Mingyu's glance made them retreat. She still didn't want Lingu to know her specific identity. "Remember what you promised me. When the project succeeds, come back to meet my mother at my house." Lingu, in a half-drunk, half-awake state, spoke up. "Just for this, you're willing to risk your life?" Chen Mingyu frowned, asking, "And what if I am risking your life for such a thing? Otherwise what? Can't even bring a wife home. I'm such a failure." Lingu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Having read quite a few popular novels about sons-in-law, he felt even worse than those fictional characters. At least those sons-in-law's mothers had seen their daughters-in-law before. Chen Mingyu sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of emotions. "Oh, by the way, I've settled things with Shawnee. Just need to give them 3 million, and they'll leave right away. I've saved Tiagang Group 2 million. Your boss should praise you for that, right?" Lingu added with a smile. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but scoff. Did this man really think she had a boss above her? "All right, stop talking nonsense. Company data and matters are not to be discussed outside." Chen Mingyu called out to Lingu, hailing a taxi to take him home. Little did she expect that once they got in the car, this man, under the influence of alcohol, quickly fell into a deep sleep. When they arrived at Yunshan Poetry Community, no matter what Chen Mingyu did, he wouldn't wake up. "Miss, do you need my help?" The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, had been stealing glances at Chen Mingyu through the rearview mirror ever since they started driving. encountering such a fair and beautiful goddess for the first time in his taxi career. He couldn't help but think if he could take advantage of this situation since her boyfriend seemed to have passed out drunk. A celestial beauty like her was worth a try in this lifetime. However, in the next moment, he saw Chen Mingyu's icy cold gaze and felt her chilling aura, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "If you don't want to die, mind your own business," Chen Mingyu's words shattered all of the driver's fantasies, and he quickly drove off. Rejecting the driver's offer, Chen Mingyu took Lingu home by herself, supporting him along the way. Although she had practiced martial arts since she was young, a woman's strength could only go so far. Lingu's weight, being a big guy, was not something an ordinary woman could bear. After finally helping him into the elevator and reaching the 17th floor to exit the elevator, Lingu, this drunkard, suddenly grabbed Chen Mingyu and they both fell to the ground. "You jerk," Chen Mingyu, being 2 weight classes lighter than Lingu, took a hard fall and lay on the ground, her face twisted in pain. The illustrious Miss Chen, from the prestigious Chen family, was actually pinned down by a man. Not only that, but this man was sweating and reeked of alcohol, which disgusted her with his uncleanliness. It was unforgivable. Even more unexpectedly, upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin Chang'an, who was still inside the house, immediately came out with his bodyguards. Seeing the scene at the elevator, the Qin family bodyguards were dumbfounded. "My God, is this really Miss Qin from the Qin family? She's actually being pinned down by a man. What are you looking at? Help me get this man up." Chen Mingyu shot a glance at the bodyguards, scaring them into rushing over to assist. "No. Don't help him up." Qin Chang'an stopped them with a shout. He was secretly delighted. He had always been worried about Chen Mingyu's aversion to men, not allowing Lingu even the slightest touch. Who would have thought that he would witness such an exciting scene tonight? Although it wasn't his granddaughter's willful choice, this was still the first time his granddaughter had such intimate contact with a man. "Well done. It's a good start. Keep it up, ha ha." Qin Chang'an laughed heartily, then took the bodyguards away. Not wanting to interfere with his granddaughter and her husband's relationship, Chen Mingyu was furious. If that old man wasn't her real grandfather, she would give him a piece of her mind. In the next moment, she pushed Lingu away forcefully, but still not satisfied, she turned back and kicked him twice. "Let you sleep to death. Let you sleep to death. Tonight, you'll sleep outside." The next morning, a gust of cold wind woke Lingu up with a shiver. Rubbing the goosebumps on his body and sneezing twice, he realized he was lying on the cold floor. "Are you kidding me? This is the corridor outside the house." Fortunately, there was only one apartment on the top floor of the 17th floor. Otherwise, anyone passing by would laugh at him. "That woman is too ruthless." Lingu quickly got up, recalling what happened last night. How could he not know that it was Chen Mingyu who threw him outside to sleep? Not only that, he also found several shoe prints on his clothes. If he wasn't mistaken, they definitely belonged to that cold-blooded woman. He had just helped her complete a job, and she treated him like this. Returning kindness with enmity. Was that woman really such a cold-blooded creature? Click. At that moment, the house door opened. It was only 6:30 in the morning, and Chen Mingyu had already finished dressing and returned to work at the company. The two locked eyes as they encountered each other. The next moment, Chen Mingyu calmly walked past Lingu as if nothing had happened. Click. Lingu grabbed her wrist. Her skin was too slippery, and he almost couldn't grip it. "Do you want to die?" Chen Mingyu's eyes were as sharp as daggers. This man dared to touch her so casually, he was asking for trouble. Lingu quickly let go, but he was filled with anger. "Do you have any sympathy? Even if I'm a pig, seeing me injured like this, shouldn't you take care of me properly? I was just a few steps away from home, and you threw me on the cold floor to sleep for a night? My wounds could get infected." Lingu was clearly angry, but he almost made Chen Mingyu laugh. Who would compare themselves to a pig? "You deserve it." Chen Mingyu didn't bother to explain, leaving with just those words and turning away. Lingu was infuriated. If he didn't dislike hitting women and if he hadn't promised his mother to take good care of his wife, he would have been tempted to resort to violence. "Wait, when are you coming home with me?" Lingu hurriedly asked before Chen Mingyu disappeared from the elevator. "Early next month," Chen Mingyu replied before the elevator doors closed. Although it was still far away, at least she agreed. Lingu returned to the apartment with a belly full of anger, planning to take a hot bath to recover. But his sister called early in the morning. Yesterday, Lingu had promised to tell her when he would bring his wife home. He didn't expect his sister to call at 7 in the morning. What kind of creature is a woman, after all? Hey, sis. How's it going, Xiaoyu? Have you decided when your wife is coming home? Early next month. Thinking of Chen Mingyu's attitude just now, Lingu couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was really afraid that when that woman came home, she would also have a poker face and end up in conflict with his mother. After all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most difficult to handle in the world. Just talk about his second aunt, who argues with his cousin's wife every day, even getting into physical fights, leaving his cousin stuck in the middle feeling like he's torn between two worlds. At least his cousin could choose to rely on his own mother's side sometimes, and even scold his wife on occasion. But Lingu understood very well that if he dared to scold Chen Mingyu, she'd make sure it was his last day on earth. If Chen Mingyu were to mistreat his mother too much or disrespect her, Lingu might end up arguing with her. And once they fell out, if his mother found out their marriage was just for show, she might not be able to handle the shock. So, despite Chen Mingyu agreeing to go home, Lingu still felt uneasy. In fact, he felt even more nervous than before, feeling like he was bringing home a ticking time bomb, never knowing when it might explode. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Is that woman refusing to come home? Ling Ruoxu's emotions flared up instantly. Regardless of how powerful his brother's wife might be outside, once she married into the Ling family, she was part of the Ling family. How could they allow her to be so willful and reckless? Even if she just went back to the Ling family for a visit, she was acting like a high roller. With so many years ahead of them, how could his brother and mother endure it? Sis. No. Stop guessing randomly, she's just too busy. Lingu quickly defended Chen Mingyu, even if he had some grievances with her. After all, she was his wife. That's good. Then, Ling Ruoxu felt relieved when she heard that, her mood suddenly lifting. Then she changed the subject. Little brother, sis received an invitation to an upper-class banquet in Cloud City. I heard that many young elites from prominent families will attend. Oh, so you want to go see handsome guys again? Lingu knew Ling Ruoxu better than anyone else. This woman was a perfectionist, posing by idol dramas since high school. She used to like Dao Mingxi, the leader of F4, then it was He Yiqian, followed by the domineering CEO Lu Likang. Recently, it seems to be Gu Wei played by Zizan. In short, the men she liked had to be tall, rich, and handsome, absolutely perfect. But where do you find such men in reality? So, even though Chen Ailan and Lingu had reminded her many times that there were no men in real life like the male protagonists in idol dramas, asking her to lower her standards a bit, Ling Ruoxu still persisted in her pursuits. She just loved going to various events to see handsome guys. Heh, opportunities like this are rare, so of course I have to go. Who knows, maybe I'll meet my domineering CEO there. Ling Ruoxu didn't hide her goals from her brother at all. She even threatened Lingu menacingly. You better accompany me. Whether or not I can get married in this lifetime depends on whether you're supportive enough. Lingu, I can't marry you, so what's the point of me being supportive? But when his sister mentioned that the invitation allowed for an additional guest, and the event was on Saturday evening, Lingu decided to go anyway. He had done his best, and if his sister couldn't get married later on, it wouldn't be his fault. Besides, it would be good to broaden his horizons. Lingu wasn't a frog in a well, especially now that he was married to Chen Mingyu, a high-ranking executive in a big company. She probably often attended such high-class events, so he needed to start mingling in these circles to have common topics of conversation in the future. They always say that after marriage, a person will be influenced by their partner and gradually become more like them. Lingu was ready for a change. The next day, Lingu went back home. Even though he had only been away for a few days, Chen Ailan acted as if her son had returned after several years, bombarding him with questions, and of course, 11 out of 10 of those questions were about his wife. Xiaoyu, your wife is coming to our house next month. Should we invite your second uncle's family and other relatives too? Chen Ailin wanted to make the occasion more grand to welcome her daughter-in-law, but Lingu quickly broke out in a cold sweat and refused. Mom. Absolutely not. Don't invite anyone. We'll just have a simple meal. Is that not good? Chen Ailin frowned. You said she's a high-ranking executive and probably used to big events. I'm worried she won't like it if we make it too simple. Lingu sighed. It seemed that his mother was still very accommodating to his wife. Of course, this was just the beginning. If one side was always accommodating to the other in the long run, there would definitely be problems. Mom, you don't have to be so cautious. Let's just show our true selves, Lingu insisted. But Chen Ailin still felt uneasy. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Lingu suddenly shouted loudly, Sis, what are you doing? That hurts. It turned out Lingu had come out after changing clothes, and saw her brother with bandages and plasters on his body, even wrapped around his back. She suddenly slapped his shoulder. Even Lingu, tough as he was, had to cry out in pain at the sudden sensation. Xiao Yu, what happened to your injury? Chen Ailin, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of her daughter-in-law, only now noticed her son's condition and anxiously asked, Mom, don't worry, I accidentally fell and got hurt. Lingu lied, not wanting to worry his mother and sister unnecessarily. Fell. Can a fall cause injuries like these? This clearly looks like someone hit you or threw something at you. Lingu, sharp as ever, quickly discerned the truth and became increasingly agitated. Little brother, tell me the truth. Did your wife abuse you? How could she dare to hit you? Lingu felt like he was about to cough up blood in response to her assumption. Sis, how can you think that of my wife? This injury really has nothing to do with her. He couldn't outright deny that Chen Mingyu hadn't hit him because she had, indeed, kicked him. His waist still hurt. Xiao Yu, then tell Mom honestly, how did this happen? Chen Ailin, with only one son, couldn't rest easy until she knew the truth. She was afraid her son was too concerned with saving face to tell her what really happened. Some thugs tried to bully Mingyu, so I got into a fight with them. And it ended up like this, Lingu said, seizing the opportunity to explain. He wasn't entirely lying. After all, those hooligans had indeed caused trouble on a project Chen Mingyu was responsible for, and he got into a fight for her sake. So that's how it is. Xiao Yu, you did well. A protector of his wife. Thumbs up. Lingu finally relaxed and gave her brother a thumbs up. Aren't male leads in idol dramas like this? All right, sis, it's about time. Let's go. Lingu didn't want his mom to continue nagging, so he quickly changed the subject and suggested they leave. But Chen Ailin kept holding on to him, reminding him, Xiao Yu, you and your sister are going to the banquet. Remember to help her find a good man. We don't need someone very wealthy, just someone with good character, like mother, like daughter. Chen Ailin naturally knew the reason Lingu, at 30, still hadn't married. Before introducing potential partners to Lingu, she had introduced many men to Lingu. Unfortunately, those men were all criticized by Lingu to the point where they fled. If they weren't tall enough, they weren't handsome enough, or they weren't domineering enough. Always comparing them to the male leads in idol dramas, those men were naturally scared off. Continuing with this standard, it would be a miracle if she got married. Mom, I understand. Lingu quickly agreed, though he thought that getting his older sister married off was even harder than finding a wife for himself. The two siblings took a taxi and set off. Along the way, Lingu continued to fantasize like a love-struck girl, her face full of longing. Brother, do you know about the 4 major families in Yun City? Yad. Lingu politely responded, but in reality, he knew that the idea of the 4 major families in Yun City was a myth. Reality wasn't like an idol drama. In such a big city as Yun City, who knows how many business families there are? Moreover, the business world is constantly changing, and the rise and fall of each family happen too quickly. There's no such thing as a fixed and unchanging 4 major families in Yun City. So, the so-called 4 major families of Yun City are just some people's way of gossiping, deliberately combining the top 4 wealthiest families for convenience. Do you know which 4 families they are? I heard that the young talents from these families are all attending the banquet. Lingu, at 30, was mature and beautiful, but in this aspect, She was a bit like an 18-year-old infatuated girl. I only know about the Qin family, Lingu honestly replied. He was just a retired soldier who became a gynecologist. How would he know so much about the business world? But he had heard of the Qin family because they had held the title of the wealthiest family in Yun City for 10 consecutive years. You're so clueless. The other three are the Liu family, Zhao family, and Lin family. Ling Ruoxu poked his head. Remember that, my boss is from the Lin family, and she gave me the invitation. Oh. Lingu nodded. He had seen Ling Ruoxu's so-called boss by chance before. She was a young beauty in her early 20s named Lin Qingshuan. Although she came from a prestigious family, she chose to start from the grassroots level after graduation. Of course, this grassroots position wasn't her actual job. It was just a way for her to familiarize herself with the company's operations. Everyone in the company knew she was the future executive, even the successor. At that time, she had a gynecological problem that was difficult to talk about, and Ling Ruoxu recommended her to see Lingu. As for why she actually came, Lingu wasn't too sure. He just helped her with her illness. At that time, Lingu had an expressionless face when he asked her to take off her pants. Lin Qingshuan felt embarrassed, but Lingu remained calm from start to finish. Now, he barely remembered it at all because he has seen too many women's bodies. Just an oh, couldn't you at least pretend to be envious? Ling Ruoxu was a bit dissatisfied with her straight-laced younger brother. After all, her boss was a young woman who possessed immense wealth, something many people dreamt of. Seeing Lingu still not expressing any envy, Ling Ruoxu gave him a glare, before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh right, your wife's name is Qin Mingyu, right? Could she possibly be the young mistress of the Qin family?" At their level, how would they know the details of top-tier wealthy families? It was all just guesswork. Lingu immediately chuckled and shook his head. Impossible. Her status is far from that, right? The Qin family was a prestigious family in Yun City. If she were the young mistress of the Qin family, her worth would likely be in the billions. How could she possibly be living in a 200-square-meter suite? Although it could be considered luxurious, it was still far from the lifestyle of an elite family. But I heard that the young mistress of the Qin family is also 27 years old, doesn't like men, and prefers women, Ling Ruoxu added. As soon as she finished saying this, she realized how silly she sounded. If Lingu's wife were a lesbian, how could she possibly marry Lingu? Moreover, Lingu had mentioned being in a relationship with her for many years. If the young mistress of the Qin family had been in a relationship with a man for so long, it would have been exposed long ago, and she wouldn't be rumored to be a lesbian. Seeing her sister convinced by her own words, Lingu couldn't help but laugh. There was no need for him to explain further. Although Chiagang Group was a part of the Qin family's industries, it was likely just a coincidence that his wife's last name was also Qin. Just because Qin Shiwang was surnamed Qin didn't mean everyone surnamed Qin became an emperor, right? However, what Lingu didn't know was that Qin Mingyu was currently sitting in a Bentley, heading to the venue for the evening's banquet, Emperor's Grand Hotel. In fact, tonight's banquet was hosted in honor of her second-as promotion to the deputy mayor of Yun City. Besides Qin Chang'an, there was no other man in the Qin family. But the women of the Qin family were all remarkable individuals, either successful businesswomen or influential figures in politics. Qin Mingyu wasn't fond of social gatherings and rarely attended such events. However, given her second-hand status, she felt obliged to attend tonight's banquet out of respect. The two siblings soon arrived at Emperor's Grand Hotel. The banquet tonight was grand, with several floors of the hotel being used for the event. The guests were all dressed elegantly, armed to the teeth, with designer labels and the latest fashion trends, making it seem like a grand fashion show. In comparison, Ling Ruoxu's outfit for the evening was not particularly eye-catching, making Lingu seem even more shabby. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Ruoxu handed over her invitation letter. The guard glanced at it and let her pass, but extended his hand to stop Lingu. "Sir, where is your invitation letter?" Lingu quickly looked to his sister. Wasn't she supposed to be able to bring in a guest with her invitation letter? Ling Ruoxu immediately stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the security guard. "Do you even know what kind of invitation letter this is? This is an exclusive invitation from the prestigious Lin family. I'm bringing in a guest. Any problem with that?" Miss, besides the organizers, no one else can invite unrelated people into the event. The guard insisted, but another colleague signaled him not to be so strict. Otherwise, if this matter escalated, it would be a blow to the Lin family's reputation. With so many guests attending today, what harm would it do to let a few extra people in? It wouldn't make any difference. Go ahead. The guard finally let Lingu pass. Humph, they know what's good for them. Otherwise, I'll have to get my boss involved. Lingu muttered as she entered the venue, still feeling annoyed but also somewhat proud of the influence of the Lin family. Once inside, Lingu, though still sulking, couldn't help but feel impressed by the prestige of the Lin family. Even just dropping their name was enough to command respect. Lin Qingshuan had started from the grassroots level, and while she was technically Lingu's boss, they worked together so closely that their relationship had transcended mere job titles and had become more like best friends. So if Lin Qingshuan found out that Lingu had been wronged here, she would definitely help her reclaim her dignity. Sis, don't be mad. We're both inside now, right? Lingu comforted her, and Lingu relented. The next moment, she spotted the dazzling array of food on the banquet floor and immediately rushed over like a starving ghost. Lingu couldn't help but shake his head when he saw his sister's behavior. It was one thing for her to indulge at home, but she should at least be more mindful when she's out in public. Soon enough, Lingu forced her brother to help her carry plate after plate of food, placing them all on a table in the corner. After arranging another large plate of delicacies on the table, Lingu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Sis, did you come to the banquet tonight just to eat for hours until it's over?" "And what if I did?" Lingu replied brazenly. "Sis, weren't you here to check out the handsome guys? Mom even asked me to keep an eye out for you and help you find a suitable match," Lingu exclaimed excitedly. Lingu, fearing her earnest brother's seriousness, could only roll her eyes and say, "I can need and check out guys at the same time. It's not a big deal." Lingu couldn't argue with her, so he just sat down with her to eat the free food. The two siblings hadn't been indulging in their feast for long when suddenly, there was a commotion at the banquet. Everyone began moving towards the entrance, regardless of gender, all screaming in excitement. "What's going on? Who's arrived?" Lingu was curious. Was it like in the idol dramas, where some handsome scion of a wealthy family had made his entrance? Lingu was equally clueless but curious, so he stood up with his sister to see. Unfortunately, the crowd in front was so dense that despite their tall stature, they couldn't see who the center of attention was. At that moment, Qin Mingyu and her cousin Qin Ruhan, escorted by a group of bodyguards, were being surrounded by a crowd of men and women as they ascended the stairs to the upper floor. Qin Mingyu was devastatingly beautiful, with a tall and graceful figure, and an unbeatable aura. Every time she appeared in such gatherings, she was like the eye of a storm, around which everyone else would orbit. Though slightly less dazzling, Qin Ruhan's sweet demeanor also made her a sought-after target for countless young elites. Tonight's banquet was in honor of their aunt's promotion to deputy mayor, and as the granddaughters of the city's top tycoon, they were not only the center of attention, but also the most sought-after guests of the evening. "Miss Qin." "Hello, Miss Qin." As Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan walked, they could hear respectful greetings from everyone. Though Qin Mingyu maintained her aloof demeanor, she still adhered to the etiquette of the business world, nodding slightly to some important figures as a response. The men who received her acknowledgments stood proudly, as if their faces were glowing with pride. Meanwhile, Lingu and Lingu, unable to see the center of attention, continued to hide in the corner and enjoy the food. However, as Qin Mingyu ascended the stairs, she scanned the room and unexpectedly spotted her husband's figure. "What's going on?" He was sharing food and laughing with another woman. The polite smile on Qin Mingyu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a chilling coldness. Why was he here? Did he intend to cheat on her? Damn it! Though Qin Mingyu had said on the day they got married that it was fine if Lingu sought out other women, she couldn't help but feel unsettled seeing it happen. Luckily, they were married in secret, and no one in the room knew that the man was her husband, or else it would surely tarnish her illustrious image. HMPH. Qin Mingyu suddenly let out a cold snort and stopped greeting anyone, leaving the banquet hall on that floor directly. Qin Ruhan found it strange. Why did her sister's expression suddenly change like that? Just as she followed her sister's gaze from earlier and saw Lingu, she suddenly realized what was happening. Xiaodi, who is that man? Qin Ruhan, who had never met Lingu before, quickly grabbed her sister's personal assistant and asked, "Inform third miss, that's Lingu." Oh. Qin Ruhan's mouth hung open, drawing out a long O, as she suddenly realized that man had some nerve, daring to flirt here. And to make matters worse, he got caught red-handed by her sister. Hehe, if her sister got angry, there would surely be 100 ways to deal with him. Xiaodi, keep an eye on that man for me. If anything happens, report back to me immediately. Yes. Third miss. Zia Xiaodi agree, feeling somewhat strange. He wasn't her husband, so shouldn't she report to the third miss instead? But even though she thought so, she didn't dare say it out loud. On the other side, Lingu and Ling Roxu had no idea that they had been seen by the Qin Ningyu sisters. Even more surprising was that their casual conversation and laughter could lead to such a misunderstanding by his wife. The fact that something like this could happen was truly bizarre. Sis, it seems like there aren't many handsome guys on this floor. How about we try another floor? Lingu never forgot his mission. Now that he was married, he had to find a way to promote his sister. Otherwise, if they waited a few more years, his sister would be too old to have children. I'd love to try more food on another floor, but my invitation is only valid for the first floor. Ling Ruoxu shrugged helplessly, her eyes seemingly saying, I tried my best, sis. Just then, a melodious voice came from behind them. Ruoxu, Dr. Ling. The siblings turned to see a beautiful woman in a light green evening gown, her sweet smile captivating as she approached gracefully. The woman's eyes were as calm as the sea, and a dazzling diamond adorned her slender and delicate neck, shining like a star and breathtaking. King Xuan, seeing this beauty, Ling Ruoxu excitedly jumped up a bit and rushed over, thinking that her boss had arrived just in time. Ling Yu also nodded and greeted Ling King Xuan, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of awkwardness. This ethereal beauty calling his sister by such an affectionate nickname, while referring to him as Dr. Ling, made him feel oddly out of place. Invisible to others, it made him feel even older than his sister. King Xuan, we were just talking about you. After the embrace, Ling Ruoxu held Ling King Xuan's fair wrist and spoke. Their bond seemed genuinely strong, to the point where Ling Yu couldn't tell that they were boss and employee. Oh, talking about me, what were you discussing? Ling King Xuan's expression suddenly became a bit nervous. Her large eyes involuntarily glanced at Ling Yu, but then she quickly averted her gaze, afraid of being noticed. Her only interaction with Ling Yu was when she went to the hospital, where he helped her cure her gynecological condition. Thinking back to that experience made her face blush uncontrollably, as if she were standing naked in front of Ling Yu. King Xuan, my brother and I want to go to the banquet hall on the upper floor. Could you take us there? When Ling Ruoxu said this, Ling King Xuan appeared slightly disappointed but also relieved. Oh, is that it? Of course, no problem. Ling King Xuan readily agreed. Thank you, Miss Lin. Maybe I can find a suitable boyfriend for my sister there. Ling Yu was straightforward, not devoid of humor despite being a straight guy. Seeing how close Ling King Xuan and his sister were, he felt it was okay to be direct about his intentions. Hehe. You're welcome. Ling King Xuan smiled at Ling Yu and said, if your sister wants a boyfriend, I can also introduce her to someone. That would be great. Without waiting for Ling Ruoxu's response, Ling Yu immediately asserted, if Miss Lin happens to know any CEOs or very capable and handsome male friends, please remember to introduce them to my sister. Sure. No problem. Ling King Xuan made an okay gesture and smiled gracefully. Seeing her female boss chatting so warmly with her brother, as if they were conspiring to get her married off, Ling Ruoxu was also stunned. Since when did her boss seem to only have eyes for her little brother? Who was she really closer to? In the next moment, Ling King Xuan even asked proactively, and what about you, Dr. Ling? Your sister mentioned not long ago that you didn't have a girlfriend. How about I introduce you to some wealthy and beautiful women? Ow. Ling Yu suddenly felt awkward. Ling Ruoxu was even more surprised. She remembered that their boss wasn't usually this proactive and enthusiastic towards other guys. let alone offering to play matchmaker for them. As everyone knew, Lin Qingshuan was a woman with big ideas and ambitions. Normally, she wouldn't have time to chat with strangers, let alone take the initiative to offer matchmaking services. Could it be because of her relationship with her sister that she was so enthusiastic about introducing rich and beautiful women to her brother? Miss Lin, actually, I'm married. What? Lingu's sudden confession made Lin Qingshuan tremble all over, her expression filled with disbelief. While Ling Ruoxu and Lingu were confused, Xia Shaodi, who had been sent to monitor Lingu, seemed to have figured something out. Wasn't it strange that Lin Qingshuan seemed to treat her sister's husband so specially? Could it be that Miss Lin had a crush on her sister's husband? Well, that would be interesting. Regardless, Xia Shaodi quickly captured this scene and planned to show it to her mistress later. Ruoxu, are you lying to me? Lin Qingshuan couldn't help but question Ling Ruoxu, looking a bit angry. You told me just half a month ago that your brother had never had a girlfriend, and now he's married. What's going on? Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but smile bitterly. You'll have to ask him about that. I was kept in the dark until just a few days ago. Well, Lin Qingshuan looked at Lingu in astonishment, trembling slightly. Dr. Ling, are you saying you had a flash marriage? Lingu nodded. Lin Qingshuan was even more surprised. In her impression, Lingu was a mature and stable man. She never would have dreamed that he would be associated with the term flash marriage. All right, Qingshuan, let's go to the other floors and see what's going on. Ling Ruoxu linked her arm with Lin Qingshuan's delicate jade-like arm and smiled. Although Lin Qingshuan nodded, her emotions were obviously not as high as they were just now. Oh, by the way, Qingshuan, did you happen to know who attended the banquet just now? Everyone in the room was surrounding him. It was quite dramatic. As they walked up the stairs, Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but ask, who else could it be? There are few people in Yun City who receive such treatment. If we're talking about women, then it's probably the Miss of the Qin family. Lin Qingshuan responded nonchalantly. Oh, so it was the Miss of the Qin family. No wonder. Ling Ruoxu had heard a lot about the daughter of the first wealthy family, but today was the first time she truly realized just how high and mighty that woman was. Sis, you won't suspect anymore that my wife is the Miss of the Qin family, right? Lingu chuckled. Countless women from the upper echelons, how could any of them possibly marry a commoner like him in a flash marriage? And still live in an apartment complex managed by the property management? Ling Ruoxu shrugged, indicating that she wouldn't entertain such a ridiculous idea anymore. On the other hand, Lin Qingshuan looked at Lingu's expression with some shock. While others might not believe that Qin Mingyu would do such a crazy thing, she felt that it might actually be possible if the elders of the Lin family were also pressuring her to get married. Then Lin Qingshuan felt she wouldn't hesitate to have a flash marriage with Lingu. He was the best choice as a shield, with no worries about him having any improper thoughts or straying. Because he's tall, handsome, and seems to have no interest in women. All right, I can only take you to this floor. I have other business engagements to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Qingshuan led the two of them to the third-floor banquet hall and then left. While Lingu and his sisters hadn't yet figured out the truth, Xia Shaodi, who had been monitoring them all along, couldn't help but smile. The prestigious daughter of the Lin family, how could she set her sights on Mr. Qin's man? Should it be said that her taste is to good, or to bad? On the third floor, Ling Ruoxu, the foodie, started her crazy shopping spree again. Sis, didn't you just eat enough? How can your stomach fit so much? Lingu was forced to help her carry food, looking thoroughly displeased. Stop nagging. If I tell you to carry, then carry. Ling Ruoxu bullied her brother with authority. After all, what are little brothers for if not to be bullied? Lingu was speechless. Other people's beauties would be full after a few bites, but his sister could eat a few more even when full. That's the difference. The commotion caused by the two inadvertently alarmed another woman. Because Lord John's group withdrew from the project site, Yun Construction could continue construction. And this great achievement was snatched away by John Milan. So, the CEO of Yun Construction gave John Milan an invitation to attend tonight's banquet as an additional reward. John Milan, who had been happily taking photos and showing off on social media, suddenly felt unhappy. Even men with an annual salary of only 80,000 yuan could attend this banquet. If outsiders knew about it, they would surely think this banquet was low class. Hey, isn't this Dr. Lingu from the gynecology department? You're not checking women's bodies in the hospital, so how come you're here trying to gain some prestige? Zhang Milin deliberately walked up to Lingu and taunted. Sure enough, upon hearing that there was a gynecologist on the third floor of the banquet hall, many people nearby cast their gaze over. Zhang Milin felt very pleased, thinking she could embarrass Lingu and retaliate for the arrow she had shot at him during their previous encounter at the project site. But to her surprise, Lingu simply smiled and replied, "You haven't been to the hospital for gynecological checks either, have you? If you can come here to gain some prestige, why can't I?" Instantly, the people around started whispering, especially the men. They could vividly imagine the scene, lowering their heads and whispering, as if they were discussing Zhang Milin getting checked by Lingu in the nude. Zhang Milin was instantly flushed with anger and shouted, "I never got checked by him. He's talking nonsense. Hehe, even when you're naked, the doctor still isn't interested in you. I wonder who would specially come to propose to this gynecologist." Ling Ruoxu was definitely not someone to mess with. If Zhang Milin wanted to embarrass her brother, she would make sure Zhang Milin felt the rhythm of her defeat. "You're talking nonsense. Who would want to marry this loser?" Zhang Milin tried to explain desperately, but it felt like the more she explained, the more suspicious it became. Everyone thought she was sour because she couldn't get Lingu's attention. Some even thought Ling Ruoxu was Lingu's girlfriend, and this was an ex-girlfriend trying to sabotage the current one. Lingu and Ling Ruoxu couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman anymore. The two siblings went off to enjoy the food and look for handsome guys. Before leaving, Ling Ruoxu even gave Zhang Milin a disdainful glance, as if to say, "You want to compete with me? You're not even qualified." "Ruoxu, it's been a long time." Just as the two siblings were happily enjoying their food, a man's woe suddenly sounded nearby. Ling Ruoxu looked over and immediately frowned. Lingu also wore a displeased expression. He recognized this man as Zhou Shaokan. He was about 1.8 meters tall, quite handsome, and came from a good family. So back in college, Ling Ruoxu had a crush on him for a while. They even established a relationship, which was Ling Ruoxu's first love. Unfortunately, not long after, Ling Ruoxu discovered that he was cheating on her and broke up with him on the spot. Since then, Ling Ruoxu had never been in another relationship, and Lingu somewhat attributed this to her having this shadowy love affair in the past. "Excuse me, sir, can I chat with Ruoxu for a moment?" Zhou Shaokan looked at Ling Ruoxu, who was ignoring him, and didn't feel embarrassed at all. He even shamelessly asked Lingu to leave. In his eyes, Lingu, this poor guy, wasn't worthy of Ling Ruoxu at all. Lingu found it amusing. It seemed this guy didn't know that he was Ling Ruoxu's brother and thought he was pursuing Ling Ruoxu. "Why should I let this beautiful lady go with you? She's the most perfect in my heart." Lingu played along, pretending to be Ruoxu's admirer. He wanted to make this man regret. How could he have cheated on Ling Ruoxu, who was such a beautiful girlfriend? Behind him were two other second-generation rich kids. His name was Don Juofan. Despite looking mature, he was actually only 27 years old, and held the rank of junior lieutenant in the Yun City Military District. His father was even a mid-level colonel, and his mother was a woman with connections in the Yun City government. Although her status couldn't compare to that of Qin Mingyu's aunt, she was still a significant official. So Dong Juofan was a typical second-generation rich kid, with a prominent status in Yun City and many acquaintances. Now that someone like him appeared in the third-floor banquet hall, it was undoubtedly the target of many people trying to curry favor. But Ling Ruoxu didn't like this kind of big, dark figure and didn't pay any attention after a glance. When everyone saw Dong Juofan walking towards Ling Ruoxu, they suddenly felt there was something interesting to watch. Zhang Milin also noticed Dong Juofan's gaze. Did this man seem interested in Ling Ruoxu? At first, she was disappointed, wondering why Dong Deshao hadn't taken an interest in her. But gradually, she showed an expectant look. It seemed that Dong Juofan didn't know Lingu was Ling Ruoxu's brother. And Ling Ruoxu didn't seem to be interested in this big guy either. Then there might be a good show to watch. At this moment, Lingu and Ling Ruoxu continued chatting, not paying attention to Dong Juofang at all. Zhou Shaokan had just shown off his superiority in front of Lingu, never expecting to be completely ignored. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, soon enough, someone came striding over and stood beside their table like a small mountain. "Sister Zhao, is it really you? This is wonderful. Tonight, I want to catch up with you properly." Dong Juofang looked at Ling Ruoxu with burning eyes, completely ignoring Lingu and Zhou Shaokan. "Ah, are you brother Dong?" Ling Ruoxu was slightly startled, then remembered the past from college. Back then, she was in her senior year, about to graduate, when a man 3 years younger than her pursued her. But Ling Ruoxu didn't like big, burly men, so she rejected him directly, not even bothering to find out his name or identity. Now, Dong Juofang suddenly called him brother and mentioned catching up, and she vaguely remembered the appearance of that man. Wasn't he the guy in front of her? "Haha, strictly speaking, I'm not your junior. I was a teaching assistant at the university back then." Dong Juofang was very excited when Ling Ruoxu remembered him. His eyes were still fixed on Ling Ruoxu, who not only had a full figure and a good body, but also exuded an elegant and graceful aura with every movement. But the next moment, Dong Juofang frowned and loudly ordered Lingu and Zhou Shaokan, "Get out of here, I want to chat with Sister Zhao alone." Zhou Shaokan immediately felt slighted and insulted, but he knew Dong Juofang's background. He was clearly angry but didn't dare to act out, obediently stepping aside. Dong Juofang took the opportunity to grab Ling Ruoxu's fair, tender hand and forcefully tried to push Lingu away, disregarding any sense of propriety. Seeing his sister's plea for help, Lingu understood immediately and pushed Dong Juofang away with a laugh. "Why should I let her go with you? I was sitting here first." Zhou Shaokan didn't dare to offend Dong Juofang, but that didn't mean Lingu would be afraid of a second-generation rich kid. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were all very surprised. "Who the hell are you?" Dong Juofang was a coarse person. While he could act refined in front of Ling Ruoxu, his explosive and vulgar side emerged when facing a man. "Dong Shidi, don't get angry so easily." Ling Ruoxu quickly tried to placate Dong Juofang. After all, his status was there, and she feared her brother might suffer. But she really didn't like Dong Juofang and had to use her brother as a shield. So she took the opportunity to introduce, "He's Lingu, my good friend." Although Lingu also had the surname Ling, Dong Juofang's mind didn't consider him a relative of Ling Ruoxu. His gaze was still condescending. "With your physique, you're not even enough for me, a soldier, to beat to death with one punch. I advise you to be sensible." He was a soldier who had enjoyed using his physical strength to bully others since childhood. Now, in front of the woman he liked, he was even more unreservedly showing off. Thinking Ling Ruoxu would like this domineering man and feel secure with him. In his eyes, could Lingu, with his physique, be formidable? He didn't even have a background. A couple of threats would surely make him run faster than a rabbit. Well, soldiers are indeed impressive and worthy of respect. Lingu nodded. He also came from a military background and always respected soldiers, except for the one in front of him. "Humph. Consider yourself smart." Dong Juofang didn't detect any underlying meaning in Lingu's words. He thought Lingu was backing down and felt even more proud and disdainful. Then, he grabbed Ling Ruoxu's jade-like hand again, saying, "Sister Zhao, there are too many people and too noisy here. Why don't we go somewhere quieter to have a good chat?" He regretted not being able to pursue this goddess back then. Since he saw her again tonight, he was determined to seize the opportunity to get closer to her. Ling Ruoxu's beautiful eyes trembled, and she instinctively coldly pushed away his hand. "Dong Juofang, what do you want to do?" Ling Ruoxu was not just any woman. Unfortunately, Dong Juofang was accustomed to being domineering and never allowed anyone to defy him, even if Ling Ruoxu was his goddess. He still wanted to forcibly pull her. Lingu quickly stood in front of his sister, grabbing Dong Juofang's wrist with a cold gaze. "You dare lay hands on her? You have no decency. Damn it, you little bastard, you're asking for it." Dong Juofang was furious and immediately threw a punch at Lingu's face, without hesitation. His punch was powerful, causing the air to stir. Even from a distance, Zhou Xiaokan couldn't help but feel shocked, though he couldn't resist a sense of schadenfreude. Zhang Milan was even more expectant. This guy, Lingu, was definitely going to get it now. Who wouldn't hope he got beaten to death by Don Juofan? To everyone's surprise, in the next moment, Lingu actually caught Don Juofang's powerful punch with just one hand. Without any harm, Don Juofang's heart sank, inwardly sighing at the strength of this kid. The punch that few in the army could catch was easily stopped by this kid. Xia Shaodi, who had been monitoring Lingu all along, also secretly marveled. Qin's husband seemed to be extraordinary. Realizing Lingu's formidable skills, Don Juofan smirked and threatened, "Kid, do you really dare to oppose me? Sorry, I'm not interested in you at all." Lingu's tone was indifferent as he casually flicked away Don Juofang's hand. This scene made Zhou Xiaokan, Zhang Milan, and others who were watching from the side marvel. This kid Lingu was extremely arrogant. "Damn it, do you dare to look down on me? Do you really not know who I am?" Don Juofan was angry and laughed hysterically. Seeing Lingu's expressionless face, he was so furious that he even began to tremble with anger. "I joined the military at the age of 14, entered the field troops at 17, and was awarded the rank of junior lieutenant at 20. Now, I command numerous officers under me. I'm not like those petty hooligans you're used to. I'm a real soldier who holds a gun and kills." His voice was booming, his demeanor intimidating. With that, he resumed his cold sneer and looked at Lingu again. "Now, do you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Everyone assumed Lingu would be scared, but this gynecologist just looked disdainful. "So what if you've killed people? Is that something to be proud of?" This remark left Zhou Xiaokan, Zhang Milan, and others utterly shocked. Bro, when people talk about killing, they mean real killing, not the kind you play in Werewolf. Aren't you afraid he might kill you too? It had to be said that Lingu's performance tonight had somewhat changed Zhang Milan's opinion. To be so arrogant and conceited, he was indeed remarkable, but such people were doomed to not live long. There were already many people watching the scene, and after the verbal confrontation between the two, even more gathered around. Even Xia Shaodi hadn't expected her mistress's husband to be so bold. No wonder he managed to impress someone as powerful as Shangyi. But why was he willing to confront Don Juofan just to protect the woman behind him? What was the relationship between them? If the mistress found out about what was happening here, who knew how angry she would be? At this point, Don Juofan was completely furious. He was also a well-known figure in the upper circles of Yun City, and his fiery temper and impulsiveness had led to clashes with many wealthy second generations in the past. And they all ended up knocked down by his fist. Even those wealthy second generations dared not easily retaliate. Now, this poor kid in front of him, why did he dare to confront him? This was outrageous. In his rage, Don Juofan actually attempted to draw the gun from his waist. Don Juofan. Seeing this, Ling Ruoxu quickly exclaimed, "I'm not your girlfriend, and I'm certainly not your woman. Who I talk to is none of your business. I don't want to go anywhere with you either." Don Juofan was already consumed by anger and paid no attention to Ling Ruoxu's words, continuing to reach for his gun. Lingu quickly shook off his hand and pushed him away, keeping a certain distance. Just as the conflict was about to escalate further, a stern voice suddenly rang out, "What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at the Qin family's banquet?" As the voice fell, an elderly man in a black suit, accompanied by staff, hurried over. The onlookers became increasingly excited. "I didn't expect Manager Wan to be here too. Now there's a show to watch. The Qin family is the first family in Yun City, and Madam Qin has even been promoted to deputy mayor. Anyone who causes trouble at her banquet won't leave easily." A group of women began to discuss fervently. Zhang Milan immediately approached and snorted, "It's best to kick this gynecologist out. Having such a person crash into a classy banquet like this really lowers the tone of the whole event." Seeing Manager Wang, Dong Juofan quickly lowered his hand and preemptively spoke, "Manager Wang, I am Dong Juofan from the Dong family. I thought tonight's event would be elegant, but I didn't expect some low-class people to sneak in, which is really disappointing." Manager Wang was momentarily surprised. The Dong family also had considerable influence in Yun City, and Don Juofang's mother was a figure in the officialdom. Manager Wan couldn't afford to offend the Dong family, so he quickly apologized. "Young Master Don, I'm truly sorry. If someone did manage to sneak in, it was a mistake on our part as the organizers. Please allow me to investigate first." Then, he turned to Lingu with a visibly colder expression. "Sir, please show me your invitation." Ling Ruoxu immediately became nervous and asked anxiously, why should Lingu show his invitation just because Don Juofang said so? He's not the organizer. Don Xiao's mother is a friend of Madame Qin's, so since he suspects someone has sneaked in. As a banquet staff member, it's my duty to clarify, Manager Wan said reasonably. And I've never seen this gentleman beside you, and his attire is indeed out of place for tonight's event, so I must ask him to show his invitation. With logic on his side, Ling Ruoxu couldn't continue arguing what to do. Even more unexpectedly, someone suddenly shouted, "His name is Lingu. He's a gynecologist. I can guarantee he doesn't have an invitation. He sneaked in." Zhang Milan had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How could she miss the chance for revenge? Yet, look at his attire. To say he received an invitation to attend the banquet, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. As soon as Zhang Milan spoke, many women around echoed her sentiment. This kind of banquet was never short of sycophants and privileged women. They liked to use others' shortcomings to highlight their elegance. And Lingu was precisely the lowlife in their eyes. "Sir, please show your invitation immediately, or we won't be polite." Manager Wang's expression had grown stern. As the banquet manager, if someone managed to sneak in under his watch, it would be a dereliction of duty. Once he was challenged by the crowd, it would be hard for him to explain. "I don't have an invitation," Lingu could only confess. Ling Ruoxu was also helpless because she didn't qualify for an invitation to the third floor, let alone bringing an unrelated person. The scene instantly erupted into chaos. "Sister Zhao, he's just a riffraff. He has no qualifications to be with you. Come over to my side." Don Juofang finally showed a smug smile, even flaunting in front of Ling Ruoxu without any concealment of his disdain for Lingu. This man was indeed handsome and skilled, but so what? Without status or position, he was ultimately just a bottom-tier scum. What was he going to compete with Don de Xiao for? "Damn it, without an invitation, how did you sneak in?" Manager Wan angrily questioned. As the person in charge of the banquet, if this matter escalated, he would have a hard time explaining to his superiors. Fortunately, the commotion in the banquet hall hadn't alerted the big shots in the upper-level banquet hall yet. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to resolve. "Oh, Lingu, what are you going to do as a loser this time?" Zhang Milan was delighted at this moment, her expression extremely excited. Lingu was indeed unable to explain. If he revealed the truth, it would also involve his sister, so he remained silent for a moment. "Why is it so lively over there? What's happening?" Lin Qingshuan had just had some socializing and came down from the other banquet hall. At this moment, she saw a group of people surrounding a corner. She hurried over to take a look and saw that the person being surrounded was Ling Ruoxu and Lingu. "Lingu seems to be in trouble. What should we do?" Lin Qingshuan was extremely nervous seeing Lingu being harassed by so many people. Her illness last time was very special. She had seen many gynecologists without success, but in the end, it was Lingu, this male doctor, who cured her. That strange illness couldn't be cured in just 1 or 2 visits. In order to cure it, she had secretly visited Lingu many times. Of course, she had also exposed herself in front of him many times, which was simply embarrassing to mention. At that time, she was not even 20 years old. And women always have a sense of belonging. Because Lingu had examined her body many times, she inexplicably regarded this man highly. Most importantly, when Lingu examined her, he had no ulterior motives. His clear eyes and serious demeanor were deeply imprinted in her mind. Gradually, she developed a different kind of affection for Lingu, this tall and handsome male doctor. At this moment, Zhang Milan's voice erupted from the crowd again. "Everyone, be careful. He might be a thief, sneaking in here to steal things." Instantly, everyone at the scene hurriedly checked their valuables, fearing they might have been stolen. With this, Ling Ruoxu also panicked. With so many people present, she feared that one or two people might claim to have lost something, and then her brother would have a hard time clearing his name. Lingu also frowned. He hadn't expected John Milan to play so ruthlessly. "Everyone, I'm sorry. It was me who brought him in." Just then, Lin Qingshuan finally stepped forward. As soon as she appeared, the scene erupted once again. Although Lin Qingshuan was low-key, she was still the daughter of the wealthy Lin family, and there were quite a few people present who knew her. And she was also a beautiful woman with great temperament. Even many men admired her. Now, seeing her stand up to protect Lingu, many people felt complicated emotions. Lingu also looked over and found Lin Qingshuan smiling at him. Her smile was like a flower in bloom. Lingu immediately responded with a smile. At the critical moment, when he was being overwhelmed by everyone's criticisms, this young lady from a wealthy family actually stood up to protect him. It was like reversing the tide to save a lonely boat, and he was very grateful for this gesture. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Although you are a guest at the banquet, unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to invite outsiders." "No, she didn't invite me." When Manager Wang was about to give Lin Qingshuan a hard time, Lingu turned around to defend her. "Miss Lin was just trying to help me. This has nothing to do with her." Lingu had already prepared himself to be thrown out, not wanting to involve anyone else. But Lin Qingshuan couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't expected Lingu to say that. He was now being collectively attacked by people, even being labeled as a thief. Although she didn't have the qualifications to invite him in, she could at least give him a way out. Why did he ignore her goodwill? Did he not consider her a friend? "All right, since that's the case, then you admit that you sneaked in." Manager Wan had completely lost his patience and couldn't be bothered to look at Lingu again. He immediately ordered loudly, "Security, throw this intruder out." The crowd, who were watching the show with cold eyes, erupted in discussions. "Humph, this loser dares to sneak into an upper-class banquet. He must not be let off lightly. He should be handed over to the police. That's right, he's disrupting public order. He should be administratively detained. Everyone, quickly check if anything is missing and demand compensation from him." To put it bluntly, many people attend these upper-class banquets to show off their superiority. And the feeling of superiority needs to be contrasted by others. Now that they saw someone who wasn't qualified to attend the banquet trying to sneak in, while they themselves could stay here legitimately, it was inherently satisfying. They could even take the opportunity to post on social media and show off. With things having come to this point, Lin Qingshuan could do nothing but watch Lingu's lonely figure with a sigh. Seeing Lingu surrounded by a group of security guards, Zhou Shaoquan remained silent, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. John Milan's mood was even more joyful. "Lingu. Oh Lingu, you should understand your social status now, right? Do you, a loser, think you can marry this lady? You're simply not on the same level." Don Juofan, on the other hand, held his head high, using his actions to tell everyone that anyone who dares to compete with him for a woman will definitely have a bad ending. However, what puzzled them was that Lingu remained calm and unruffled, showing no signs of panic. Well, he didn't value status and ostentation, didn't feel ashamed about it, and wasn't afraid of any slander. But many people thought that Lingu's behavior was a sign of being scared silly. Just as the security guards were about to get rough with him, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the banquet hall. "Humph, who dares to drive him away?" The voice was as cold as an arrow, piercing through everyone's hearts. Everyone present were wealthy second-generation individuals, but hearing this voice made them tremble involuntarily. Just a moment ago, the manager in charge of the banquet hall, who was so high and mighty, now looked like a misbehaving child being scolded by an adult. Following the sound, they saw the grand appearance of Miss Qin, the third young lady of the Qin family, entering the banquet hall. Even the manager was trembling all over. Everyone also gave this high-ranking young lady respectful salute. Qin Ruhan had just turned 20 this year, but she had quite a presence and aura. Tonight, she was dressed in elegant attire, with several bodyguards following behind her. The noble aura emanating from her instantly overshadowed all the wealthy second-generation individuals present. She seemed like a princess stepping out of the palace. Wherever she went, everyone dispersed as if they were just ordinary people. "Who is she? What a grand entrance, John Meelan couldn't help but whisper curiously. The senior executives from Cloud Construction next to her quickly covered her mouth and scolded her. Please, stop being ignorant. She is none other than Miss Chin, the third young lady of the Chin family, the #1 family in Yun City. Tonight's banquet is to celebrate her aunt's promotion to deputy mayor. What? Miss Chin of the Chin family? John Meelan's face turned pale. Although she was just a lower-level employee who had recently secured a supervisory position through the Cloud Construction project. Like many women driven by vanity, she had heard of the Chin family of Yun City. It was said that the Chin family possessed assets worth billions. And being the third young lady of the Chin family was akin to being a princess in Yun City, if not even more prestigious. What was such a noble woman doing here now? Miss San, the manager quickly greeted her, feeling uneasy. Now he deeply regretted his earlier rashness. If the man in front of him was indeed invited as a guest by Miss Chin, then he would definitely be in trouble tonight. However, he had dealt with many situations before, and remained calm and smiled obsequiously. Why are you here in the banquet hall? Is there anything I can do for you? Humph, do something for me? Are you serving me by trying to drive away someone from my Chin family as well? Lingu was her sister's husband after all. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. These people dared to drive away her sister's husband at the Chin family's banquet. They were simply asking for trouble. Chin Ruhan's cold words hit the venue like a bombshell. People from the Chin family. Miss Chin actually said that this man was from the Chin family. Ling Ruoxu was also astonished as she looked at her brother. A terrifying thought arose in her mind. Could her brother's wife really be from the wealthy Chin family? The manager's face turned ashen. The crowd that had just mocked Ling Yuan gloated over the spectacle suddenly felt their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Who could have imagined that this shabbily dressed nobody was actually from the Chin family? Since when did the Chin family have men? John Meelan saw this scene, and her brain seemed to lose its ability to think. Zhou Shaokan dared not utter a single word. Even Lin Qingshuan looked astonished. Ling Yu was now a member of the Chin family. Was he a servant or a son-in-law? Only Ling Yu himself looked baffled. He didn't even know Chin Ruhan. The manager hurriedly explained in a fluster. Miss, I beg your pardon. I didn't know this gentleman was your invited guest, let alone that he was from the Chin family. Don't know, humph, couldn't you have checked? You let him in and then drove him out. Isn't that bullying? Chin Ruhan's questioning left the manager speechless. Initially, he did intend to check, but after hearing the discussions around him, especially what John Meelan had said, he made a hasty decision without properly verifying the guest's identity. Regardless, it was his negligence. If Miss Chin and the family had said a word, he wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow. He'd have to pack up and leave tonight. Sir, I apologize. It was my negligence that led to your mistreatment. Please forgive me. The manager bowed 90 degrees respectfully, seeking Ling Yu's forgiveness. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the room was left with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a moment. What merit or ability does Ling Yu, this nobody, possess? John Meelan bit her lip tightly, finding it hard to accept this reality. And she was not alone in her thoughts. Everyone looked at Ling Yu, their gazes shifting from disdain to shock and awe. Sun even contemplated slipping away discreetly, fearing that Ling Yu might use Chin Ruhan's influence to settle scores with them later. Ling Yu looked at Chin Ruhan in surprise, still not knowing who she was. Chin Ruhan, however, blinked her eyes at him, her expression somewhat smug. Before Ling Yu could respond, the manager kept his head bowed the entire time, not daring to lift it. The atmosphere became extremely awkward for a moment. It's okay, you were just doing your duty, Ling Yu reasoned calmly, not blaming the manager. At the same time, he held grudges, continuing, but that domineering and arrogant guy surnamed Dong, who thinks he's above everyone else, I don't think he should continue to stay here. It's better to prevent him from bullying others again. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as Ling Yu spoke, without waiting for the manager to arrange it, Don Juofang sensibly raised his hand and stepped back, choosing to leave. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare to confront the Chin family and its people on their turf. After this scene, it felt as if the entire venue had fallen into an icy abyss, with everyone feeling self-conscious. They had just been on the wrong side. If Lingu decided to hold a grudge, they would probably all have to leave. But Lingu wasn't that kind of person, nor was he foolish enough to offend so many people by leveraging Qin Ruhan's reputation and status. After handling the situation, Qin Ruhan smiled at Lin Qingshuan and Ling Ruoxu. "Sorry, sisters, I need to borrow this man for a while. Do you mind?" Ling Ruoxu naturally dared not object. After all, this was someone else's territory, and they had just been helped out of a difficult situation. Lin Qingshuan had some objections, but she was a gentle and polite woman, so she pretended to smile and said, "Since he is a member of your Qin family, Miss Qin, do you even need to ask us?" "Thank you," Qin Ruhan said, then casually pulled away the somewhat taciturn brother-in-law. However, Lingu couldn't help but frown deeply. Who exactly was this little girl? Where was she taking him? And why didn't she bother to ask if he had any objections? "Miss Qin, men and women shouldn't be too close. Where are you taking me?" Lingu finally couldn't help but shake off Qin Ruhan's hand. He was extremely puzzled. How did this woman know him? Hehe, coming from your mouth, why does that sound so harsh? It's even a bit disgusting. Qin Ruhan couldn't help but mock. She was a member of the beauty club and thought Lingu, her brother-in-law, had good looks. Moreover, she had heard about his heroic deeds. It was because of him that the strategic projects of Chiag Gang Group could operate normally, so she had some goodwill towards him. But to be honest, when she saw him chatting and laughing with Ling Ruoxu behind her sister's back tonight, Qin Ruhan's goodwill towards him had almost disappeared. "Just what do you mean?" Lingu frowned, asking for an explanation. "What do I mean? Aren't you married, still sneaking around behind your wife's back at parties to flirt with other girls? Your behavior is really shameless," Qin Ruhan said, her hands on her hips. Her perfect figure, however, didn't seem to attract Lingu's attention at all. He couldn't help but find it amusing. "What are you laughing at?" Now it was Qin Ruhan's turn to demand an explanation. If he couldn't explain it clearly, she would make him regret it. In the upper echelons of Yun City, everyone knew that the Qin sisters, one was an ice queen, the other a little pepper. When Qin Ruhan got angry, few men could stand up to her. "Of course, it's funny." Lingu finally looked down at her and said, "Although I don't know how you found out that I'm married, but you don't know that Ling Ruoxu is my real sister. You actually said I'm flirting with my own sister." "What? Your real sister?" Qin Ruhan indeed opened her mouth in surprise, feeling utterly embarrassed. She had wanted to catch her sister's husband cheating and then teach the unfaithful man a lesson. Who would have thought they were siblings? This was too awkward. But they don't look alike at all. Who said siblings have to look alike? Lingu couldn't be bothered to explain too much. He looked like their father, while his sister looked like their mother, so when they were out together, no one would think they were siblings. "But who are you? What's your relationship with Qin Mingyu?" Qin Ruhan asked. "Huh? You actually don't know who I am?" Qin Ruhan was inexplicably excited and amused when she heard his question. Her brother-in-law didn't recognize her as his niece. Nobody would believe it if she told them. But Lingu didn't seem to be lying to her, so Qin Ruhan realized that her ice queen sister had, indeed, concealed many things about this man, even their family situation. "I know who you are, Miss Qin, but I just want to know, what's your relationship with my wife?" Lingu asked curiously. "Hey, I'm not telling you. Figure it out yourself." Qin Ruhan stuck out her tongue playfully and turned to leave. Luckily, she and her sister were completely different types of women, and this man couldn't even recognize them as sisters. Lingu frowned. They shared the same last name, Qin. Could it be that his wife was really related to the wealthy Qin family? After chatting with Lingu, Qin Ruhan intentionally returned to the top-level banquet hall and approached her sister from behind. Qin Mingyu happened to finish entertaining a big boss. After receiving a promise of business cooperation from Miss Qin, the man left with a smile on his face. After all, in Yun City, being able to cooperate with the Qin family was like grasping the key to wealth. "Sis," Qin Ruhan took the initiative to approach. "What? Where did you just go?" Qin Mingyu noticed that her younger sister had disappeared for a while and casually asked. "Hehe, of course, I went to help catch our sister's husband cheating." Qin Ruhan replied with a mischievous grin. "What?" Qin Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed. her gaze turning icy in an instant. Seeing her sister's reaction, Chin Ruhan appeared fearful on the surface, but she was actually quite excited. The more moved her sister was, the more it proved that the man held significance in her heart. For any other man, even if he had dalliances with other women in public, her sister would probably not even bother to look at him, let alone show any emotions. What did this man have that made her sister care so much? However, to Chin Ruhan's disappointment, Chin Mingyu only frowned momentarily before walking away, appearing indifferent. Chin Ruhan pouted, feeling that it wasn't fun anymore, and caught up with her sister. "Sis, are you just going to let that man off the hook like this?" Chin Mingyu pretended to laugh. "When we got married, everyone said it was a marriage of convenience. Even if he's flirting with other women or having affairs, I don't care." She certainly hoped Lingu would have an affair. Then she could divorce him legitimately, and her grandfather would have no objections. So that's how it is. Chin Ruhan was a smart little fox, and she had been with her sister day and night for so many years. How could she not be familiar with her sister? If her sister really didn't care, she wouldn't even bother to explain now. Moreover, she clearly noticed that her sister's carefree smile was forced. For a woman with her sister's personality, pretending to be carefree already spoke volume. She really cared about that man. Heh. Perhaps this was the magic of marriage. In that case, I'll go find that man again and tell him you don't care. Let him continue, Chin Ruhan said before deliberately turning around to run off. But after a few steps, she realized she was just jogging in place. Chin Ruhan had grabbed her from behind. "Come back here, I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, I'll have Grandpa reward him to you." Chin Mingyu's tactic indeed worked, and Chin Ruhan immediately relented, sticking out her tongue in submission. Just turned 20, she didn't want to enter the graveyard of love so soon. After the two sisters finished their conversation, Chin Mingyu continued to entertain the figures of the business world but found herself somewhat distracted. Even she found it strange that she couldn't help but picture Lingu laughing and chatting with other women. The banquet wasn't over yet, but she felt bored and left early. Returning to Yunshan Poetry, she found the house pitch black. Glancing at her watch, it was almost 11 o'clock, and that rascal Lingu still hadn't returned. Damn it! Chin Mingyu was very angry. She hated nightlife and disliked being disturbed while sleeping by others. Lingu coming back so late disrupted her routine. If a woman didn't rest well, her skin would suffer. Yes, she had already explained to herself the reason for her anger. It wasn't because that man was out there flirting. When that man came back, she would definitely set some rules for him. But to her surprise, as soon as she entered the house, Lingu stepped in. "Huh, you're coming back late too?" Lingu asked casually, unaware that both of them had attended the same event tonight. Feeling even more annoyed, Chin Mingyu had intended to set some rules if he came back after 11 o'clock, but now she couldn't vent her anger. "I will never stay out past 11 o'clock. Before 11 o'clock, you must maintain your routine. Got it?" she declared sternly. "Ow. Got it." Lingu nodded, feeling like this woman was explosive. Why did her words seem to carry gunpowder? "Where did you go tonight?" In the next instant, Chin Mingyu pretended to ask casually, but her eyes were sharp. Let's see how this man would answer. "How come? Miss Chin, are you going to start checking attendance from now on?" Lingu joked casually. Chin Mingyu used to never ask him where he had been. Lingu saw Chin Mingyu's jade fist involuntarily clenching, but then she relaxed and coldly smiled. "Who has time to check on you? I just want to remind you, even if you go out with other women, you're not allowed to come home past 11 o'clock from now on. Otherwise, don't bother coming back. Got it?" Lingu nodded inexplicably, feeling like this woman was insinuating something. But he hadn't gone out with any woman tonight. Seeing him evade the question, Chin Mingyu felt even more stifled. It seemed like this man really had something to hide. Sure enough, men were all the same, unable to control their primitive desires. But after this thought, she felt something was off. Although Lingu might have been emotionally unfaithful, he hadn't physically cheated yet, so it didn't count as being unable to control himself. Even if she wanted to expose him in front of her grandfather, she didn't have evidence for now. Ding dong. At this moment, Chin Mingyu's phone received several messages in a row. Thinking it was work-related, she openly took out her phone. That after unlocking the screen, she realized they were all pictures sent by her younger sister. All of them were of Lingu and Lingu laughing and chatting intimately at the banquet tonight. Lingu also glanced casually at them, suddenly stunned. After a moment, he spoke. "You said you didn't care who I associate with. Yet you sent someone to follow me and take pictures." Chen Mingyu looked up at him, and for a moment, didn't know how to explain. "It wasn't me who arranged it." Chen Mingyu finally spoke after a while. But even after explaining, she felt it wasn't right. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes shot out a cold light, annoyed and embarrassed. "You're married and still so intimate with other women, and you still have the nerve to justify yourself. Why wouldn't I? That's the woman I love the most. What's wrong with attending the banquet with her?" Lingu chuckled. At this moment, Chen Mingyu actually felt the urge to kick this man away fiercely. Appearances can be deceiving. Seeing him so well-mannered, yet so shameless. Saying he loved another woman in front of his lawful wife. But it doesn't matter if you arranged it or not. Seeing Chen Mingyu truly angry, Lingu smiled opally. "But next time, please send a more professional detective. Look, he took photos and videos of me and my sister. Such a waste of storage." "Your sister?" Chen Mingyu suddenly froze, feeling a little embarrassed. Her younger sister, in her own imagination, had gone to monitor her husband, but ended up taking intimate photos of her husband and her own sister, and she had just gotten angry about it. "Yeah. Her name is Lingu. Do you want to see her ID?" Lingu said, opening his phone where he had an electronic copy of his sister's ID. Boring. Chen Mingyu didn't bother to look and turned to leave. This topic was too embarrassing for her. Who was she? She was Chen Mingyu, the Ice Queen CEO of Chiagang Group, a woman widely known to have misandry. If tonight's events were to spread, it would definitely shock people. "Oh right, Miss Chen, what's your relationship with the Chen family, the wealthiest in Yun City?" Chen Mingyu was about to leave, but Lingu suddenly asked. He had to clear up this question. Chen Mingyu turned back, not saying anything. This woman was indeed beautiful, especially tonight, wearing an evening gown. Just a simple glance back was incredibly charming. If captured on camera, it would make a stunning shot, surely captivating countless hearts on the screen. Lingu forced himself to remain calm and continued. "Tonight, my sister and I attended the banquet. I heard that the Chin family's young lady, the wealthiest family in Yun City, was also there. Chiagang Group is associated with the Chin family, right? And your surname is also Chin. Could there be any connection between you two?" Chen Mingyu couldn't help but smile inwardly. This man couldn't even guess her identity. Strange, why did she feel a sense of accomplishment? It felt like playing an advanced version of Werewolf, successfully hiding her identity. To achieve the final victory, a sense of intellectual domination. Of course, there's a connection. Really, what kind of connection? "She's my boss." Huh? Now it was Lingu's turn to be stunned. Chen Mingyu felt inexplicably pleased. She had finally outsmarted him and Eve and the score. But suddenly, Lingu let out a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing you're not the Chin family's heiress." "You don't want me to be the heiress of the wealthiest family?" Chen Mingyu was curious. Did this man not want his wife to be wealthy? Was he pretending? "Of course not," Lingu said earnestly. "Being with you already makes me feel pressured. If you were still the heiress, I might be even more restrained in our relationship. Luckily, our gap isn't that big, and with some effort, I might even catch up to you." Theft. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. This man, with a salary of 80,000 a year, was saying he wanted to catch up to her. "What are you laughing at?" Lingu felt insulted by her laughter. "Hey, I'm not laughing at you. Just keep working hard," Chen Mingyu said casually, turning to leave the hall. It was almost 11 o'clock, and she needed to bathe and rest before then, to maintain her routine. But she heard Lingu still talking behind her. "I knew you weren't the Qing family's heiress. People say she's a lace, and with so much money, she's still unmarried at 27. She must be very ugly. This jerk." Chen Mingyu clenched her fists quietly. Did he really think she was ugly? Humph. He really had no intelligence. Seeing Chen Mingyu turning around and entering the bathroom, Lingu couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you going to take a bath?" "Nonsense." Chen Mingyu's cold voice came from the bathroom. What else would she do in the bathroom if not take a bath? Have dinner. You seem to have not brought clothes in with you. Are you planning not to change clothes, or do you plan to come out naked later? After Lingu kindly reminded her, the bathroom door opened again, after 2 seconds, and Chen Mingyu walked out with a murderous expression. She had been too used to not bringing clothes into the bathroom for a bath before. Even after Lingu returned from the Paradise nightclub, she still hadn't changed her habits. But tonight, she forgot this man was at home. Oh, by the way, how do you handle your changed clothes? Lingu asked casually. He hadn't seen Chen Mingyu hang clothes to dry these days, nor had he seen any trace of her changing clothes. What do you want? Chen Mingyu happened to be holding clean clothes as she walked out of the room. Hearing his question made her cautious. She had heard that many men like to take women's changed clothes, especially the ones worn close to the body. This man, was he trying to get his hands on her changed clothes to do something mischievous? Of course, I'm helping you wash them, Lingu said directly. Although he and Chen Mingyu didn't have much emotional connection, and their personalities were quite incompatible, his mother had instructed him to take good care of his wife, so he followed his mother's advice. Chen Mingyu was indeed disciplined and efficient in her work, but she couldn't take care of herself in daily life. Living together with her these few days, Lingu had noticed that she couldn't take care of herself at all. Despite her young age, she already had gastrointestinal problems, which was a good indication. You're helping me wash them? Chen Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then coldly sneered. What a joke. Why would I entrust my clothes to a man? Who knows what dirty things you might do? Lingu was truly defeated by her thinking and couldn't help but say, you treat your dirty clothes as treasures. I'm a gynecologist. I know exactly what can stick to women's clothes. Vaginal discharge, urea, even feces. Which one do you think is a treasure? You. Chen Mingyu suddenly felt offended. She was the center of attention wherever she went, and which man wouldn't feel honored to touch her? Who wouldn't be proud to catch a whiff of her fragrance? Yet, this man had described her in such a filthy way. Crass. If you take them to the dry cleaner, how do you know there won't be any men there? If you wear them once and then throw them away, then you're really something. It just gives more men the chance to get close to your intimate clothing. Lingu didn't have the typical thoughts of a normal man. In his eyes, there was no secret about any secretion of a woman's body. How many times had he conducted tests? Chen Mingyu gritted her teeth under his words. Indeed, she usually just packed her clothes in the morning and handed them over to Zia Shouty to take care of. But she never had time to bother with these trivial matters. Who knew who Shouty would pass them on to for washing? As long as they were returned clean, she was fine with it. Don't worry, they're all machine washed and dry. If you have the time to hang them out yourself, I can guarantee not to touch them at all, Lingu said candidly. This woman really doesn't know how to live her life. Even though she earns a lot, does she really want to send her clothes to the dry cleaner for the rest of her life? When did you buy a washing machine? Chen Mingyu asked. It was something she had never purchased because she didn't need one. I bought it the day you moved in. Ordered it online, and it just arrived today, Lingu replied. Chen Mingyu gave him a cold glance, but ultimately compromised. Humph, if I find out you've done something you shouldn't with my clothes, you're in big trouble. Lingu was truly speechless, but he didn't argue with this proud woman. After all, it was normal for a beautiful woman to have a bit of self-protection. Oh, I've stocked the fridge with lots of frozen food, and I also bought a microwave. If you're hungry, you can heat something up anytime. If you don't know how to do it, just call me. Lingu continued. Chen Mingyu's expression became increasingly surprised. This man could actually do so many things. Weren't these all things that ordinary women did? Also, I got you a Yun Cheng Tong card. If you're not in a hurry, you can take the subway or bus to save some money. Lingu handed her an IC card. Chen Mingyu didn't take it. What a joke. As the heiress of the Qin family and the CEO of Chia Gang Group, would she ever take the subway or bus? That was impossible in this lifetime. You take your shower, I'll just put the card on your desk. It's up to you whether you use it or not. Lingu didn't force her, especially since she had her own car. Chen Mingyu gave a cold hum before entering the bathroom. You forgot to lock the door again. Lingu sighed as he reminded her. Although he knew she didn't lock the door when she showered, Dan wouldn't actively go to open it. He was worried that if a friend came over one day and didn't know, it would be so embarrassing. "Gotti, you big man. Why are you so talkative?" Chin Mingyu rebuked coldly. But even after scolding this man, she felt that her mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. She couldn't help but admit that life after marriage was really completely different from before. Suddenly, another outsider intruded into her world, and it really took time to adjust. The next day was Sunday, and Chin Mingyu still left at 6:30 in the morning. For a workaholic like her, there were basically no holidays, only workdays. Early in the morning, sitting in her office, she didn't rush to deal with things as usual. Instead, she opened her phone to check the surveillance at home. Thinking about the man at home who didn't know that she actually knew everything about what was happening at home. A curve involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chin Mingyu's mouth. Let's see what that man was doing behind her back. Little did she know, there was a saying, while you're enjoying the view on the bridge, someone else is watching you from the building. While she was secretly checking the surveillance at home, her sister, Chin Ruhan, happened to come to her office and quietly watched her. Damn it, that man really can't be trusted. Chin Mingyu suddenly became angry and slammed the table with her jade hand. In the surveillance footage, Lingu was actually helping her wash her pants. Didn't that man say they were supposed to be machine washed and dry? Why did he touch her personal clothes, especially her pants? In the next moment, Chin Mingyu's fair face suddenly blushed. That man was actually helping her wash away the secretion stains on her pants, which were difficult to clean in the washing machine. I'm going to kill that man. Kill him. Chin Mingyu was both embarrassed and angry, erupting with unprecedented anger. Chin Ruhan outside watched with relish. When would she have a chance to see her sister like this? Suddenly, her shoulder was lightly tapped twice, causing her to quickly turn around. Third miss, what are you sneaking around for outside President Kin's office? It's really a case of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The person who came was Chin Mingyu's personal assistant, Zia Shouty, who couldn't help but frown and ask, "What do you mean by sneaking around?" "I'm here to learn from my sister," Chin Ruhan quickly explained. She was currently in a semi-working and studying state, with the position of management trainee. During the winter and summer vacations, or when she wasn't busy with her studies, she would come to the company to help her sister with some tasks, and also learn from her sister's business handling experience. Learning. Why do I feel like Miss 3 is peaking? Although Zia Shouty was a servant, her relationship with the two sisters was very good. So when there were no other people around, she dared to joke with Chin Ruhan. "Shh, don't speak nonsense," Chin Ruhan, being quite clever, immediately leaned close to Zia Shouty's ear and whispered softly, "Actually, Grandpa gave me a top-secret mission, to watch over my sister and brother-in-law, and help them have a baby sooner." "What?" Zia Shouty was indeed startled, doubting, "Is that true? You can help them have a baby? And if it's a top-secret mission, can you tell me?" "Of course, it's true, but the situation is very bad right now. I think with my sister's current state, she might kick that man out at any moment." Based on the scene she had just seen, Chin Ruhan made a reasonable deduction. However, Zia Shouty furrowed her brows lightly. She had actually interacted with Lingu several times before. Thinking of Lingu helping her deal with the extortion, settling matters with Shangyi, and easily taking on Dong Juo's gang last night, she felt that this man was not as simple as she had imagined. Otherwise, with Chairman Kin's shrewd eyes, how could he have taken a liking to him? "Miss 3, I have a different opinion from you. I think that man can hold up against your sister's temperament." As soon as Zia Shouty spoke, Chin Ruhan was stunned. The person by her sister's side actually thought that the man could withstand her sister's personality. "Shouty, how about we make a bet?" Chin Ruhan suggested casually. "I say that man won't last through the year. Either he'll be kicked out by my sister, or he'll leave on his own. And it's only 3 months until the Lunar New Year. If he can hold on until then, and come back to the Chin family for the New Year, I'll admit defeat." She seemed quite confident. A woman like her sister, who detested men, how could any man withstand her for 3 months? And she was clear that her sister's marriage was just for show, definitely not going to have any results, let alone a little baby. When Grandpa lost patience and pushed the second sister out to marry, the eldest sister would be liberated. But Shouty found it amusing. What could she use to bet against Miss 3? She was just a working girl. However, Chin Ruhan remained enthusiastic and continued, "If I win, I'll never marry in my life. If I lose, I'll get married and give birth to a baby boy for the Chin family." Seeing Miss 3 so excited, Shouty felt awkward about refusing. Most importantly, these two conditions from Miss 3 seemed like she was betting against herself, with little consequence for the winner or loser's relationship with the second party. "What are you two talking about out there? Come in." At that moment, the cold voice of Chin Mingyu came from the CEO's office. Even though Chin Ruhan was spirited, hearing her sister's voice made her shiver a little and she quickly stuck out her tongue before walking in. "Big sister, good morning, CEO Chin." Both of them greeted Chin Ruhan with smiles. But Chin Mingyu just snorted and threw her phone onto the table. On it was a picture taken by Shouty and sent to her by Chin Ruhan. "Explain this to me, what's going on here?" Facing the CEO's cold expression, Shouty trembled a bit. Chin Ruhan also quickly stuck out her tongue and explained, "Big sister, as your younger sister, it's my responsibility to ensure your happiness. How could I let my brother-in-law flirt outside? I must expose him." "Expose?" Chin Mingyu chuckled, her tone ambiguous. "So you two decided to sneakily take pictures while they attended the banquet with my dear sister?" "How'd? Your dear sister?" Shouty exclaimed in surprise. She indeed had no idea that Ling Ruoxu was Ling Yu's sister. "Oh, dear sister." It took half a second for Chin Ruhan to catch up and exclaim in astonishment. Chin Mingyu immediately shot her a sharp, icy glare. Chin Ruhan felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, her expression cooling instantly. "Little 3, why do I feel like you knew about this all along?" There were 4 daughters in the Chin family's generation, but Chin Ruhan had the closest relationship with Chin Mingyu. She only used a nickname with Chin Ruhan, and whether it was in the Chin family or among the upper echelons of Jiagang group, everyone knew that Chin Mingyu had a pair of discerning eyes that could expose lies. Anyone caught lying under her gaze wouldn't be able to keep up the pretense. Sure enough, Chin Ruhan immediately began to act cute and innocent. Offering an explanation, "Sis, we just wanted to create some topics for you and your husband. Otherwise I'm afraid you two wouldn't have much to talk about at home for a year." Shouty also nodded in agreement. Given Chin Mingyu's personality, it wasn't entirely impossible for her not to speak to a man for a whole year. "Cut it out. Don't pull these tricks on me again in the future," Chin Mingyu reprimanded coldly. These 2 women had no idea how embarrassed she had been last night. It was the most awkward moment she had ever experienced. "Yes, CEO Chin." Shouty quickly nodded. "Got it, sis." Chin Ruhan also stuck out her tongue, verbally acknowledging, but secretly thinking, that she would definitely investigate if she saw her brother-in-law with other women again. At that moment, Chin Mingyu's phone rang, and it was Ling Yu calling. "Expose?" Chin Mingyu smirked, her expression somewhere between a smile and a sneer. "So you thought it necessary to sneakily photograph them attending the banquet with my dear sister?" "How'd? Your dear sister?" Shouty exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, she had no idea that Ling Ruoxu was Ling Yu's biological sister. "Oh, dear sister." After a half-second delay, Chin Ruhan also chimed in with surprise. Chin Mingyu immediately shot her a sharp, icy glare. Chin Ruhan felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing in place. "Little 3, why do I get the feeling that you knew about this already?" There were 4 daughters in the Chin family's generation, but Chin Ruhan was closest to Chin Mingyu. Only she would call her by such an affectionate nickname. And whether in the Chin family or among the top echelons of Jiagang group, everyone knew that Chin Mingyu had a keen eye for deception, almost like a human lie detector. If anyone tried to lie and got caught by her gaze, they wouldn't be able to maintain the facade. Sure enough, Chin Ruhan immediately adopted a cutesy, innocent demeanor and offered an explanation. "Sis, we just wanted to stir up some conversation for you and your husband. Otherwise, I'm afraid you two wouldn't exchange 2 words at home in a year." Shouty also nodded in agreement. Given Chin Mingyu's temperament, it wasn't entirely implausible for her not to exchange a word with a man for a whole year. "Cut it out. Don't play these tricks on me again in the future," Chin Mingyu coldly reprimanded. These 2 women had no idea how embarrassed she had been last night. It was the most embarrassing moment of her life. Yes. CEO Chin. Shouty quickly nodded. Got it, sis. Chin Ruhan also stuck out her tongue, verbally acknowledging, but secretly thinking that if she saw her brother-in-law with other women again, she would definitely investigate. At that moment, Chin Mingyu's phone rang, and it was Lingu calling. What? Asking for money again? Chin Mingyu furrowed her brows slightly. How much? 3,000. Is that okay? Hearing that this man was asking for such a small amount, Chin Mingyu felt even more impatient. Previously, when she gave him money to spend, he insisted on not taking it like a real man, but now he repeatedly came asking for loans. Men really cared about their face. Ridiculous. I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Pay me back. How much is your monthly salary? You also said you'd give me 5,000 every month. Chin Mingyu deliberately challenged him. That question indeed left Lingu silent. Money was tight, and with his meager monthly income, he really couldn't afford to repay 3,000 and still hand over 5,000 every month. Anyway, I'll figure something out. I can get another part-time job. Hearing this, Chin Mingyu coldly smiled and hung up the phone directly. At that moment, Lingu, sitting at home, sighed in resignation upon hearing the disconnection tone. He wanted to accompany his mother to the hospital today for treatment. With a budget of at least 3,000, but all his money had been lent to Lin Fan. He was truly broke. Ding dong. The next moment, he received a notification of a 30,000 yuan transfer on WeChat. Chin Mingyu left him a message. Mr. Ling, if you need money, just ask for it. But please don't be so stubborn. Actually, she was willing to spend this money on him. Setting aside his request for money for family matters, his assistance in resolving the strategic warehouse project warranted a reward of hundreds of thousands. But Lingu felt his pride was wounded. He gritted his teeth and replied, Thank you, Miss Chin. I will definitely pay you back. Seeing his response, Chin Mingyu also felt a strange emotion. This couple was acting like strangers. At that moment, Chen Ailin was at Uncle Lingu's house borrowing money. Sister-in-law, my family really doesn't have any money to lend you. Upon hearing that she had come to borrow money, Ling Wuken rushed her off as if she were a plague. We just bought a new house. Jia Wei has to make payments for his Porsche every month, costing tens of thousands. Our monthly expenses barely cover it. Where would we find extra money to lend you? Why don't you go ask your third uncle's family? Chen Nailin, clutching her side, where her kidneys hurt, her lips pale, continued to speak. Second uncle, can you give me the money? I promise to pay you back within a month. If her kidneys weren't in such severe pain, she would never have come to borrow money from her second uncle. Chen Ailin knew very well who Ling Wuken was and understood his family's financial situation. Ling Wuken dealt in some scrap metal business, and although it wasn't doing well now, over the past 20 years, he had earned at least millions. Even if he spent lavishly, he still had over 1 million in savings. But she hadn't expected him to be as stingy as before, unwilling to lend even a measly 3,000. Sister-in-law, can't you understand human language, or what? I really don't have the money to lend you. No matter how much you say, I can't conjure it out of thin air. Ling Wuken was annoyed, directly turning to anger. If you need money, why don't you ask your son? He's a grown man, yet he lets his mother come and borrow money. Isn't that embarrassing? Chen Ailin didn't want to embarrass her son, so she quickly waved her hand. It wasn't him who asked me to come. I came to you on my own. Whether he asked you to come or not, it's the same thing, isn't it? Your son is so incompetent. Ling Wuken couldn't stop himself once he started. Look at my son. He's only 27 and is already planning for a second child. Ling Yu, that boy, is 28, right? He can't even find a wife, now he's ignoring his own mother. It's a disgrace to the Ling family. Chen Ailin quickly turned around. Stop talking. I'm leaving. Feeling the warmth and coldness of human relationships, Chen Ailin deeply felt it at this moment. Although she couldn't borrow the money, after some thought, she decided to turn around and say, By the way, second uncle, Xiaoyu is getting married. He'll be coming home early next month. You're welcome to come and have a meal with us. Sticking up for her son, who said her son couldn't find a wife, Ling Wuken was slightly taken aback, then smiled. That's fine. I'll definitely bring a big red envelope then. But in his heart, he thought, what kind of wife can a man earning only 80,000 a year marry? She must be both poor and ugly, right? When the time comes, he and his son can show off with their beautiful daughter-in-law. After borrowing the money, Lingu quickly hailed a taxi to pick up Chen Ailin. Mom, why did you come to Uncle Tu's house? Lingu asked Chen Ailin as they arrived at the entrance of Uncle Tu's residential area. It's nothing. I just told Uncle Tu about your wedding and invited them to come over for a meal, so everyone can get to know each other, Chen Ailin lied with a smile. Even so, Lingu knew that his mom must have come to borrow money from Uncle Tu, and didn't want to tell him because she didn't want him to dislike Uncle Tu. But how could Lingu not know who Uncle Tu was? With all the money they had earned, when had they ever lent a penny to their own family? Not only that, every time they visited, they always liked to take a few things with them, especially fond of taking advantage of others. Mom, Mingyu gave me 30,000 yuan. I can arrange for you to be hospitalized for treatment, Lingu said, after helping his mom into the car. What? Borrowed another 30,000? Chen Ailin was indeed surprised. Lingu had told her about borrowing money for Lin Fan's mother's surgery last time. Chen Ailin knew that Lin Fan was her son's good friend, so she didn't blame him for lending 60,000 yuan to Lin Fan. But her son couldn't neglect his wife for the sake of his friend. Xiao Yu, did you not give your wife a dowry? Or any tokens of affection? No. Lingu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mingyu doesn't care about money, these things aren't important to her. You're confused. Chen Ailin was angry and poked his head. Which girl doesn't like receiving gifts? Which man marries a wife without giving a dowry? Even if the woman is wealthy, you still have to give her tokens of affection. Lingu sighed. It's not that he didn't want to give, but he really didn't have the money. Giving something too shabby to Chen Mingyu might make her look down on him. Chen Ailin wanted to say something, but due to her emotional excitement, she clutched her kidney again, sweating profusely from the pain. Driver, hurry up. Could you please drive faster? Lingu urged desperately, while using acupressure to alleviate his mother's pain. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the hospital, and Lingu immediately carried his mother on his back and rushed towards the internal medicine ward. This scene attracted the attention of many people at the hospital entrance. In a Bentley parked at the entrance, Chen Mingyu happened to see it, and couldn't help muttering to herself, could the woman the man is carrying be his mother-in-law? What's wrong with her? Does she seem to be in worse condition than me? Chin. We've arrived at the hospital. Zia Shouty hurriedly got out of the driver's seat and opened the rear door. Just now, Miss Chin was dealing with work, and her old problem of gastritis recurred. Zia Shouty hurriedly drove her to the hospital, and now she even wanted to help her out of the car. It's okay, I can walk by myself. As soon as Chin Mingyu spoke, Zia Shouty felt like she had made a mistake. Miss Chin had such a strong personality that she didn't want to appear sickly when entering the hospital. If she were recognized, people would think she was a sickly woman. Even so, Chin Mingyu's aura and appearance were eye-catching no matter where she went. As soon as she entered the hospital gate, she was immediately recognized. Miss Chin, hello. A bald middle-aged man, followed by two bodyguards, walked directly towards Chin Mingyu. Zia Shouty and the bodyguards hurriedly blocked their way. Mr. Chen, it's you. Although Chin Mingyu was disdainful of shaking hands with the other party and deliberately kept her distance, the other party was still the boss of a company and a prominent figure in the business world. She nodded as a courtesy. Ha ha. Miss Chin remembers me. It's really my honor. Bald Mr. Chen smiled and approached Chin Mingyu, trying to get closer. Is there anything Miss Chin needs at the hospital? It's none of your business. Chin Mingyu coldly threw out these words and left. Ha ha. Miss Chin, goodbye. Although the bald Mr. Chen felt that this woman was too aloof, he still smiled and bid her farewell. The influence of the Chin family was not something he could compare to. At this moment, Lingu had already placed Chen Ailin in a separate ward and was applying acupressure to alleviate her pain. The attending doctor from the nephrology department arrived soon after. His name was Chen Dong, and he was acquainted with Lingu. Seeing Lingu attending to his mother by himself, Chen Dong frowned slightly. As a Western doctor, he wasn't very familiar with traditional Chinese medicine. Although he looked down on Lingu as a gynecologist, he still smiled politely and said, "Dr. Ling, if you're capable of treating patients yourself, why bring her to the hospital? The hospital wards are currently tight, and you should be aware of that." Lingu turned around and quickly explained, "My mother's nephritis is very severe, and she only has one kidney left. She needs antibiotics and 24-hour observation. That's why I brought her to the hospital." Lingu was trained in traditional Chinese medicine, but didn't reject Western medicine. On the contrary, he believed in the integration of both approaches. In the treatment of nephritis, Western medicine's injection methods were indeed more convenient and effective than traditional Chinese herbal medicine for reducing inflammation. "In that case, come with me and help your mother with the admission procedures." "Okay." Lingu asked the nurse to start Chen Ailan on and for drip before following Chen Don out. To his surprise, when he returned after completing the formalities, he found Chen Ailan standing alone outside with a mobile for drip attached. "Mom, what's going on? Why are you standing outside?" Lingu was both distressed and surprised as he hurried over. Chen Ailan, enduring the pain, looked helpless. "Just now, hospital staff came in and said that this ward had already been reserved, so they kicked me out. But now, the hospital can't arrange another ward for me." Lingu frowned immediately. In his 2 years at the hospital, he had rarely seen such a situation. Lingu quickly found the nurse in charge of the ward. "Dr. Ling, the allocation of this private ward is based on the attending physician's arrangements. Dr. Chen assigned it to someone else," the nurse explained to him. Lingu instantly became furious. He knew very well that the hospital never reserved wards. They were the first ones to arrive, and Chen Dong had just been aware of their situation. How could he take Lingu to handle the formalities and then assign the ward to someone else? Lingu hurriedly tried to call Chen Dong, but Chen Dong made excuses and refused to come. At that moment, 2 men in suits, with a sturdy posture that suggested they were bodyguards, walked out of the ward. "Ha ha, this ward was reserved by our Mr. Chen. Stop causing trouble here and leave," one of them said. "That's right, you're disrupting Mr. Chen's rest. You can't handle the consequences," the other added. Lingu became even more infuriated. He stormed into the ward and, upon seeing the diagnosis report, became even more enraged. This middle-aged bald man named Chen Zibe had a minor case of prostatitis, which could be treated with medication without the need for hospitalization. Yet he was arrogantly occupying Lingu's mother's ward, which was completely unjustifiable. "Hey, who do you think you are? What do you want?" The bald Chen barked at Lingu upon seeing him. Suppressing his anger, Lingu politely said, "Mr. Chen, your condition doesn't require hospitalization, and this ward was arranged for my mother first. Could you please vacate it? Thank you." The bald Chen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What a joke, who do you think you are? Why should I give it up for you?" He deliberately chose to be hospitalized to enjoy the company benefits, earning a salary without having to work. It was quite enjoyable. Lingu clenched his fists tightly, but couldn't find a good solution at the moment. Suddenly, there was a sound from outside the ward, followed by some commotion. Lingu couldn't afford to argue with the bald Chen any longer. He rushed out of the ward and saw Chen Ailan lying on the ground in pain. Mom. Ha ha, you think playing dead on the ground will work?" The bald Chen swaggered out, seeing Chen Ailan lying in pain on the ground. He not only showed no sympathy but also made callous remarks. "It's useless. Unless you die in front of me, maybe I'll burn a couple of incense sticks for you." The medical staff and nurses around felt that the bald man was too arrogant and lacked humanity. At the end of the exclusive ward corridor is a VIP ward reserved for distinguished clients. As one of the investors of this hospital, the Qin family held some influence, and Qin Mingyu was currently in that ward. Hearing the commotion, Zia Shouty couldn't help but peek out and hurriedly reported back. "Ms. Qin, something's not right. It's Lingyu's mother lying in the corridor." Qin Mingyu's narrowed her eyes slightly, enduring the pain of acute gastroenteritis. She walked to the door and took a look. Lingyu clenched his fists tightly but refrained from attacking the bald Chen. Instead, he desperately used acupressure to relieve his mother's pain. "That guy can really endure." Zia Shouty couldn't help but comment, "If it were me, I would definitely knock that hateful bald head down. Qin Mingyu, however, raised her lips slightly, expressing a different viewpoint from Xia Xiaodi's. Xiaodi, haven't you heard? He who ange you conquers you, Qin Mingyu said calmly. Huh? Ms. Qin, what do you mean? Xia Xiaodi was slightly startled. Qin Mingyu explained, it means not to let anger control you. Do not engage in battle when angry. Xia Xiaodi began to tremble slightly, gradually understanding Ms. Qin's meaning. Could it be that Ms. Qin appreciates Lingu's forbearance? Indeed, if Lingu were to confront the bald Chen now, it would only make things worse, and could even lead to him being expelled from the hospital. By treating his mother and handling the situation calmly, he could not only alleviate his mother's pain but also escalate the situation, trying to find a way to obtain the war, which would maximize his benefits. Haha, I will never give you this war, no matter how you pretend to be dead. After another round of provocation, the bald Chen returned to the war, crossed his legs, and lay leisurely on the bed. There was a lot of discussion among the people in the hospital. However, Lingu remained silent, lifting Chen Alan off the ground and leaving the scene. The internal medicine department didn't have any rooms available, so Lingu had no choice but to take his mother to the gynecology department, sort out her affairs there, and find a chance later to settle this matter. Click. The sounds in the corridor gradually faded away, but the next moment, someone opened the door to the ward abruptly. Who the hell is it now? The bald Chen was irritated. Why were there so many interruptions when he was hospitalized? But when he saw the two beautiful women walking in, he immediately got up from the bed and greeted them respectfully. Miss Qin, what brings you here? Qin Mingyu didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, I want this ward. Is that possible? Well, the bald Chen was taken aback. What was so special about this ward? Why was everyone trying to claim it? Don't dilly-dally, yes or no. Qin Mingyu's gaze was sharp, as if she was going to slice off a piece of his flesh. The bald Chen shivered immediately. Their company had cooperation with the Tiagang group, and they had to consider their relationship. How could he dare to say no? Haha, it's my honor to share a ward with Miss Qin. No more nonsense, get out. Qin Mingyu didn't want to hear him talk anymore, so she ordered coldly. Yes. Yes, the previously arrogant bald Chen, without even changing his clothes, had someone pick up his things and left the ward. He knew better than to mess with the young miss of the Qin family. Meanwhile, Lingu supported his mother to the front desk. They were about to inquire about the room situation when a nurse contacted him via WeChat. Dr. Ling, there's a room available in the internal medicine department, and we've arranged it for you. Lingu was surprised and quickly thanked them before helping his mother back. When the nurse led them to the ward, they were astonished to find it was the same one as before, and the arrogant bald man was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Who helped us? Lingu asked curiously. If someone hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been possible for this to happen. The bald guy had just said he wouldn't let go of the ward, yet he suddenly gave it up. However, the nurse shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Hehe, it seems there are still many kind-hearted people in this world. Chen Alan chuckled happily. She really didn't want to go through any more trouble with her current condition. At that moment, Lingu received another WeChat message. Dr. Ling, are you free now? I'm back for another checkup. It was Lin Qingshuan. Lingu suddenly realized. So it was Miss Lin from the Lin family helping again. Otherwise, on a day when he was supposed to be working, how would she know he was at the hospital? Sure. I'll be back to the gynecology department right away. Lingu was someone who believed in repaying kindness. Since Lin Qingshuan had helped him greatly, he felt obliged to repay her. After returning to the gynecology department, Lingu once again conducted a routine examination for Lin Qingshuan. Lin Qingshuan had been subtly observing him, feeling that today's Dr. Ling seemed to have become warmer than before. Miss Lin, luckily you came quickly. Oh, is it serious? Lin Qingshuan suddenly paused. But Lingu just smiled and said, it's not a serious condition. Your lower abdominal pain is just due to consuming too many cold things recently. Drink more hot water when you get back, and you'll be fine. If you had come a bit later, it would have resolved on its own. Oh, so it's just that. Lin Qingshuan couldn't help but chuckle when she realized it wasn't serious. She then noticed that Dr. Ling also had a sense of humor, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Dr. Ling, thank you. My condition is congenital, and only you can treat it. Don't mention it. Lingu waved his hand. Just as Lin Qingshuan seemed a bit reluctant to leave, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, Miss Lin, when are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Oh. Lin Qingshuan was stunned. So this guy also knew how to flirt. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Lingu wanted to repay her for helping arrange the hospital room. But if she didn't appreciate it, there was nothing he could do. No, tonight is fine for me, Lin Qingshuan responded excitedly. But then realized she was not being reserved. Now Fan quickly toned it down. Then tonight it is, sure. The two happily made plans. Lingu went back to take care of Chen Ailin. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, as he was getting ready to leave for the appointment, his phone rang. Qin Mingyu. Lingu was puzzled. Why would the Ice Queen call him? Could it be a mistake? Hello, what's up? Lingu answered the call. Where have you been today? Came Qin Mingyu's cold voice from the other end, still as imposing as usual. She had returned home early today because of her stomach ache and didn't want to go out for dinner. She was waiting for Lingu to come home and cook. Unexpectedly, Lingu replied, I have an appointment tonight, so I'll be home later. What? An appointment? Qin Mingyu sounded slightly surprised. Yeah. What's the matter with you? Lingu was a bit impatient. Normally, the Ice Queen wouldn't even bother talking to him, so her behavior today is unusual. Nothing. Qin Mingyu hung up angrily. Beep. Beep. Listening to the dial tone, Lingu frowned slightly. This woman was still so difficult to deal with. At night, approaching 10 o'clock, Qin Mingyu sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking milk and applying a face mask, casually browsing through her friends' updates on social media. Every night before going to bed, she would spend some time doing this, not for leisure, but to check for any business-related information in her friends' posts. By chance, she came across Lin Qingshuan's post. Both of them were heiresses of business families, friends in the business world but also competitors. Tonight, Miss Lin was having dinner with a man, and from the text, it seemed like the man was treating her. Was she deliberately showing off? Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly. It seemed like not only she was secretly married, but Miss Lin, who had always been single, had also found a man. Crack. Just then, the front door opened, and Lingu came back from outside. Qin Mingyu glanced at him, originally not intending to pay attention, but suddenly sensed something wrong, so she quickly looked at him again. Then, she froze completely. The man's attire, why did it look exactly like the mysterious man Lin Qingshuan was dining with? Qin Mingyu took another careful look at the photo. With her keen eyes, she immediately came to a conclusion. It was the same person. The mysterious man from Lin Qingshuan's social media post was actually her husband. A surge of anger rose inexplicably in her heart. But she concealed it perfectly. Haven't you had dinner tonight? Lingu didn't notice Qin Mingyu's abnormality, glanced at the living room, then at the kitchen, noticing that nothing seemed to have been touched. Don't always substitute other food for a proper meal. It's not good for your stomach. Lingu continued to give advice like an old steward, then suddenly turned around, feeling a chill. Qin Mingyu's eyes were like daggers, coldly asking, Mr. Ling, who did you go on a romantic outing with tonight? Lingu trembled slightly and replied honestly, it's not a romantic outing. I just invited a friend to dinner. Oh, so borrowing money is equivalent to taking a girl out for dinner. That's quite generous of you, Qin Mingyu said with a smirk. This man actually borrowed money from his wife to take another woman out to dinner. Quite a bold and shrewd idea. Miss Qin, I invited her to dinner because she helped me out a lot today. As for borrowing your money, I'll repay you as soon as possible. Lingu quickly assured her when he saw that she seemed a bit angry and inexplicably upset. Qin Mingyu felt even more uncomfortable. She was his lawful wife, she lent him money, and she even helped solve his mother's hospital room issue. Yet, he left her at home and went to have dinner with another woman. Was this really appropriate? Men, fundamentally, are scoundrels. Since you put it that way, then next month on this day, make sure to repay the money on time. Qin Mingyu said coldly, then turned and went back to her room. As she reached the door, she added, "Also, next month at the beginning, I may not have time to visit your family. It's still undecided." This. Lingu looked innocent. He used to think that although this woman was cold, she wasn't petty, and certainly not someone who didn't keep her word. Why was she acting like this tonight? She promised to visit his mother, and now she was suddenly backing out. If she really didn't go, his mother would be disappointed. His sister would be angry, right? Well, let's deal with it when the time comes. Anyway, he still needed to figure out how to make more money. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle all these financial problems. The next day at work, Lingu used his phone to browse part-time job listings online. Sorting them by salary, he manually filtered out the fake advertisements and scams. And at the top of the list was unexpectedly a position at Chiagang Group. Project outsourcing representative, base salary for 1,000 plus commission, part-time available. Lingu looked at the job responsibilities again. Wasn't it similar to the tasks Chen Mingyu assigned him before? The last time, Chen Mingyu directly arranged it, and he didn't go through the formal hiring process, so of course, there was no salary. Now he urgently needed to make money, and with his previous work experience, this was the most suitable option. That afternoon, Lingu asked Lin Fan to cover for him and left the hospital a bit early to go to the Chiagang Group's branch office for an interview. He thought the position was low and the salary wasn't high compared to other jobs, so there wouldn't be much competition. However, when he arrived at the interview location, he found that the place was crowded with people. Men, women, old, young. Everyone was here to join in the excitement. Chiagang Group is the leading enterprise in Yun City. Who wouldn't want to get in? As Lingu handed in his resume, he casually glanced at the competition. Surprisingly, most of his competitors had bachelor's degrees, with many coming from prestigious universities like the 985 and 211 projects. Some even had postgraduate degrees. This was quite exaggerated. For just a courier position with not particularly great benefits, it was astonishing to see so many talented individuals vying for it. It seemed like many people viewed this position as a stepping stone to join Chiagang Group. In comparison, Lingu's resume didn't stand out at all, and his major wasn't relevant. As he placed his resume down, he heard a familiar voice. "Ha ha, even illiterates want to join Chiagang Group. Dreaming big, aren't you?" Following the voice, Lingu saw Zhang Milan's brother, Zhang Wu. Although he had the aura of a ruffian, he had managed to graduate from a non-prestigious university. Now, he was trying his luck at Chiagang Group. If he got accepted, he and his sister could become a formidable duo in the future. Zhang Wu's words attracted the attention of several other young men and women nearby. Hey, someone with just a high school education also wants to join the fun. Don't mock him, he served in the military. With that background, he should just apply to be a security guard. Why waste everyone's time here? Hearing these discussions, Lingu remained calm on the surface but felt turmoil inside. In fact, he didn't choose to serve in the military because he was bad at studying. He did it to guard the borders, protect his country, just like any true man of the Ling family. His father had also sacrificed himself for the country, passing away at a young age. If he hadn't made a mistake in the northern frontier, Lingu wouldn't have had to retire with regrets and come back to Yun City. Now, his resume indeed lacked competitiveness in the job market. What surprised Lingu was that he actually passed the initial interview after submitting his resume. While waiting for the final interview, he encountered a familiar face in the waiting area. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing Lingu's call, Zhang Wu and the others who had been eyeing him began to whisper among themselves. High school education is one thing, but I didn't expect a mother and son duo to show up together. It's crazy, and embarrassing too. With their qualifications, they still think they can get hired. They're just dreaming. Listening to these remarks, Lingu's emotions surged even more, but he didn't have time to pay attention to these people. He quickly walked up to Chen Ailin. "Mom, you should be resting in the hospital room. What are you doing here?" Chen Ailin had originally wanted to avoid him, but her son had already approached her. So she sighed and replied, "Oh, you haven't given your wife a dowry, nor have you bought anything. I can't rest easy. I heard they're hiring cleaners here, and the pay is higher than anywhere else, so I came. Hearing this, Lingu felt a pang of sadness. He used to have little interest in money, but now he realized the bitterness of being without it. His mother was already 57 years old, yet she had to come out and earn money for his marriage while she was ill. Jong-woo overheard and began to mock again. You think this will work? Just a waste of time. Chia Gang Group is not a charity organization. Get real. The surrounding men and women also felt that this mother and son duo were embarrassing themselves by acting out this drama. Just then, a woman in professional attire walked out of the office and exclaimed loudly, "Is Chen Ailin here? I'm here, I'm here." Chen Ailin quickly raised her hand and hurried over, enduring the pain in her body. You've been hired. Come to work in a couple of days. What? Thank you, thank you. Chen Ailin expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Jong-woo was left speechless, and the surrounding young people were also shocked. They couldn't believe that a woman of such advanced age could still be hired by the Legend Enterprise. Wow. Lingu. The woman in professional attire asked again. I am. Lingu quickly raised his hand. Then come in for the final interview, the woman said before walking back. Lingu hurried to follow her. Jong-woo and the others were left dumbfounded. Why did the person in charge pick Lingu first for the final interview out of so many people waiting? Lingu himself didn't know and felt a bit puzzled. As he walked down a long corridor and entered a spacious and bright office, he was surprised to see the beautiful young woman sitting behind the desk. Miss San, it's you, he exclaimed. Chin Ruhan was wearing twin ponytails and a school uniform, making her look like a high school student. You're here, sit down, Chin Ruhan gestured, but her expression seemed a bit unfriendly, like a hidden little demon. She already knew about the dinner date between this man and Miss Lin from last night. What audacity! Clearly, he had a heavenly wife at home, yet he dared to openly flirt with other women. He's asking for it. Last time might have been a misunderstanding, but this time, Miss Lin Kingshuan couldn't possibly be his relative, right? This time, she must teach this man a lesson for her sister. Lingu felt that this little girl seemed a bit terrifying, but he remained calm and asked, Miss San, are you the one recruiting people? He had always suspected that Chin Ruhan was Chin Mingyu's boss. Otherwise, how would she know him? Of course, Chin Ruhan raised her head with a hint of pride. In fact, Chin Mingyu had entrusted her with managing some stable projects, including the upcoming finalization of the Yunjin project. She had been a management trainee for a long time, and now she finally had the opportunity to manage projects on her own, feeling fresh and excited. She never expected that as soon as she started recruiting, she would end up hiring her brother-in-law. It's quite amusing. Lingu. Resistance leads to strictness, confession leads to leniency. Have you ever cheated? Chin Ruhan questioned sternly, with her hands on the table. How? Lingu looked at his Miss Sen interrogating him, his lips twitching. This little girl, why does she seem like she's interrogating a criminal? After a while, he finally asked in confusion, is this part of the interview? Exactly. Chin Ruhan, not being a qualified interviewer at her age, resorted to threats and inducements, saying, only honesty can get you through the interview. Lying will get you instantly disqualified. She even added a chopping motion with her hand, as if chopping vegetables. No. Lingu immediately replied firmly. Chin Ruhan was taken aback for a moment, carefully observing the man's expression. With her intelligence and knowledge of lie detection, she concluded that his face didn't blush, his heart didn't race. There were no subconscious gestures of concealment. His eyes remained calm and steady, completely unlike someone lying. Could it be that he and Lin Kingshuan hadn't gone as far as sleeping together yet? Thinking about it, Lin Kingshuan was a wealthy heiress. It wouldn't be easy for her to give herself away so easily, would it? Then have you secretly gone out for candlelit dinners with other women behind your wife's back? Chin Ruhan pressed her hands on the table, standing up with an air of I'll kill you at any moment. Lingu furrowed his brows frequently. Why were the questions from this third Miss Chin family so strange? Of course, the person herself was even stranger. Quickly answer, or I'll disqualify you, she threatened. No. Lingu responded again. What? No. Chin Ruhan was completely surprised. How could this guy lie so naturally? Was he lying just now as well? Impressive. Humph. Let me expose you. Then what's this? Qin Ruhan opened her social media and showed Lingu the photo Ling Qingshuan had posted. Lingu's face did indeed change. Heh. What do you have to say now? Qin Ruhan looked smug, ready to bring this lying contestant to justice. But Lingu, with a candid expression, said, "This wasn't a candlelit dinner. It was a thank you meal for her help." Huh? A thank you meal? Qin Ruhan hadn't considered that possibility and exclaimed, "But it was me who helped you out that night. If you wanted to treat anyone, it should have been me. Do you like her? What's wrong with me compared to Ling Qingshuan?" She even puffed out her chest after saying this. Lingu had a look of bemusement. This third Miss Qin was certainly lively. Completely different from that icy girl. They definitely weren't related by blood. "Miss, you've misunderstood. I thanked her not for that reason, but because she helped my mother reclaim her hospital room." Lingu explained the truth. He couldn't help but wonder why he was being asked such bizarre questions during a part-time job interview. "Oh, I see." Qin Ruhan tapped her chin thoughtfully. She realized that her sister had been in a bad mood all day, likely because of this incident. If she told her the truth, she wondered how her sister's expression would change. "That's it, miss. If you don't mind, I could treat you to a meal as well, as a token of gratitude," Lingu offered. "Really?" Qin Ruhan's eyes lit up. "Yeah, but I'm on a tight budget, so it would just be a simple meal," Lingu admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed about his financial situation. "Okay. Then I'll hire you for this meal. You can start running errands for me tomorrow." Qin Ruhan clapped her hands. "Huh? Was it really that easy?" Lingu was stunned for a moment before he said, "Thank you, miss." As he came out of the interview room, Chen Alan hurried over, asking, "Shall you? How did the interview go?" Since Lingu was the first to have the final interview for this position, many other interviewees were nervous and watching him closely. "Haha, I'm sure I failed. Whoever heard of someone with just a high school diploma getting a job at Tiagang Corporation?" Zhang Wu was the first to mock. "Yeah, everyone at Tiagang Corporation has high academic qualifications. This position requires specialized knowledge. There's no way they would hire him." The other young people nearby were whispering among themselves again. But Lingu just replied, "Mom, I got the job. I start tomorrow, so you really don't need to work." "What?" Several young people's eyes bulged, and one nearly dropped his glasses. "He actually got hired." A young woman even hurried over and whispered, "Hey handsome, what kind of questions did they ask during the interview?" It was clear she really wanted to join Tiagang Corporation and start her hopeful career there. "The questions were a bit bizarre. Are you sure you want to hear them?" Lingu was straightforward. Yeah. Thanks handsome." The young woman clasped her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. Zhang Wu and the others were also listening intently. "Do you have any experience with infidelity?" "How?" The first question caught the young woman off guard. Lingu had expected this reaction, having been in the same situation himself. So he continued, "Have you ever had a candlelit dinner with someone of the opposite sex?" "What?" Zhang Wu exclaimed in shock. What kind of interview questions were these? What did they have to do with the job position? Lingu didn't care about their expressions and continued. The interviewer also asked, "What makes you inferior to Miss Lin Qingshuan?" Zhang Wu. Faft. The young woman. The other interviewees nearby were also bewildered. What kind of interview was this? But Lingu, with an honest face, didn't seem like he was lying at all. Of course, Lingu didn't care whether they believed him or not. He just wished them good luck and left with his mother. After finishing the interview, Qin Ruhan hurried back to the headquarters of the corporation and barged into her sister's office. "What? Do you have something to report?" Qin Mingyu raised her gaze, her expression quite cold. "Heh, big sister, guess who I interviewed today?" Qin Ruhan leaned in eagerly. "I'm not interested in guessing. If you have something, just say it." Qin Mingyu continued working. Fortunately, Qin Ruhan had anticipated her sister's response and was already accustomed to it. She remained enthusiastic. "I interviewed my brother-in-law." "What?" Qin Mingyu immediately looked up. In the past, Qin Ruhan wouldn't have believed it, but her sister actually cared so much about someone, especially a man. Unbelievable. Qin Ruhan felt like she might lose her bet with Xia Shadi at this rate. Aren't you hiring part-time assistants to help you with projects? How come he went for an interview? Qin Mingyu asked curiously. Heh. Maybe my brother-in-law is really short of money. Qin Ruhan stared at her sister's changing expression and suddenly said, I asked him. And it turns out that he had dinner with Lin Qingshuan last night, but it wasn't a candlelit dinner. It was to thank her for helping his mother reclaim her hospital room. What? Qin Mingyu's reaction was even more excited than before. It even startled Qin Ruhan. In the past, she couldn't have imagined it at all. This was her sister, who suffered from androphobia, the icy female CEO of Chiagang Corporation. Qin Mingyu didn't care about her sister's motives. Her usually expressionless face was now constantly changing expressions. It was clearly her who helped Chen Ailan reclaim the hospital room, so why was that man thanking Lin Qingshuan? Is that man a pig? Qin Mingyu lightly tapped the desk in anger. Qin Ruhan momentarily forgot to blink. She certainly didn't understand what her sister meant by that, but her sister's emotions were clearly fluctuating greatly. For her usually cold and androphobic sister to show emotions for a man in the past, would you have believed it? Could her sister actually have feelings for that man? No. Absolutely impossible. All right, you can leave now. Soon, Qin Mingyu regained her composure and continued to focus on the computer screen, as usual, efficiently handling matters. After Qin Ruhan stuck out her tongue and left, Qin Mingyu sighed alone and lightly tapped the desk again. Next time, I won't help that idiot anymore. Because of her poor kidney health, Chen Ailan hadn't worked for 2 years. Now, in order to earn money to pay off her son's debts and to provide dowry and jewelry for her daughter-in-law, she worked very hard. The company, named Chichia Unterchiagang, was a newly established one. Although the task of cleaning wasn't too demanding, Chen Ailan worked too hard. She even took the initiative to help the company's staff by serving tea and water, which left her exhausted. The manager asked her to help tidy up the meeting room, but she was too tired. This resulted in a slight pain in her kidneys, and she had to lean on the table. Accidentally, she tilted her body and fell to the ground, hitting the table heavily. Immediately, the tea on the table spilled all over, soaking the manager's notebook, as well as the brand new Apple 14 laptop. What happened? What's going on? Manager Su Jindong rushed in and saw the scene in the meeting room. His face darkened, and he looked very unhappy. Auntie, are you okay? Still in the company, and with other colleagues gathering outside the meeting room, Su Jindong was the first to help Chen Ailan up. I'm fine. Chen Ailan disregarded her own pain and quickly began to dry the spilled water on the table. She grabbed a towel and started wiping the notebook and phone. Auntie, don't worry. Let me handle it. Su Jindong quickly pushed her aside. Manager Su, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Chen Ailan kept apologizing on the side. If she damaged the other party's valuable items, it would be a disaster for her already financially struggling family. Although she hoped for some luck, after Su Jindong inspected the damage, he still said sternly, Auntie, my laptop motherboard is fried, and the phone screen won't turn on. You have to compensate for this. This. Chen Ailan's face turned pale, unable to complete a full sentence, just bowing deeply in apology. She had come to earn money to ease her son's burden and to buy gold and silver jewelry for her daughter-in-law. She never expected that not only would she not earn any money, but she would also have to pay out. How unfair. If her son knew about this, he would definitely not let her work anymore. Auntie, what's done is done. Apologies won't change anything. Su Jindong supported Chen Ailan and said coldly, I'll take them for repairs first. After that, I'll let you know how much you owe. Leave me your phone number. With a mournful expression, Chen Ailan nodded and gave her phone number to him. Qin Ruhan stood outside the meeting room, intending to say a few words to help Chen Ailan when she saw how pitiful she looked. But when she saw Chen Ailan nodding in agreement to compensate, she didn't know what to say. After all, it was only fair to pay for damaging someone else's property. After Su Jindong took her number, he couldn't help but mutter a few unpleasant words before taking the laptop and phone for repairs. There were important data inside, and it would take effort to repair them. He still wanted to settle accounts with Chen Ailan for these intangible losses. After Su Jindong left, although Chen Ailan felt terrible, she still silently cleaned up the meeting room and left with her kidneys throbbing in pain. Seeing Miss Chen Ruhan, Chen Ailen quickly greeted her with a smiling face. Miss Ruhan, hello. If Miss Ruhan found out about her health problems and fired her, that would be troublesome. So even if she was in pain, she had to pretend to be healthy. Auntie, are you okay? Chen Ruhan looked at her brother-in-law's mother, feeling a bit sorry for her, and said, if you're in pain, you can take 2 days off. No, I'm fine. I'm feeling great. Chen Ailen quickly waved her hand, forcing a smile. But just as she straightened her back, waves of stabbing pain hit her, and her face instantly turned pale. Auntie, you go home right away. Take a day off tomorrow, and I'll ask the supervisor not to deduct your salary. That's settled, Chen Ruhan said, and left. That was all she could do to help her. She couldn't let Su Jindong give up compensation, could she? At this time, at the headquarters, Qin Mingyu called Su Jindong to ask about some project details. But unexpectedly, his phone was unreachable. Qin Mingyu was very angry. She always demanded that her subordinates maintain smooth communication during working hours and absolutely not disappear. She immediately instructed Zia Shaodi to help find him. Half an hour later, Su Jindong hurriedly returned the call, sounding a bit flustered. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. My phone was broken by the cleaning lady. It wasn't intentionally turned off. Su Jindong, is this your first day at Chiagang Corporation? Your phone broke, and you didn't report it immediately. Delaying the project progress, can you bear the responsibility? Qin Mingyu was always rigorous and strict, giving him a severe reprimand. Su Jindong swallowed his pride and dared not retort to Qin Mingyu. In his mind, this woman was like an empress. Miss Qin, I understand. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again in the future. About the project data. The data is on my laptop, but I can't provide it right now. Just when he thought the scolding was over, Su Jindong encountered the second trouble. Su Jindong, I'll give you 1 hour. If you can't send the data over, you're fired. Qin Mingyu angrily hung up the phone. Everyone in Chiagang Corporation knew Qin Mingyu's temperament. She was aloof, ruthless. She hated it most when people made excuses for failure and mistakes. Su Jindong was filled with anger and felt that it was all because of that cleaning lady. Damn it, he had to extort a hefty sum from her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his frustration. At this moment, Chen Ailen returned home, still anxious and hesitant about whether to tell her children about this matter. But she asked the neighbor next door and heard that repairing a computer and phone would cost at most a few thousand yuan. She thought about borrowing some money from someone else, maybe that could solve it, so she didn't want to worry her children anymore. Soon, Su Jindong's call came. What? 20,000 yuan. Chen Ailen was scared out of her wits when she heard this number. Manager Su, why is it so expensive? HMPH, expensive. If I can't retrieve the data from my computer and phone, it will affect the company's projects. The loss could be several million or even tens of millions. I haven't even calculated that loss yet. If you don't want to compensate, I'll call the police, and we'll settle it. Through legal channels, Su Jindong vented all his anger on Chen Ailen. He wasn't just bluffing, so Chen Ailen dared not say anything under his oppressive demeanor. She could only promise to find a way to compensate him. Mom, what's wrong with you? Ling Ruoxu happened to come back and saw Chen Ailen looking absent-minded, her eyes red, as if she was about to faint at any moment, so she quickly came over to show her concern. At first, Chen Ailen didn't want to tell her, but she couldn't resist. Ling Ruoxu's persistent questioning and finally told her about the situation. As she talked about it, she couldn't help but sob helplessly. What? A 20,000 yuan repair fee? He's clearly extorting you. We might as well go rob him. Ling Ruoxu exploded in anger and immediately called Lingu. Lingu had just returned home from work and was about to start his part-time job. After listening to his sister's words, he was also very indignant. With 20,000 yuan, you could buy a brand new one. This compensation was simply unreasonable. Yaotomon not to worry, I'll definitely figure something out for her. After hanging up the call with his sister, Lingu felt quite annoyed. He couldn't come up with 20,000 yuan right now, and he was also reluctant to borrow from Qin Mingyu again. Otherwise, that woman might really think that he married her just to extort money from her. But then he thought, wasn't that ice-cold woman a high-ranking executive at Tiagang Corporation's headquarters? Maybe asking her could solve this problem. At the very least, if she could reduce the compensation to a normal level, he would help his mom compensate. In the evening, when Lingu returned from his part-time job, Qin Mingyu had just returned home as well. Because of last night's incident, the relationship between the two had plummeted to freezing point. Even though Qin Mingyu knew the truth, she just thought this man was too foolish, and seeing him made her angry. "Miss Qin, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with." Lingu had no choice but to politely ask. "What now? Borrowing money again to take another woman out for dinner?" Qin Mingyu coldly retorted. But immediately she regretted it. How could she sound so sour? Would this man misunderstand and think she was jealous? No. Lingu didn't care about her thoughts and directly explained the situation before making his request. "Can you help me communicate with manager Su and persuade him to reduce the compensation to a reasonable level?" Qin Mingyu remained silent, but couldn't help shaking her head inwardly. It was such a coincidence that the cleaning lady who had damaged Su Jindong's computer and phone was Lingu's mother. Wasn't she his mother-in-law? And just because of his mother-in-law's matter, she had given Su Jindong a hard time. "Miss Qin, can you?" Lingu asked directly. When he noticed she remained silent. "Huh?" Qin Mingyu was taken aback. Frowning, Lingu wondered if this ice-cold woman hadn't heard anything he said. Or maybe she didn't want to help and was pretending not to hear. Had he been talking in vain all this time? But in the next moment, Qin Mingyu spoke in a cold tone. "Then I'll just say a few words for you, but I can't guarantee it'll work." "Thank you." Lingu quickly expressed his gratitude. "Regardless of whether it works or not, I'm very grateful to you." Qin Mingyu just smirked. Did that surname Su dare not to listen? But she just teamed and intentionally ignored the man. Let him continue to take other women out for dinner. Wait a minute. Qin Mingyu suddenly remembered that she had clearly said she wouldn't help him again. How did she end up agreeing? Next time, she definitely wouldn't help this idiot. The next day, Su Jindong was summoned to the headquarters. He was extremely nervous, feeling like he was really done for this time because of that cleaning lady. Everyone in Tiagang Corporation knew Qin Mingyu's temper, didn't they? Yesterday, when she tried to contact him and couldn't reach him, and the data she wanted, he had to work overnight to redo it. It was delayed by a day, and he was sure to get an earful. Being scolded was one thing, but he was afraid that the ice-cold woman would fire him in a fit of anger. Several managers had been fired before because of this. "Miss Qin," Su Jindong knocked on the door and entered the CEO's office. Standing straight and bowing his head like a little boy who had done something wrong. Where's the data?" Qin Mingyu didn't even lift her head, asking coldly. "Here." Su Jindong quickly placed the printed data respectfully on Qin Mingyu's desk. Qin Mingyu still didn't glance at him, carefully examining the data. Su Jindong was tense all over, fearing that Qin Mingyu would suddenly throw the data at him, and then tell him to get lost. You see, his whole family relied on him economically. If he lost this high-paying job, how would he handle the mortgage, car loans, and the children's education expenses? Su Jindong dared not to continue thinking. After Qin Mingyu finished reviewing the data, she slightly lifted her almond-shaped face, which seemed to bring disaster to the nation and the people. Su Jindong didn't even have the courage to make eye contact with this beauty. In Tiagang Corporation, no, in the entire Yun City, the number of men who dared to make eye contact with this woman could be counted on one hand. He wondered what kind of man could conquer a woman like her and marry her. Maybe even her mother-in-law would be afraid of her. The data is done well. Remember, for next time, report to the front desk immediately if your phone has a problem. Qin Mingyu spoke, and Su Jindong was stunned, suspecting he was hearing things. The Ice Queen CEO didn't scold him. Does that mean he won't have to demote or fire him? Yes. Miss Qin, I will definitely remember. Su Jindong felt relieved and quickly nodded repeatedly. Well, are the laptop and phone repaired? Why, yes, they are both fixed. How much did it cost? Not much, just over 3,000 yuan in total. Su Jindong couldn't believe it. The Ice Queen CEO actually cared about him. Even more unexpectedly, Chin Mingyu nodded and directly instructed, organize the receipts, write an expense report, and submit it to the finance department for reimbursement. What? Sujin Dong was initially incredulous, but now he was pleasantly surprised. It took him a while before he nodded. Yes, Miss Chin. Usually, the company wouldn't reimburse for these kinds of accidents, but with Chin Mingyu's words, there should be no problem. And don't blame that cleaning lady too much. Chin Mingyu continued. Yes, Miss Chin, I understand. Sujin Dong didn't really understand Chin Mingyu's meaning at first, and he was even a little puzzled. How could the CEO of a company care about a female cleaning worker? But he didn't become a department manager without being shrewd. As soon as he left the office, he immediately figured it out. Could it be that the female cleaning worker knows Miss Chin, or even has some kind of relationship with her? Chen Nailin rested for a day, and then returned to work at the company. Her mood was extremely low. She couldn't sleep well for 2 nights because of the distress over the 20,000 yuan compensation. Although Lingu reassured her not to worry and said he would find a solution, how could she not worry? She was afraid that Mr. Su would approach her today, or even report her to the police, because she couldn't afford the money, ultimately losing her job, adding insult to injury. But Chen Ailin wasn't the type to evade problems. Things had to be dealt with eventually. If worst came to worst, she would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Auntie. Sure enough, not long after starting work, Mr. Su specifically came to find her. Mr. Su. Chen Nailin immediately stood up straight and respectfully greeted him. Well, I came to talk to you about the computer and phone. Before Mr. Su could finish, tears immediately welled up in Chen Ailin's eyes, almost kneeling in front of him. Auntie, what are you doing? You can't do this. Mr. Su quickly held her up. This scene was observed by people around the company. Qin Ruhan happened to pass by and observed from a distance. Of course, she didn't know that her sister had already helped handle the situation, and she even thought that if necessary, she would help her brother-in-law's parents pay the money. Although her sister hadn't admitted to this marriage yet, this cleaning lady was legally her sister's mother-in-law. She couldn't let her be too embarrassed. Mr. Su, our family really can't come up with 20,000 yuan. Please, I beg you to forgive me. I really didn't mean it. Chen Nailin was sobbing uncontrollably. With so many people watching, Mr. Su was also relieved. Fortunately, news of him pressuring her for 20,000 yuan hadn't spread yet, or he would surely face public criticism. Auntie, I did this on purpose just to remind you to be more careful next time. As for the money, you don't need to compensate. What's going on? Chen Ailin was immediately stunned. She never dreamed that Mr. Su's attitude would change so dramatically. She felt an instant sense of relief, but tears still couldn't help but well up in her eyes. Really, I don't need to compensate. No. I just came to clarify this matter with you. After saying this, Mr. Su left to avoid attracting attention. Everyone was shocked. Qin Ruhan was also curious. She had seen both scenes before and after. How could Mr. Su's attitude change so drastically? There must be a story behind this. Could it be that her sister helped her foolish brother-in-law again? Otherwise, Qin Ruhan believed that even if she spoke up, it wouldn't necessarily be effective. The matter was resolved inexplicably like this. Chen Nailin felt instantly relieved and excitedly called Lingu. At this time, Lingu was still working at the hospital. When he heard that the matter was resolved, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu, did Mingyu help? I have to thank her in person. Chen Ailin had been itching to see her daughter-in-law, and now she felt like there were millions of ants crawling on her. This daughter-in-law was so capable. Truly, the ancestors of the Ling family were blessed. Their son had found such a good wife. Mom, it's almost the end of the month. You'll be able to see her in a few days. Lingu could only comfort her like this, but after hanging up the phone, he became extremely worried. Qin Mingyu had suddenly said a few days ago that she might not go home with him, and now this matter was still up in the air. What if she really didn't go back then? How disappointed would his mom be? Regardless of what, tonight he had to have it out with her and make things clear. Lingu made up his mind, eagerly awaiting Qin Mingyu as he returned home from his part-time job. Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu returned home later than usual tonight, not arriving until 10:30. Miss Qin, Why are you so late tonight? Lingu opened the conversation, but Qin Mingyu seemed busy and simply responded with a vague before heading straight to her room, seemingly intending to find some clothes, take a shower, and go to bed. Knowing her habits, Lingu knew she always rested by 11 o'clock, so he intercepted her directly. Do you need something? Qin Mingyu furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. Miss Qin, you promised to come home with me tonight. My mom has already prepared everything in advance and even invited relatives. If you suddenly back out, I won't be able to save face, Lingu said in one breath. If you really break your promise, I'll have to tell your grandfather. Qin Mingyu clicked her tongue. Who didn't know she hated being threatened? This guy was so bold. But it was true that she had promised, and her sudden change of heart was because of her own temper. Suspecting this guy was having candlelit dinners with other women. Now that she knew the truth, she just thought this guy was too foolish. Since you brought it up, I have something for you to do, she said. What is it, Miss Qin? Lingu asked, eager to comply with anything as long as it meant she would accompany him home to meet his parents. I did promise you that if the Yunjin project was completed on time, I would come to your house. However, there's been a slight complication, Qin Mingyu said, taking out a USB drive and placing it in front of him. After today's strategic meeting, it was decided to change the iconic logo of the building. Tomorrow, you need to persuade Yunjin to make the changes according to the new drawings, and they still need to meet the original deadline. Lingu furrowed his brow and tucked the USB drive. He believed this was definitely not Qin Mingyu deliberately making things difficult for him. Besides, she had just helped his mother a lot, so it was only right for him to help her with this. Got it. I'll do my best. Qin Mingyu's vermilion lips curved slightly. She symbolically encouraged him with a sentence before turning and entering her room. This task could have easily been delegated to someone else. But she wanted this man to achieve something, which would naturally lead to a higher position for him. After all, this fool was also her legal husband. She couldn't bear to see him and Chen Ailan worrying about money all day long. To fulfill Qin Mingyu's task, Lingu reluctantly took another half-day leave from the hospital. Early the next morning, a woman contacted him proactively, claiming that the company had sent her to assist him in completing the Yunjin project changes and delivery. Lingu arranged to meet her, but upon arriving at the agreed location, he saw a familiar BMW. Getting out of the car was none other than Xia Shaodi. Mr. Ling, nice to see you again. Xia Shaodi's looks and temperament, although not comparable to Qin Mingyu's, were still remarkable as a fashionable beauty. It's you. So you're also from Chiagang Group. Last time at the CAF, Lingu had helped Xia Shaodi deal with a scam, but he had left without exchanging contact information, so he had no idea about her background. That's right, I'm a senior secretary at Chiagang Group. Xia Shaodi reached out her hand to Lingu, telling the truth. After a handshake, Lingu got into her BMW, and they headed to Yunjin Company. Ah, Miss Xia, please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. The project manager of Yunjin Company, a middle-aged man named Zhang Weiji, hurried over. Someone of his caliber naturally knew that Xia Shaodi was a prominent figure around Qin Mingyu. Her visit to their company was definitely something to be treated with great respect. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you. This is our project leader, Mr. Lingu. Xia Shaodi personally introduced Lingu to Zhang Weiji. Lingu was slightly surprised. How did he become the project leader? Zhang Weiji was even more stunned. He thought that Xia Shaodi's presence at Yunjin was already giving them face, but he never expected this man's status to be even higher than Xia Shaodi's. That would be even more disrespectful. Mr. Ling, you're the project manager at Huanyu Chutiai. Zhang Weiji quickly shook Lingu's hands warmly. Yes, nice to meet you. Lingu glanced at Xia Shaodi. Since it had come to this, he had to admit it. Mr. Ling, welcome to inspect the project. I should be accompanying you, but unfortunately, I have a very important meeting. How about this? I'll arrange for our project supervisor to take care of you. All right. Thank you for arranging, Mr. Zhang. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Please wait in the reception room. Zhang Weiji was very grateful for Lingu's accommodating attitude. Soon, Zhang Milan hurried to the general manager's office. Passing by the reception room, she unexpectedly saw Lingu enjoying the air conditioning and refreshments, which made her inexplicably gnash her teeth. Humph, this loser, pretending to be someone he's not, came to our company just to freeload on food and drinks. After a round of silent resentment, John Milan finally entered the general manager's office. "Mr. John, did you call for me?" John Milan instantly transformed her expression into one of radiant smiles, a far cry from her resentful appearance just moments ago. "Yes, that's right, the project manager from Chiagang Group is here. Could you please take care of him for me?" Zhang Weiji, still preparing for the meeting, instructed John Milan without lifting his head. Of course. John Milan felt quite pleased. The project was about to be completed and delivered, and she was about to get a promotion and a raise with a commission. It was just around the corner. When she received the 300,000 project bonus, she would definitely throw a few banquets to show off. At that time, she would definitely find an excuse to invite Lingu, this loser, and let him see the huge gap between them and be properly embarrassed. Humph, look at how cocky he was before. Then I'll leave it to you. The project is about to be completed, so we can't afford any mistakes at this critical juncture, understand? Zhang Weiji walked over and gently patted her shoulder. "Mr. John, I understand." John Milan's tone softened slightly. After all, the person in front of her was her superior, and her promotion and raise depended on him. Soon, John Milan personally brought fruit and drinks to the room. Seeing Xia Shaodi, she greeted her with a smile and served her attentively. As for Lingu, humph, this third-rate debt collector, she would only give him a glass of plain water, as a courtesy to his master. Seeing her behavior, Xia Shaodi directly reprimanded her. "Miss John, what do you mean by this? If you don't welcome us to inspect the project, just say so. We'll leave immediately." "What, Miss Xia? I don't understand what you mean." "I welcome you very much." John Milan looked puzzled and innocent. "Intentionally ignoring our project manager, is that your idea of welcoming?" "What? The project manager?" Seeing Xia Shaodi's expression, John Milan finally realized. So the project manager wasn't her, but this loser Lingu. What's going on? How did a gynecologist become the project manager at Chiagang Group? Seeing her panic-stricken expression, Lingu couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know what was going on either, seeing John Milan's expression, he felt quite pleased. "Mr. Ling, I'm really sorry. Please have some fruit." John Milan quickly brought the freshly cut fruit and respectfully placed it in front of Lingu. "Miss John, your knife skills are quite good. Could you please help me open a durian? I like to eat it." Lingu smiled and pointed to the durian on the table. John Milan was so angry she could almost breathe fire. "Lingu, you really know how to pick." Unfortunately, despite her anger, she still had to comply. Damn it, is Lingu going to assert his authority again? Did Chiagang Group appoint this third-rate debt collector as the project manager because he helped drive away those thugs last time? After finally opening the durian, John Milan couldn't bear the anger anymore. While Lingu was in the restroom, she deliberately asked Xia Shaodi, "Miss Xia, how can your company let a part-time employee be the manager?" That day, and John Wu went to Chiagang Group for an interview and saw Lingu. Of course, she knew about Lingu's part-time job interview. So she wanted to figure out how Lingu, this loser, became the project manager in such a short time. "Miss Xia, are you questioning our Chiagang Group's personnel decisions?" Xia Shaodi coldly retorted. "Miss Xia, you've misunderstood. How could I dare to question? I'm just curious." John Milan knew Xia Shaodi was the secretary to the president of Chiagang Group, a prominent figure by the boss's side. She couldn't afford to offend her. "Miss John, I advise you to focus on your own duties. Personnel matters in our company are not something you should meddle in." Xia Shaodi's cold retort caught John Milan off guard. Why did she feel like Xia Shaodi's status was lower than Lingu's? What's going on? At this moment, Lingu also returned. Hearing John Milan's words, how could he not understand this woman's intentions? Since this woman harbored ill intentions toward him, he couldn't be too kind to her, could he? "Miss John, please help me print a document." "Miss John, please take us to see the progress of the project." "Miss John, I need to discuss some important matters with the engineering department." Please arrange a meeting. After Lingu returned, he didn't show any mercy and ordered John Milan around like a subordinate. Seeing her still having time to gossip about herself, let her be busier for a while. At the end of the day, John Milan's legs were swollen from running around, and the soles of her high heels were broken. She was so angry that she directly broke off the heels and threw them on the ground. If it weren't for the 300,000 bonus and the promotion and raise, she would have clashed with Lingu right in the company. What the hell? A mere part-time loser earning 80,000 a year, why does he have the audacity to boss around an elite like her? Don't forget, her current salary is 300,000. Miss John Milan, besides your attitude, there's nothing wrong with your work today. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lingu smiled ambiguously at John Milan's evaluation. The flames in John Milan's heart burned even hotter. This feeling, is it like a man enjoying the service of a female technician, and then evaluating and grading her? Damn it, Lingu, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Oh, by the way, here are the latest design drawings, including the architectural iconic logo. Remember to do it according to the latest requirements. Lingu came today to understand the progress of Yunjin's project. He found out that they hadn't even put up the final iconic logo, and the changes made by Chiagang Group had no impact on them at all, so he felt relieved. With this, the project would definitely be completed and delivered by the end of the month. By then, that woman, Qin Mingyu, would have no excuse to refuse to go home with him. John Milan felt that Lingu was ordering her around with a condescending attitude, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Even though she wanted to refuse, she couldn't because the technical staff had confirmed in the meeting that the changes could still be made. She felt like she was becoming this loser's subordinate, but she still had to reluctantly accept the drawings with a disgruntled nod. Well, thank you for the hospitality. Goodbye. Lingu left with Sia shouty. That damn loser. Just wait, I'll get my revenge sooner or later. John Milan clenched the USB drive tightly in anger. She had always thought that Lingu was just a third-party debt collector. Even if the project was completed, he would only get a commission, just a one-off deal. But she was different. She was the legitimate project manager of Yunjin. Once the project was successfully completed, she would not only receive a commission, but also advance in her career. She was definitely not someone that loser could compare to. She was just waiting for the project to be completed so she could stage a magnificent comeback. Little did she know that because she exerted too much force, the USB drive slipped from her hand and fell into the cup of tea with a thud. Oh no, this is disastrous. John Milan quickly retrieved it and plugged it into her computer, only to find that it was no longer usable. Disaster, what should she do? The project was about to be delivered. She couldn't afford any mishaps now. Should she ask Lingu for the original? Damn it, that bastard will definitely find a way to make things difficult for me again. He might even complain to Mr. Sean, get me scolded, or worse, deduct my bonus. Humph, if the drones are ruined, I'll just redraw them myself as the manager. John Milan had the skills to be the project manager. For the sake of the 300,000 bonus and promotion, she had to give it her all. During today's meeting, Lingu had displayed the logo drawings, and John Milan had captured the image from the video recording of the meeting. Staying up all night, with panda eyes from lack of sleep, John Milan finally managed to redraw the logo, working tirelessly to produce a new electronic version, which she then submitted to the engineering department. Though she hadn't caused a major disaster, John Milan still resented Lingu. If it weren't for that jerk making her lose control of her emotions, why would she have accidentally knocked the USB drive yesterday, setting off this chain reaction? She made a mental note of this grudge. Once the project was over, she would make sure to humiliate that jerk twice as much. As the days passed by, the strategic warehouse project of Chiagang Group proceeded smoothly. There were only 2 days left until the completion date. Lingu went to inspect the project progress again, and everything was fine. All that was left was to finish the final iconic logo and install it, and the job would be done. Returning home at 10 o'clock, Lingu found that Qin Mingyu was actually eating hot noodles, and the aroma was strong. Lingu suddenly felt hungry and exclaimed in surprise, "Did you make it yourself?" Qin Mingyu glanced at him, her eyes showing a hint of pride. "What's with that expression? Is it really that difficult to make a bowl of noodles?" Lingu smiled and said, "Miss Qin, You are truly a genius. He wasn't just flattering her. He genuinely admired her. When they got married, she had never cooked before, not even using a gas stove or microwave. Now, she could make noodles by herself, and they were so delicious and aromatic. Her aptitude was really impressive. You don't have to tell me that. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but raise her lips slightly. But soon, she quickly put on a cold expression. As the CEO of Chiagang Group, she couldn't be seen getting happy because of a man's compliment, could she? It's not proper, no, absolutely not. I left you some, do you want to eat it? If not, I'll throw it away. As Chen Mingyu spoke, she stood up coldly. Lingu hurriedly leaned over, protecting that small bowl of noodles. The eggs, minced meat, and toppings were arranged very delicately, almost like a pudding. Only this woman had such meticulousness. If it were Lingu, he would have just eaten it directly, without bothering about presentation. Seeing this man wolfing down the noodles, finishing them off into mouthfuls, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. She coldly quipped, "You're devouring it like a starving ghost. Are you going to inspect the project, or have you just been released from prison? Inspecting the project is actually more exhausting than being in jail." After finishing his meal, Lingu couldn't help but lick his lips and give this woman a thumbs up. "It's really delicious, even better than what I make." Chen Mingyu's lips curled up slightly, but soon she regained her composure and said, "Don't think that flattering me will make me cook for you again. By the way, how is the project progressing?" "Everything is going smoothly. Once the logo is done and installed, we can deliver." After Lingu finished speaking, he quickly added, "Remember what you promised me. Once the project is successfully completed, you have to come home with me. My mother has already sent formal wedding invitations to my second and third uncle's families." "So grand?" Chen Mingyu furrowed her brows lightly. She actually felt averse to such a lavish dinner. But in the end, she didn't voice her refusal, just coldly said, "Pack up everything. I'm going to rest after washing up." Watching the graceful figure of this woman, Lingyu's lips curled up slightly, feeling quite contented. In 2 days, he would fulfill his mother's biggest wish. The next day, Zhang Weiji called John Milan to his office. "Milan, you did a great job following up on the project this time. Not only did you ensure the smooth construction of the project, but you also handled all the details well. After the project is delivered tomorrow, I will immediately apply for a 300,000 yuan bonus for you and also give you a raise." "Thank you. Thank you, Manager John." Zhang Milan was so excited that she almost jumped up. She really wanted to hug this middle-aged man and give him a kiss. Although she had to endure Lingyu's presence, that loser, many times, for the sake of this project, she finally managed to hold on until the end. Once the project was completed tomorrow, she would confront Lingu. "Well, don't thank me, you should thank Mr. Ling," Zhang Weiji said again. Of course, he knew that this project could be successfully completed thanks to Lingu dealing with that tough nut, Shang Yi. But Zhang Milan disliked Lingu, so she wouldn't appreciate him. That loser just wanted to get performance bonuses, so he risked his life to achieve it. He didn't really intend to help her, so why should she thank him? That evening, Chen Alan enthusiastically called Lingu. "Xiao Yu, Senshu's family will come to help that day. We must create a good atmosphere and cook a delicious meal for Mingyu." Chen Alan said excitedly before confirming again. "Mingyu will definitely be free on Sunday, right?" There were still 3 days until the weekend. The closer it got to the day, the more excited Chen Alan became, and the harder it was for her to contain her excitement. "Well, no problem." Lingu confirmed again. The project would be completed tomorrow, and 3 days later, he would take the iceberg woman home. "That's great. Bless our ancestors, Xiao Yu. You've married such a good wife." Chen Alan continued to praise. Lingu smiled on the surface, but he felt bitter in his heart. Chen Mingyu was indeed outstanding, but she might not necessarily be a good daughter-in-law for the Ling family. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yu, the Zhang family invited us to dinner tomorrow night." I couldn't resist their enthusiasm, so I agreed. Chen Nalan suddenly changed the subject. Lingu was caught off guard and frowned, asking, "The Zhang family? Which Zhang family? It couldn't be Zhang Milan, could it?" "The Zhang Milan family." Chen Alan immediately said, Her mother specially invited me, saying her daughter got promoted and wanted to treat everyone to dinner. I couldn't resist their enthusiasm, so I agreed to go. Besides, if I didn't go, Wei Shufen would definitely say I'm stingy. Listening to this, Lingu couldn't help but chuckle. Only his mother could be so naive. Even her toes would know that the John Milan family's invitation must come with ulterior motives. But regardless, he had interacted with that woman personally, and they had even collaborated on a project together. Now that the project was successful, if she wanted to hold a celebration banquet, it was reasonable for him to attend. Anyway, since his mother had agreed, he didn't want to go against her. Meanwhile, at the Chiagang Group office, Qin Ruhan and Xia Shaodi were in a state of agitation. The strategic warehouse project's logo had actually gone wrong. There was a detail in the logo, supposed to have 4 horizontal lines, but now only 3 were done. This logo was of great strategic importance, extremely crucial. Is Yunjin Company a bunch of idiots? How could they make such a mistake? Qin Ruhan was furious. This was her first project handed over to her by her sister when she was just starting out, and they ended up with such a mess. What's going on with Yunjin Company? I'm afraid Qin General will be angry if he finds out. Xia Shaodi was also troubled. In theory, Yunjin Company had decent strength, so how could they make such a big mistake? While this might not have a significant impact on Chiagang Group's strategy, after all, the logo didn't have any functionality, but it would cause significant damage to the reputation of Chiagang Group. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for the strategic warehouse was scheduled for the 2nd of next month. If even the iconic logo was wrong by then, it would not only be embarrassing but also provide ammunition for competitors. My sister's temperament is something I know very well. If she finds out about the wrong logo, she definitely explode. What should we do? Qin Ruhan was frantic. Despite their close relationship, she was also afraid of her older sister. At Chiagang Group, everyone respected and feared that woman. Miss Sen, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will go talk to Lingu and handle this matter as soon as possible, Xia Shaodi quickly reassured her. After all, although Miss San's status was noble, her experience in handling matters was still insufficient, so Xia Shaodi had to take care of this matter. Then, Shaodi, I'm counting on you, Qin Ruhan sighed. She really wanted to grab the person responsible for Yunjin Group's mistake and give them a good beating, but she didn't even know who it was yet. On the other side, John Milan was blissfully unaware of the grave mistake she had made. With verbal promises from John Weiji, she was feeling on top of the world. Not only did she let all her relatives and friends know that she would receive a 300,000 yuan bonus, but she was also promoted to supervisor at Yunjin Group with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. The Zhang family also saw this as a matter of great pride. After all, the average annual salary Yuncheng was only a meager 70,000 yuan. Their daughter could now be considered a successful person. At 7 p.m., Lingu arrived at the hotel with his mother and sister for the appointment. To show respect, they were all dressed appropriately. Upon arriving at the door of the private room, they found that many relatives had come from the Zhang family, more than 30 people in total, a grand gathering. As soon as Lingu's family arrived, there was immediate gossip. Most of it revolved around the fact that this man was Milan's blind date. His annual salary was only 80,000 yuan. After the failed blind date, his whole family came to her house to propose, only to be rejected. Hearing these remarks, Lingu couldn't help but frown. It seemed that tonight was a trap set by John Milan. Sure enough, John Milan immediately ushered Lingu's family to their seats, which were tucked away in a corner next to the restroom. This treatment was a clear indication of something. Mom, little brother, let's go. Ling Ruoxu couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to leave without even sitting down. Although tonight was supposed to be a dinner paid for by the Zhang family, this treatment wasn't acceptable. But Chen Ailan still held her back, preventing her from losing her temper. Although their families had no blood ties with the Zhangs, the fact that they had found the same matchmaker meant there was a connection. And since the two families were not far apart, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. John Milan looked at Lingu triumphantly. Wei Shufen and John Wu also looked at him. The fact that he hadn't left yet meant he still wanted to marry a woman from the Zhang family. Ha ha, they love to see people without self-awareness embarrassing themselves. At this moment, another man in a high-end suit walked in. As soon as Jong Mi-lin saw him, she hurriedly went up to him, gently linking her arm with his. Seeing this scene, the relatives in the private room immediately erupted. Even Chen Nailin was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Jong Mi-lin to find a man so quickly. Mei non, is this your boyfriend? Yeah. Who is he? Knowing this would have an effect, Jong Mi-lin deliberately glared at Lingu with satisfaction, before pretending to be shy and introducing him to everyone. Let me introduce you all. This is my good friend, Chen Dong. He's also my potential boyfriend. He's an internist at Renai Hospital and has an annual income of over 300,000 yuan. His uncle is even the vice president of the hospital, and his father is in business, with assets reportedly worth millions. Wow. With that announcement, the relatives from the Zhang family exploded. Lingu also furrowed his brows, looking at Chen Dong. Could it be that the reason his mother was kicked out of the hospital room that day had something to do with this? But Chen Dong didn't even glance at Lingu from start to finish. In his eyes, Lingu was simply not on the same level as him. Not only was Lingu's professional title lower than his in the hospital, but his family background was also far inferior. Why bother giving him any face? Dr. Chen, you're truly outstanding at such a young age. Yeah. Becoming an attending physician at 30, your medical skills must be exceptional. Mi-lin, congratulations. You found such an outstanding boyfriend. His qualities are incomparable to those men you met through blind dates before. The relatives from the Zhang family showered compliments on the two, ignoring Jong Mi-lin's insistence that they had just started dating. They had already accepted Chen Dong as her man. Zhang Wu and Wei Shufan were also subjects of admiration. They laughed heartily, all continuously glancing at Lingu's family. Chen Nailin and Ling Ruoxu felt incredibly embarrassed. This was like a public execution. They only realized now that the Zhangs had invited them over-intentionally to embarrass Lingu and them. However, Lingu remained expressionless, silently observing Jong Mi-lin's performance. If they were to compare who had found a partner with better conditions, Chen Dong was certainly not better than the iceberg woman, and Jong Mi-lin was no match for him either. But Lingu couldn't be bothered to compete with Jong Mi-lin. He had never thought about showing off his wife. Oh, sister, I heard you're also getting a promotion and raise tomorrow, right? With the additional 300,000 bonus, will your income break 1 million this year? Zhang Wu deliberately asked, trying to elevate his sister's status. The Zhang family's relatives were once again astonished at this news. Mi-lin, congratulations, you're so capable. Yeah. Earning 1 million at 25, you're truly remarkable. You and Dr. Chen are both elites in society. You're simply a perfect match made in heaven. I wonder how those men who earned only 80,000 a year dared to come and meet you before. The whole evening was filled with compliments, and Jong Mi-lin was almost floating on clouds. However, she occasionally glanced at Lingu, wondering if he realized the difference between them. In her plan, at this stage, Lingu should feel ashamed and leave on his own. But Lingu remained indifferent, showing no emotion, neither angry nor trying to ingratiate himself with her. This disrupted Jong Mi-lin's rhythm a bit. Well, since you, loser, have no shame, don't force me to humiliate you. Jong Mi-lin was thoroughly enraged and secretly gave instructions to the waiters. Then, the scene of causing trouble unfolded. The table for Zhang's relatives and Chen Dong was served with delicious dishes and fine wine. But Lingu's family had only dried radish, salted fish, and dried shrimps on their small table. Ling Ruoxu finally couldn't bear it and was about to slam the table and stand up. Unexpectedly, her younger brother acted first this time, angrily questioning Jong Mi-lin. What is the meaning of this? The seating arrangement might have been coincidental, and Jong Mi-lin and Chen Dong might want to display their superiority, which he couldn't interfere with. But what Jong Mi-lin did now was clearly publicly humiliating his family. As a man of the Ling family, he couldn't let his mother and sister be bullied. Heh. What meaning? I don't understand what you mean. Jong Mi-lin saw Lingu losing his composure and smirked. Zhang Wu, on the other hand, was unabashed, laughing heartily. Lingu, with your annual salary of only 80,000, your family's income isn't high either. I think your family might not be used to such a grand feast. My sister specifically had someone prepare this kind of dish for you. How about that? Isn't it considerate enough? Lingu clenched his fist, about to respond, but then his phone pinged with a message. Instinctively looking at the notification, his face suddenly changed. Going too far. Seeing her younger brother not getting angry, Lingu slammed the table and stood up, pointing at John Milan. You, woman, have gone too far. Do you really think you're something special? Heh, my specialness has just been recognized by our relatives and friends. Do you still have any doubts? John Milan was even more smug. Tonight, she was determined to humiliate Lingu thoroughly to vent the frustration she had endured from him these past few days. So, the angrier Lingu's family got, the happier she became. John Milan, you're in big trouble. The project you're working on has a major issue. Lingu suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. John Milan coldly snorted, thinking he was bluffing to scare her, and wasn't falling for it. But just as she was about to continue showing off, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, John Milan reluctantly paused. Her pretense and her attitude and tone suddenly changed completely. Mr. John, why are you calling me at this time? Is something wrong? Of course, something's wrong. Where are you right now? John Weiji's voice sounded ominously furious, as if a storm was about to break loose. John Milan finally sensed that something was off, her heart sinking instantly. Could Lingu, that bastard, not have been just bluffing to scare her earlier? Mr. John, I'm having dinner right now. John Milan answered with a smile, not daring to mention the celebration. Stop eating, you need to contact Mr. Ling immediately. John Weiji sounded both urgent and angry. How? Contact him? John Milan looked surprised, suddenly glancing at Lingu. Seeing this scene, everyone else fell silent, exchanging looks. Zhang Wu had a subconscious feeling that something was terribly wrong. After his sister had been so inflated tonight, could there be a sudden turnaround? You've sent the wrong original file to the engineering department for the logo. You need to quickly clarify with Mr. Ling why this happened. What? John Milan's face turned pale at once. Was the logo design she made wrong? Mr. John, I'm having dinner with Mr. Ling, she said, stunning the relatives present. How could someone as capable as Zhang Milan still address Lingu as Mr. Ling? Well, you better figure it out. Let me tell you, if you don't handle this well, forget about your bonus. And your position as a supervisor will also be revoked. Zhang Weiji erupted in anger. After hanging up the phone, John Milan looked terrified and glanced nervously at Lingu. Everyone was clueless. Only Lingu reacted quickly. It seemed that this arrogant woman needed her brother's help. Oh, Miss John, you're so capable, earning over $1 million a year, but why the sudden change in your expression? Lingu asked with a smirk. Caught off guard by the swift blow, John Milan didn't know how to respond and just looked at Lingu. Brother, let's go. Lingu, though unsure of the specifics, knew that pulling her brother away now would surely make this woman beg him to stay. Sure enough, John Milan quickly rushed over, clutching Lingu's arm tightly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Dong was especially incredulous. He knew John Milan from her visit to the hospital for a checkup. He had found her attractive, both in appearance and financially, with an expected annual salary of 300,000 yuan, so he had actively pursued her. But Chen Dong had his pride. Seeing John Milan cling to Lingu like this made him feel embarrassed. But at a critical moment like this, John Milan paid no attention to him. Mr. Ling, please don't leave yet. Miss John, there are boundaries between men and women, and your boyfriend is also present. Please behave yourself. Lingu ruthlessly pushed her away. John Milan's face turned red and pale in embarrassment. What a humiliating moment. Seeing Lingu about to be pulled away by his sister again, John Milan couldn't care less about her image and dignity. She rushed forward and embraced him once more. In her haste, her high heels twisted, causing her to fall to the ground while still clutching Lingu's leg tightly. If everyone was just dumbfounded before, they were utterly stupefied now. Zhang Wu and Wei Shufan immediately felt ashamed. Chen Dong muttered under his breath, "This woman is despicable. Mr. Ling, the project logo is wrong. Please, I beg you to go back and tell Chia Gang Group Ask them to postpone the inspection for a week. Give me a chance, please. If this project failed, she would lose everything. Not only that, she would become a laughingstock of her relatives and friends. What? Lingu angrily pulled John Milan out from the ground and gritted his teeth, asking, "What exactly happened? I gave you detailed drawings. Why did it still go wrong?" If the project couldn't be inspected on time, John Milan would lose her job, but what he would lose was his wife in minutes. So Lingu was actually more anxious than John Milan, even on the verge of losing control of his anger. Was this fate? Was it destined that Qin Mingyu wouldn't come home with him? "I accidentally damaged the original drawings and made a new one myself," John Milan explained haltingly. Lingu was so angry he wanted to slap her, but he restrained himself. In the next moment, he unceremoniously dragged John Milan out of the private room, intending to rush to the project site immediately to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. "Xiao Yu, where are you going?" Ling Ruoxu exclaimed in surprise, feeling very puzzled. Did her brother still like this despicable John Milan? Was that why he was so eager to help her solve the problem? Ignoring what others might think, Lingu quickly dragged John Milan out of the restaurant. "Mom, let's go too," Ling Ruoxu said, pulling a still puzzled Chen Ailin away, leaving behind a group of awkward relatives from the John family. They all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Let go of me." John Milan finally realized what was happening after getting into the car and forcefully shook off Lingu's hand. Humph, did this man want to take advantage of her? Lingu had no such boring thoughts. He angrily questioned. "The original document was damaged. Why didn't you ask me for another one instead of trying to be clever and drawing it yourself?" John Milan dared not speak, but she felt extremely annoyed. "If you had the technical skills, that would have been fine. But you only have half the ability. And now the iconic logo is wrong. Let's see how you deliver it tomorrow." Lingu scolded her so harshly that John Milan dared not even lift her head, but she bit her lip secretly. "Damn loser, you think you're so great. You dare to scold me. After this is over, I won't let you off the hook." Lingu couldn't be bothered to scold her anymore. He just looked out of the window with a sullen expression. The taxi driver, curious about their sudden silence, couldn't help but joke, "Ha ha, just now, when you two got in holding hands, I thought you were a couple. You looked quite matching." The driver's words made the already awkward atmosphere even more awkward. Lingu and John Milan glanced at each other and then turned their heads away. "As if we're a couple, he came to meet me for a blind date. But my sister didn't even consider him." John Milan vented her frustrations, finally finding an outlet. At the same time, Lingu, feeling indignant, retorted, "I already have a wife, and she's 100 times better than you." This was not just empty talk. Although Qin Mingyu may seem as cold as an iceberg and difficult to talk to, she is definitely much more reliable than John Milan when it comes to getting things done. Moreover, in terms of looks, temperament, and wealth, John Milan simply cannot compare to her. Hehe. You loser, are you still deluding yourself? Every time you say you have a wife. All right then, show me a picture of your wife. John Milan was so angry that she exclaimed, "Let the driver judge who is prettier, me or her." Yes. 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 The driver was more than willing to make this judgment. In his eyes, John Milan was already considered beautiful, so naturally, he was curious to see how beautiful Lingu's wife was. "I don't have time to argue with you." Lingu still refused to show a picture of Qin Mingyu. Firstly, he didn't have one. Secondly, if Qin Mingyu found out about this, she would definitely not be happy. Hehe, funny. Stop deluding yourself into thinking you have a wife, otherwise you might end up with a mental illness. John Milan mocked Lingu relentlessly as a repayment for him scolding her just now. The car soon arrived at the project site, and it was only with a stern look from Lingu that John Milan finally shut her mouth. When it came to work, the dynamic between the two completely changed. Go and see what the physical logo looks like immediately. I'm telling you, even if it takes all night, you have to figure out a way to fix it, Lingu reprimanded with determination. John Milan didn't know what his motives were. She thought he was just after the commission and using this as an opportunity to scold her, so she pouted with disdain. After seeing the logo, Lingu carefully compared it with the original design, and found that indeed, One of the 4 horizontal lines was made into 3. This mistake could be big or small. After all, the 3 lines were a famous trademark, and using it directly like this could be seen as commercial plagiarism. However, the logo was carved entirely from marble and was huge in size. It was practically impossible to make changes, and making a new one would definitely not be ready in time for the project's unveiling ceremony. Hey, what should we do now? Jong Mi-lin was also anxious because this matter concerned her bonus and career. Shut up, Lingu snapped at her, feeling irritated every time he heard her speak. Jong Mi-lin's face darkened, feeling the urge to pick a fight with this man. You immediately contact your technicians. I want to talk to them, Lingu continued with his instructions. But Jong Mi-lin deliberately remained silent. What's the meaning of this, Jong Mi-lin? Are you trying to make Chiagang Group reject the project and make Yunjin lose billions? Lingu reprimanded angrily. Jong Mi-lin, with a pout, retorted, Mr. Ling, you told me to shut up, and now you want me to speak. Isn't that unreasonable? You want to play hardball, huh? Lingu furrowed his brow. Jong Mi-lin couldn't keep up her tough act anymore and quickly pouted with frustration. You just wait, I'll make a call right away. Despicable loser. Bullying me, you have the upper hand. HMPH. Soon. Jong Mi-lin put down her phone and said, the technician is at the bar and doesn't have time to come over. He said we should go there. Then let's go, take me there now, Lingu commanded Jong Mi-lin coldly. Unlike them, the technician followed the blueprints. If there were mistakes in the blueprints, it wasn't his fault. Since it wasn't working hours, no one could demand that he come back. They had to go to him. Jong Mi-lin was furious, but for the sake of the 300,000 yuan bonus and her position as a supervisor, she had to swallow her anger for now. At this point, it was already 10 p.m. When Qin Mingyu returned home, she found the house still dark, and that man hadn't returned yet. Coincidentally, Qin Ruhan called her. There's a problem with the project. Zia shouty and I couldn't figure out a solution, so we decided to confess to you early, even if we get scolded. How did this happen? How could such a mistake occur? Qin Mingyu was indeed a bit angry after hearing this. The original logo design was personally handed over to Lingu by her. She had hoped for the project to be completed perfectly, so that she could arrange for him to have a higher position and a raise. She didn't expect that man to be so incompetent. Sis, this is all Yunjin's fault. We handed over the original design to them, and the logo was only sent to the project site after it was completed. We noticed the mistake right away. My brother-in-law just reported to me. He's already gone to Yunjin to solve the problem. Qin Ruhan hurriedly explained, not trying to shift the blame, but fearing that her sister would blame her husband and affect their marital relationship. Although she bet that Lingu wouldn't last until the Lunar New Year, she wasn't the type to scheme behind someone's back. Got it, Qin Mingyu responded coldly before hanging up the phone. Her sister's lack of scolding actually surprised Qin Ruhan. It seemed that her sister, who pursued perfectionism, had indeed changed after getting married. Qin Mingyu refrained from reprimanding her sister because there were more important matters at hand. Moreover, she didn't know why, but right now, she felt more inclined to scold that idiotic man. If he had gone to the manufacturing plant to confirm the logo during production, things wouldn't have turned out so passively now. Of course, this was because Lingu was only part-time and couldn't possibly achieve that level, but she didn't think about it that way. Miss Qin's principle of dealing with things was to cover all aspects and achieve perfection. Qin Mingyu tried calling Lingu but found that his phone was turned off. Typical idiot, doesn't even realize his phone's out of battery. Qin Mingyu was starting to get anxious. This project was crucial, and their competitors, the Liu Group, had their eyes set on it. If this project succeeded, Tiagang Group would snatch a $1 billion order from the Liu Group in the next fiscal year. So, their competitors must not succeed at all costs. Previously, those people from Shangyi's side might have deliberately incited trouble, but Tiagang Group had managed to resolve it. Now, Qin Mingyu and Tiagang Group were on guard against the Liu Group's disruptions, and their opponents didn't have an easy way out. Although making a mistake with the logo wouldn't affect any practical operations, they feared that the Liu Group might use it to attack Tiagang Group, causing clients to lose confidence in them. As far as Qin Mingyu knew, Liu Yejian, the CEO of the Liu Group, was a despicable person who would use any means necessary. So, this matter must not reach his ears. Otherwise, he would definitely sensationalize it. They could simply not display the logo of the strategic warehouse at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Qin Mingyu urgently wanted to find Lingu because she was afraid that the idiot would blow this matter out of proportion, making it widely known, and then she would have trouble dealing with it. At this moment, Lingu had already arrived at a bar with Zhang Milan. Glancing up at the neon sign that read Pink Zone, Lingu remarked, Li Yejian is quite adept at choosing places to relax. Zhang Milan couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Li Yejian was, of course, their Yunjin technician. Lingu had seen him at the meeting before. He wore glasses and looked quite honest, unlike someone who would frequent such places. But appearances could be deceiving. Leading the way inside, Lingu was followed by Zhang Milan. The bar wasn't as luxurious as expected but had a very tasteful atmosphere that could ignite passion in young men and women. Moreover, the waitresses had voluptuous figures and wore various outfits, paired with colorful stockings, which were very eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhang Milan couldn't help but make a comment. Lingu looked at her, and she quickly explained, HMPH, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Li Yejian. Lingu shrugged, not wanting to engage in conversation with her unless it was necessary for work. Soon, they found Li Yejian. Surprisingly, he was sitting in a booth alone, without any women, or even men, around him. Lingu noticed that his gaze seemed to be fixed on something, and he didn't even notice them approaching from behind. Following his gaze, Lingu saw a slender figure. Li Yejian was stealing glances at beautiful women. In the next moment, the girl in a black and white maid costume turned around, stunning Lingu. In her early 20s, with delicate features, fair skin, and captivating charm, she looked like a peach blossom. Her glossy black hair was held in place by a simple hair clip, giving her a pure and innocent aura. Her clear and limpid eyes were like stars in the night sky. Apart from the ice-cold woman at home, Lingu had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her maid outfit was the bar's uniform, yet it was the most conservative among all the female staff. Despite this, it still outlined beautiful curves, and what attracted people the most was her long and slender legs clad in stockings. Even Zhang Milan couldn't help but feel jealous. Technician Li, we're here, Lingu suddenly shouted, snapping Li Yejian back to reality. Seeing the two of them, his face immediately turned red. He had been caught peeking at the female servers in the bar. Lingu didn't have the patience to talk to him about this, nor did he have the inclination to make jokes. He went straight to the point. One of the lines on the logo is missing. You have 2 nights and 1 day, can you fix it? Li Yejian was about to speak when he was distracted by the commotion in the adjacent booth. TSK, those legs, I could play with them for a year. Suddenly, a man from the neighboring booth jumped out and stopped the waitress. The waitress, named Tang Zuoxuan, was a college student who worked part-time at the bar. During her interview, the manager was impressed by her looks and suggested she become a hostess. After all, the basic salary for waitresses was very low, and their earnings depended entirely on alcohol sales performance. Hostesses, on the other hand, could make much more money. The manager had even told her that with her looks, she could easily earn at least 50,000 yuan a month. If she caught the eye of a wealthy client, that number could increase tenfold or even more. Tang Zuoxuan refused on the spot and even turned to leave. However, the manager stopped her and agreed to let her work as a waitress. The manager, having been in his position for so long, had seen all kinds of women. He believed that if Tang Zuoxuan needed money, she would eventually become a hostess without him having to persuade her. But Tang Zuoxuan had always maintained her bottom line. Her beauty and demeanor attracted many men at the bar, including Li Yejian. He came to the bar every day after work just to see her. May I take your order? Despite being intercepted by the rogue, Tang Zuoxuan still managed to squeeze out a polite smile and asked. Seeing her like this, not just Li Yejian, even Lingu felt a bit sorry for her. Both were poor people struggling to make a living, and Lingu understood the hardships and helplessness involved. TSK, she's so damn gorgeous, the rogue stood up, and the other men in the booth followed suit, surrounding Tang Zuoxuan. Seeing this, Tang Zuoxuan couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. She hugged the drink menu to her chest and slowly backed away, her body trembling slightly. But she still suppressed her disgust and bravely offered the drink menu, saying with a smile, "Sir, these are the drinks available at the bar. Some of them are really good. I recommend you try them." Lingu also admired the way the girl handled the situation. The other party clearly had ill intentions, but she still tried to steer them onto the right path. However, as soon as the menu was handed over, the leader of the rogues immediately snatched it and sniffed it eagerly, looking very lecherous. "Tsk, a menu that's been against a beauty's chest. I wonder how fragrant the beauty herself is," he exclaimed, and the other men around him clamored to have a sniff as well, behaving as if they were sniffing Tang Xuexuan's chest. At this point, Tang Xuexuan also realized she had encountered some thugs and quickly turned to leave. "Ha ha, beauty. Don't go." A lackey with a gold chain grabbed her and licked his lips, saying, "You're in luck. Our big brother Rat's brother has taken a liking to you. Sit down and have a few drinks with our big brother." "I don't know him," Tang Xuexuan struggled to say. "Ha ha, you don't even know our brother Rats. Have you heard of Shan Yi, the famous figure in the southern district of Cloud City?" "Brother Rats and he are sworn brothers," the lackey with the gold chain proudly exclaimed. Shan Yi was quite famous in the Cloud City area, especially in various nightclubs and venues. Almost no one didn't know his name. Tang Xuexuan still shook her head and desperately tried to break free. "Damn it, you don't even know our brother Rats. Let me tell you, Shan Yi, the famous figure in the southern district of Cloud City, and brother Rats are sworn brothers," the lackey with the gold chain proudly proclaimed. Shan Yi was quite famous in the Cloud City area, especially in various nightclubs and venues. Almost no one didn't know his name. Tang Xuexuan still shook her head and desperately tried to break free. "F***K, as long as you agree to accompany me tonight, all this money will be yours," brother Rats, seeing the situation, directly slapped a stack of banknotes on the table, looking like it was worth at least tens of thousands. Having frequented this bar to pick up pearls many times, he knew that many women pretended to be virtuous but ultimately were after money. Many women, upon seeing this amount of money, would immediately greet him with a smile. However, Tang Xuexuan didn't even look at it, continuing to struggle and coldly saying, "Sorry. You've got it wrong. I'm not here to accompany drinks. If you need someone for that, I can help you find someone." With that, she turned and walked away. "Damn it, you be **ch, you don't appreciate the favor?" Brother Rats was thoroughly enraged, immediately smashing a bottle of alcohol at her feet. Clang! The sound of the bottle shattering instantly quieted the entire bar. "If you dare to take one more step, I'll **king kill you." Brother Rats threatened coldly, drawing the attention of many people. "What are you looking at? Do you believe we'll gouge out your eyeballs?" Brother Rats's men, one more audacious than the next, pointed and cursed at the onlookers. The people around didn't dare to intervene, let alone play the hero to save the beauty. They didn't even dare to watch the commotion. This group of people was obviously not to be trifled with. Tang Xuexuan tried her best to remain calm, but her palms were already sweating profusely. She wanted to leave but didn't dare to. Pitiful and helpless, one couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Brother Rats thought Tang Xuexuan had softened up, so he reached out to touch her thigh. "Ha ha, beauty. Your legs are so white and tender, I'm drooling just looking at them. Ah, pervert, don't touch me." In a moment of desperation, Tang Xuexuan actually slapped him. Smack! The air seemed to freeze. Brother Rats had been in the game for so long, when was he ever slapped by a woman? And in public too, did he have any face left? In an instant, the group went crazy, smashing and pushing Tang Xuexuan to the ground. Disobedient women were not something they hadn't encountered before, but which one of them didn't end up crying for their daddy in the end? Today, this woman was doomed. Damn it, Liang Yongjian couldn't bear it anymore, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists on the side. Unfortunately, he was slim and weak, and he didn't dare to stand out. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he saw Lingu, and his mind immediately became active. Now, who in Yunjin Company didn't know that the man in front of him had managed to deal with Shan Yi, allowing the project to proceed smoothly. If Lingu could handle Shangyi, dealing with these thugs would definitely not be a problem. With this in mind, Liang Yongjian gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Ling, please save Tang Zuoxuan." In fact, Lingu also wanted to help Tang Zuoxuan out of this situation, considering how these thugs were going overboard. But he took advantage of the situation and asked, "If I help her, can you help me fix the logo?" Liang Yongjian gritted his teeth and replied, "I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best to try." Deal. Lingu immediately stood up and walked out of the booth. "Please refrain from causing trouble in our bar." Lingu hadn't made a move yet, but the manager came over with some staff. In a situation like this, it was his responsibility to intervene and handle it. The man with the gold chain immediately threw his hand and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like that?" The manager also had a temper. Seeing him being so arrogant, he immediately retorted coldly, "Brother, this is not your place to act recklessly. We have rules here too." Unexpectedly, Brother Rat suddenly burst into laughter, even arrogantly patting the manager's face. And a few words popped out from between his teeth. "You have rules. Dare to challenge me? Who exactly are you?" Seeing the other party being so arrogant, the manager knew that they must have some backing, and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. "Tell him." "Yes, Brother Rat." The man with the gold chain kicked the stool violently, swaggering and saying, "Brother Rat is buddies with Shangyi." "Got it." "What, Shangyi?" The manager was indeed taken aback, his face changing drastically. As the manager of the bar, he knew better than anyone how rampant Shangyi's group was. They were all ruthless characters who had tasted blood on the edge of a knife, especially Shangyi, who was said to have taken many lives. It was said that even big companies, like Chiagang and Yanjian, didn't dare to easily provoke these people. He, as a small bar manager, where did he get the courage to confront these ruthless individuals? Seeing the terrified look on the manager's face, the group of thugs became even more cocky, laughing arrogantly. "Get out of here. This is none of your business." The man with the gold chain pushed the manager away and suddenly tore Tang Zuoxuan's clothes. "Ah!" With Tang Zuoxuan's scream, her top was torn apart, leaving her exposed, which only drove the men crazier. Brother Rat couldn't hold back anymore, reaching out to strip Tang Zuoxuan completely naked. The more innocent and aloof this beauty seemed, the more possessive he became. Before his dirty hands could touch Tang Zuoxuan, they were tightly grabbed by a clean and powerful hand. Like a pair of iron tongs. Who dares to stop me?" Brother Rat instantly flew into a rage. The surrounding thugs were also surprised. They never expected that even after revealing their identities, someone would dare to challenge them. Trash. Lingu didn't even bother to talk to him, casually picked up a bottle and smashed it on Brother Rat's head. Dang. The sound of the bottle shattering made the people around jump in fright. It was like setting off a bomb in Zhang Milan's heart, making her heart race with fear. She just couldn't understand. Lingu, this loser, usually seemed gentle and refined, but when he really started a fight, he became more ruthless with each strike. "Damn it! Kill him!" Seeing Lingu immediately start a fight, it took the thugs a while to react. The group of people immediately grabbed bottles and rushed towards Lingu. Zhang Milan quickly hid in the corner, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Lingu anxiously stomped his feet, afraid that Tang Zuoxuan would be accidentally injured. "Ah!" Seeing a bottle flying towards her, Tang Zuoxuan screamed in fear, her face turning pale. Lingu quickly grabbed her slender waist, spun around, dodging the attack, and kicked the opponent down. So powerful, Tang Zuoxuan was amazed. Lingu, too, was worshipped. It was no wonder this man could even handle Shangyi. But the most shocked, of course, was Zhang Milan. Although she looked down on Lingu, she had to admit that this man looked 10 times cooler when he was fighting than usual. Seeing that the group of thugs couldn't overpower Lingu and were sitting on the ground defeated, Brother Rat, with a hand covering his head, grimaced, "Damn it! I'll get someone to kill you, you bastard." It was past 11 o'clock. Lingu hadn't returned home yet, and Chen Mingyu couldn't sit still anymore. "That man is really despicable. Didn't I tell him not to come home after 11 o'clock? Chen Mingyu gritted her teeth, determined to find that man and see what he was up to. Why was he still not turning on his phone after such a long time? On the other side, Lingu was unaware that the iceberg lady was looking for him, still holding Tang Zuoxuan with one hand. Thank you. Thank you. Tang Zuoxuan thanked Lingu after seeing him defeat a group of thugs, her eyes looking at his hand. Lingu immediately let go of her hand and reminded her, it's hard to stay clean while earning money, a bar. Be careful in the future. Just because you're unwilling doesn't mean others won't take advantage of you. Yet, I know. Tang Zuoxuan nodded, her eyes flickering as she looked at Lingu. She had never expected to experience such a knight in shining armor scenario herself. The man in front of her was tall, handsome, and exuded a mature aura, exactly her type. What's going on? What happened here? At this moment, Shangyi finally arrived with a group of people. Seeing this situation, people in the bar fled outside. Even the manager was scared. If so many people started fighting in the bar, what would they do? But when Shangyi approached, he was shocked. The one lying on the ground was his sworn brother, Brother Wrath, and the one who knocked them down was Lingu, the guy who single-handedly fought them all at Heaven nightclub that night. Shangyi, you're here just in time. Today, if we don't teach this kid a lesson, I won't be human. Brother Rat, fiery, struggled to get up when he saw reinforcements arriving. Tang Zuoxuan was trembling with fear at the sight, instinctively leaning towards Lingu, only to find that he was still calm and composed. What a real man, what do you think you are, if not a human? Lingu protected Tang Zuoxuan, coldly retorting, damn it, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Brother Rat's face was fierce, he grabbed a beer bottle and tried to smash it. Stop, Brother Rat never expected that it was Shangyi who would personally stop him. Everyone present was shocked. Shangyi, what are you doing? Hurry up and help me take care of this kid, Brother Rat roared angrily. Unexpectedly, Shangyi reached out and took the beer bottle from him. Brother Rat exploded in anger, cursing loudly. Shangyi, what are you doing? If you don't help me deal with this kid, I'll turn against you. Shangyi looked embarrassed. Could he let Brother Rat attack Lingu? No way. Setting aside their acquaintance, even if they didn't know each other, they might not be able to defeat this man together. He was trying to help Brother Rat, but this fool didn't know it and still wanted to turn against him. Give me back the beer bottle, or I'll beat you up first. Give it back. Damn it. Brother Rat was furious, starting to shove Shangyi. This scene bewildered the onlookers. Damn it, you dare to lay hands on me. Even more unexpectedly, Shangyi, unable to endure any longer, got angry and actually hit Brother Rat with the beer bottle. Crack, the bar erupted in chaos. Just when everyone thought Shangyi was here to save the day, who would have thought he was actually here to deal with Brother Rat? Brother Rat was even more dumbfounded, pointing at Shangyi's trembling hand. You actually hit me. If you keep blabbering, I dare to kill you. Believe it or not, Shangyi was truly fed up with this teammate, angrily declaring, he's Lingu, the one who defeated 13 of my brothers that night. Brother Rat exclaimed, finally waking up from his delusion. No wonder he could fight so well. He had kicked the iron plate this time. Dead Shangyi didn't say anything just now, he even handed him a beer bottle. Truly admirable. Old friend Ling, I apologize on behalf of Brother Rat to you for the misunderstanding. Shangyi bowed respectfully, giving Lingu a lot of face. If you want to apologize to her. Lingu pointed at Tang Zuoxuan. Forgive me for being blunt, but they can only bully women. Want to bully me? They're not enough to handle. The onlookers were instantly shocked. This statement wasn't very hurtful, but it was extremely humiliating. Yet, Brother Rat's group didn't dare to even let out a fart. Shangyi smiled and bowed. You're right. Thank you, old friend Ling, for being forgiving. Seeing this scene, Tang Zuoxuan admired Lingu even more. This man was really impressive. Come, since we're all here, let's have a few more drinks tonight, and we'll consider it getting to know each other without fighting. Ha ha. Shangyi invited Lingu to sit down and drink. Lingu was also a loyal man. Since Shangyi had given him so much face, he would naturally return the favor. After a few drinks, Shangyi understood the whole story. It turned out that Lingu and Brother Rat had fought over a bar girl. Ha ha. Old friend Ling, you have good taste indeed. Shangyi immediately pushed Tang Zuoxuan to Lingu's side, her soft body pressed tightly against him. "Take good care of old friend Ling, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Tang Zuoxuan hesitated, not immediately refusing. "Shawnee, you've misunderstood." Lingu tried to refuse, but Shawnee and his group of men started to cheer. "Misunderstood what? Old friend Ling, are you not satisfied with just one? Ha ha, then why not have two? Manager, arrange it." Lingu was worried that these men would continue to pressure him, so he quickly waved his hand and stood up. As he stood up, Tang Zuoxuan subconsciously stood up as well. The manager was efficient. If it weren't for Lingu tonight, their bar would have been smashed to pieces. Plus, this young man had a close relationship with Shawnee, so he must have some influence. They needed to treat him well. "Mr. Ling, the private room has been prepared for you." The manager quickly arrived in front of Lingu and Tang Zuoxuan. Tang Zuoxuan kept her head down, blushing but not refusing. Beside them, Zhang Milan taunted Liang Yangjian. "Hehe, your goddess is gone." "What's this?" "This is sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth." Liang Yangjian felt heartbroken and very uncomfortable. But he wasn't as short-sighted as Zhang Milan. He could see that Lingu was not a lecherous person. And Tang Zuoxuan didn't refuse, which meant she probably trusted Lingu, which was better than her being bullied by those thugs. "Ha ha." Shawnee quickly pushed Lingu and Tang Zuoxuan into the private room, loudly saying, "Brother, have a good time tonight. Last time you helped me make 3 million. Consider this my repayment to you." Hey, Lingu wanted to protest, but Shawnee closed the door and locked it. Click, the door closed, leaving the two alone. The atmosphere suddenly became charming. Tang Zuoxuan subconsciously hugged her chest because her clothes had just been torn. "Are you okay?" Lingu, although he had drunk a lot of alcohol, was more composed than Tang Zuoxuan, because he never harbored any improper thoughts towards women. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Tang Zuoxuan blushed and replied shyly. "That's good." Lingu smiled opally. "Let me introduce you to a friend. Actually, he sent me to help you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, intending to notify Liang Yangjian to come in. But when he looked at the screen, he realized his phone had long been dead. Outside the pink bar, 2 cars quickly stopped outside the door. 2 professional bodyguards opened the car doors, and Qin Mingyu hurriedly entered the bar with Qin Ruhan. To be precise, it was Qin Ruhan following her tall sister into the bar. Seeing such imposing beauties, even Mouse and Shan didn't dare to approach them rashly. It was obvious that these were wealthy heiresses. Zhang Milan was curious to see who had arrived and why everyone was so attracted to them. Unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough, and Qin Mingyu walked too quickly, so she didn't see. Just now, Zia Shouty asked her where she and Lingu were. But Zhang Milan thought, even if Zia Shouty came, she couldn't cause such a stir, right? Who could it be? At this moment, Lingu was still in the room, thinking about how to contact Liang Yangjian to come in. Seeing that Tang Zuoxuan's clothes were torn, out of gentlemanly demeanor, he took off his coat and draped it over her. Little did he know, as soon as he took off his clothes, the door of the private room was opened. Turning around, Lingu was completely dumbfounded. "Miss Qin, what are you doing here?" Qin Mingyu's face was frosty, and she didn't respond, stepping straight into the room. Qin Ruhan followed behind, seeing this scene, and couldn't help but tease, "Wow. Since ancient times, heroes have a hard time with beautiful women. It seems that Mr. Ling is a true hero, so the beauty didn't give in to you." Lingu quickly glared at her. "Miss, please don't speak nonsense. HMPH. Hero. Why do you have to give face to such a man?" Qin Mingyu spoke up, and Qin Ruhan was shocked. She had never seen her sister be so good at mocking people. Even more unexpectedly, as soon as Qin Mingyu opened her mouth, she couldn't help it. "Lingu, it's only because I haven't done enough good deeds in 18 lifetimes that I would know you. A scoundrel like you would complain that throwing you into the sun isn't environmentally friendly enough." Lingu could only smile wryly. He had only known this woman to be cold before, but today he saw her true combat power. Insulting without using profanity and speaking without interruptions, indeed, truly befitting of a powerful woman. Not to mention him, even Qin Ruhan, who had lived for 20 years, had never seen her sister like this. But it's no wonder she's so angry. "What time is it now?" Her husband is still at the bar. It's one thing to not come home late at night, but her husband actually found a hostess at the bar, and rest, and was ready to get into bed. Could he be any more shameless? Chen Mingyu had always thought that Lingu was a gentleman. That's why she didn't dislike him like other men, and even planned to go home with him. Unfortunately, tonight, his image took a big hit. She wouldn't go home with a man who went out to fool around. Calm down, maybe things aren't what you imagine. Qin Ruhan pulled Chen Mingyu aside, but her gaze shifted to Tang Zuoxuan, then to Lingu, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Who would have thought her husband would be so cruel not only to men but also to women? He actually tore a woman's clothes to shreds. If her sister had come a little later, the scene might have been even more exciting, right? Calm down, Chen Mingyu laughed. Yeah. Why was she so angry? But as soon as she barged in, she saw a man and a woman in a mess. The woman's clothes were disheveled, and the man was in the process of undressing. Clearly, this was already a scene of bold life, no need for explanation. This man was her husband. This was called cheating. How could she stay calm? Miss Chin, let me explain. Things aren't what you think. Lingu waited for her to finish scolding before finding an opening to explain. Hey, scumbag. Chen Mingyu couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanation. She just slapped him and walked away. Onlookers see clearly. This scene completely shocked Qin Ruhan. Her sister actually got angry with this man, and her emotions seemed to be a bit out of control. Miss Qin, let me explain. Lingu grabbed Chen Mingyu's wrist firmly. A slap to the face he could endure, but things needed to be clarified. Seeing this scene, Tang Zuoxuan was very anxious, sitting on the bed and not daring to speak. This beauty was so beautiful. What exactly was her relationship with Lingu's elder brother? They looked like lovers, but why did Lingu address her so formally as Miss Chen? HMPH, I'll give you 30 seconds. Let's see what nonsense you can come up with. Chen Mingyu struggled forcefully, secretly sighing at the man's strength and boldness. She had been alive for 27 years, and no man had dared to hold her hand like this before. Yes. Mr. Lingu, hurry up and make up a story. Oh no, I mean, hurry up and explain. As long as it's reasonable, I'll believe you. Qin Ruhan also had an attitude of watching the fun without thinking much about it. She said she believed everything, but her expression showed that she didn't believe a word. I came to the bar to try and figure out how to correct the company's logo, and that's how this happened. Lingu calmly stated the facts. Hey, it's been a long time since I heard someone brag so refreshingly. Chen Mingyu really didn't believe a word he said, not even the punctuation marks. Leaving behind a cold remark, she turned and walked away. Qin Ruhan also stuck out her tongue at Lingu. It seemed her sister had sentenced her husband to death. Miss Qin. Lingu hurriedly followed her out, forgetting about the project and even forgetting about Tang Zuoxuan. He had done so much, all just to take Chen Mingyu home. If Chen Mingyu were to reject him now, how disappointed would his mother be? How would he face his uncles and aunts tomorrow? What meaning would there be in completing the project? In order to shake off Lingu, Chen Mingyu intentionally instructed the driver to speed up, even taking detours. Just to quickly get home and lock the door, lest this man enter the house again. Driver, please hurry up and catch up with the car in front. Lingu quickly got into a taxi and urged the driver. The driver, however, turned slightly and spoke with a concerned tone. Young man, forcing happiness is not advisable. Tailing is not encouraged either. If things go too far, you might end up in jail. Tailing. Lingu immediately retorted angrily. That's my wife. Stop talking nonsense, catch up and I'll give you a 200 yuan tip. Oh, so it's your wife. Hold on tight, brother. The driver heard about the tip and immediately stepped on the gas to accelerate. But the performance of a taxi couldn't match the luxury car Chen Mingyu was in. The distance between them grew farther and farther, eventually disappearing from their sight. At this moment, a business van suddenly emerged from the shadows and forcefully intercepted Chen Mingyu's car. The wheels of the van scraped against the road, emitting a piercing sound. The night suddenly became restless. What are you doing driving like this? The driver wanted to open the door and scold them, but found several burly men instantly jumping out of the Mercedes. Each of them held weapons, clearly indicating ill intentions. The driver was immediately scared into silence, retreating back into the car. Sister, what's going on? It seems like these people are organized. Are they trying to rob us? Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Chen Mingyu immediately whispered to the driver, when I get out of the car later, you drive away first and find a safe place to call the police. Sis, how can we do that? What about you? Qin Ruhan wanted to persuade her, but there was already a commotion outside. Get out of the car, the leader in black shouted loudly, not holding back as he swung an iron rod, smashing the car's window. Clang. Glass shattered, and someone inside was even injured because of it. Driver, please hurry up and catch up with the car in front. Lingu quickly got into a taxi and urged the driver. However, the driver turned slightly and spoke with a concerned tone. Young man, forcing happiness is not advisable. Tailing is not encouraged either. If things go too far, you might end up in jail. Tailing. Lingu immediately retorted angrily, that's my wife. Stop talking nonsense, catch up and I'll give you a 200 yuan tip. Oh, so it's your wife. Hold on tight, brother. The driver heard about the tip and immediately stepped on the gas to accelerate. But the performance of a taxi couldn't match the luxury car Chen Mingyu was in. The distance between them grew farther and farther, eventually disappearing from their sight. At this moment, a business van suddenly emerged from the shadows and forcefully intercepted Chen Mingyu's car. The wheels of the van scraped against the road, emitting a piercing sound. The knight suddenly became restless. What are you doing driving like this? The driver wanted to open the door and scold them, but found several burly men instantly jumping out of the Mercedes. Each of them held weapons, clearly indicating ill intentions. The driver was immediately scared into silence, retreating back into the car. Sister, what's going on? It seems like these people are organized. Are they trying to rob us? Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Chen Mingyu immediately whispered to the driver, when I get out of the car later, you drive away first and find a safe place to call the police. Sis, how can we do that? What about you? Qin Ruhan wanted to persuade her, but there was already a commotion outside. Get out of the car, the leader in black shouted loudly, not holding back as he swung an iron rod, smashing the car's window. Clang. Glass shattered, and someone inside was even injured because of it. Two more men appeared at the rear window, wielding sledgehammers without any regard for the women's safety, and viciously struck down. Sister, I'm so scared. Qin Ruhan, never having experienced such a situation, clung tightly to Chen Mingyu. Driver, reverse quickly. Chen Mingyu remained remarkably calm, still commanding the situation despite the danger. As the driver began to reverse, pushing back the thugs behind them, she opened the car door and swiftly got out. Seeing her exit, the thugs immediately surrounded her. With this distraction, the driver could easily reverse the car to a safe area. But at this moment, another car approached from behind, blocking their escape route. Chen Mingyu initially thought it was the enemy, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lingu inside. What an idiot! Chen Mingyu couldn't help but curse. This man had effectively blocked her sister's escape route. What a lousy teammate! At this moment, she didn't have time to hold the idiotic scum accountable because several thugs were rushing towards her. With lightning-fast speed, Chen Mingyu reached out, grabbed one of them, and twisted his arm, causing it to fracture. One move subdued the enemy. The driver in the car was dumbfounded, looking at Qin Ruhan trembling inside the car. How could there be such a difference in combat power between people from the same family? Qin Ruhan couldn't misinterpret his expression and immediately reprimanded, HMTH, what are you looking at? My sister and I are different types of beauties. At this moment, Qin Ruhan had already knocked down 3 men in lightning-fast succession. Just as she felt she could handle these thugs, her heart suddenly sank. Behind her, a man swiftly launched an attack towards her. Chen Mingyu attempted to counter, but her move missed. The opponent was faster, skillfully dodging her attack. This was bad. Chen Mingyu knew very well that this man was definitely a well-trained killer or agent. Someone she couldn't handle with just a few years of martial arts practice. Sister, be careful. Seeing her sister at a significant disadvantage, Qin Ruhan screamed in panic. The man suddenly grabbed Chen Mingyu's wrist, Qin Mingyu struggled to break free, but couldn't, as a thick iron rod came crashing down towards her face. It was evident the man intended to harm her. Closer, getting closer. Qin Mingyu couldn't dodge it. Qin Ruhan also realized this, her heart pounding with fear. Crack! At the critical moment, an agile man shielded Qin Mingyu, gripping the iron rod with one hand. Lingu. Qin Mingyu was astonished. At this moment, this man was so brave and handsome. Nothing like the scumbag who would go outside and hire prostitutes behind his wife's back. Dare to touch my wife. Die. Lingu roared furiously, sending chills down everyone's spine. Majestic. Stop showing off. The man felt extremely dissatisfied, unable to resist angrily cursing as he let go of Qin Mingyu's wrist and swung the iron rod towards Lingu. But Lingu effortlessly caught it. Qin Mingyu marveled at how her opponent, whom she couldn't shake off, appeared so weak before Lingu. Doom. With one punch, Lingu sent the man flying, to broken teeth flying under the car lights. Wow, handsome. Watching from the car, Qin Ruhan excitedly clapped her hands. The worries and tensions just now disappeared instantly. Brother-in-law is so domineering. Absolutely love it. Seeing Lingu appear, the other thugs knew they couldn't match him even if they joined forces. Without hesitation, they quickly got into the car, intending to escape. Don't let them get away. Qin Mingyu commanded coldly, even taking action herself. Lingu felt helpless. He only knew his wife had a cold personality, but he hadn't expected her to be this fierce. Qin Ruhan, on the other hand, understood much better. Anyone who offended her sister would definitely have a bad outcome. Be careful, Lingu suddenly shouted. Having been on the battlefield, Lingu's perception of danger and acute awareness of his surroundings far surpassed that of ordinary people. The thugs in the car saw Qin Mingyu approaching and began throwing knives at her. Qin Mingyu was startled. Fortunately, in the next moment, Lingu threw himself over her, using his body to shield her from harm before hitting the ground. The thugs in the car were completely intimidated by Lingu's skill and momentum, and didn't dare to linger, quickly retreating in their car. Hey! Are you okay? Qin Mingyu quickly sat up, shaking Lingu. Miss Qin, can you promise me that you'll come home to meet my mom tomorrow? Lingu didn't answer her, but instead held her hand tightly, his eyes burning with intensity. What time is it now? You're still talking about this? Qin Mingyu bit her lip, worried that he might be stabbed while trying to make a promise. You have to promise me quickly. Lingu's voice trembled slightly. His mother had prepared everything. If Qin Mingyu got angry and changed her mind tonight, his mother would be so disappointed, and he wouldn't be able to bear it. I didn't say I wouldn't go back. Qin Mingyu's character was such that she wouldn't agree directly. Only then did Lingu smile. This woman indeed never said she wouldn't come back. Heh. Driver, drive, let's go. Qin Ruhan realized earlier than her sister. How could her brother-in-law be injured? He was just pretending to scare her sister. If her sister found out the truth later, it would be disastrous. Miss Sen, if we leave like this, Mr. Qin will probably be angry, right? The driver hesitated to leave. You're afraid of my sister being angry, but aren't you afraid of me being angry? If you don't leave, do you want to stay here as a third wheel? Qin Ruhan glared at him angrily. If you don't leave, tomorrow I'll fire you. If you leave, don't worry. If my sister blames you, I'll take the blame for you. The driver had no choice but to drive away. Qin Mingyu couldn't care less about them, quickly reaching out to touch Lingu's back. But despite her efforts, she only felt sweat. Where was the blood she expected? Looking down, she saw 3 knives neatly laid out, not having touched him at all. You were pretending. Qin Mingyu hadn't expected this. This man seemed honest but was actually so cunning, pretending to be injured to scare her. Looks could be deceiving. I wasn't pretending. Lingu smiled. I was just out of breath from the intense exercise. Go to hell. Qin Mingyu stood up and kicked him twice before turning away. But she found her car was gone. Damn it, she would definitely teach her third sister a lesson when she got back. Seizing the opportunity, Lingu hurried to catch up and argued cunningly, I never said I was injured. Qin Mingyu snorted coldly, turning her face away. She didn't want to talk to this man. By the way, should we report this? Do you know who attacked you? Lingu finally asked. Of course I do. Having just sworn not to respond to this high and mighty male CEO, Qin Mingyu immediately responded, it must be Liu Yejian. Our company is the biggest competitor of the Liu family's company. The Liu family can't stand to see our project completed, so they want to trip me up. If I'm out of the picture, they'll still find a way to snatch the orders, Qin Mingyu confidently deduced. But Lingu noticed something peculiar. The Ice Queen only seemed to curse at him, calling him a bastard or an idiot. But now, looking at her expression, she seemed to harbor a deep aversion towards this Liu Yejian, yet she didn't add any derogatory terms to his name. Did she really detest him so much? Don't just stand there. Call a cab and let's go home. Qin Mingyu kicked him again. Like a big clumsy ox. Did he still expect her to call the cab? But what about the project logo? I caused a lot of trouble at the bar just now because I wanted to bring back the Yunjin technicians to redo it for me. Lingu asked. Qin Mingyu finally understood the truth. It wasn't this gynecologist going to find a prostitute, after all. Actually, Qin Mingyu had her suspicions at first because Tang Zuixuan was so pure and beautiful. And she thought it wouldn't be surprising if this man liked her. But now, since Lingu spoke so frankly, she believed he wasn't that kind of person. Do you really want to bring them back to redo the work and demand that they finish it on time tomorrow? Qin Mingyu asked with a smile. Lingu nodded seriously. Qin Mingyu wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She figured out that this man, though a bit foolish, was very serious. Forget it. Send them the original design and ask them to hurry up and get it done. But Lingu hesitated. Won't it miss the ribbon-cutting ceremony? It'll have some impact, but I can handle it. Qin Mingyu was confident. She had dealt with countless situations, and this little problem couldn't stump her. Soon, Lingu hailed a taxi and accompanied Qin Mingyu to the Yunjin poetic community, but he didn't get out of the car. Hey, where are you going? Qin Mingyu's jade eyebrows were filled with annoyance. She had never liked being disturbed in her sleep since she was young. It was already past midnight. Did this man still want to go out? I'm going to find Leon the technician. You should be safe at home. I won't be back tonight, so rest well. With that said, he instructed the driver to drive away again. What an idiot! Qin Mingyu was really angry with him. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared not to listen to her. She had already said that it could be put aside, yet this man still insisted. Forget it, she wouldn't bother about him anymore. Anyway, he couldn't handle it. But she didn't expect that the next day, Yunjin would deliver the project, and the iconic logo was correct. Qin Mingyu received this news during a meeting. She was momentarily surprised, and her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Although it was just a moment, Qin Ruhan, who was also in the meeting, noticed it. Oh no, why did it seem like her sister had special feelings for that man? After the meeting, Qin Mingyu drove directly back to the Yunjin poetic community. Upon opening the door, she found that the man was actually sleeping on the sofa. It seemed that he had stayed up all night, and now he was snoring. Qin Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows lightly. She hated men who snored the most. But she also knew that people who snored would stop if you messed with them a bit, and some might even wake up. Without hesitation, Qin Mingyu walked over, but when her hand lifted, she put it down again. In the end, she frowned, left the living room, and let the man sleep. Lingu was sound asleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun was shining brightly, that he slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself covered with a blanket over his face. He quickly sat up and saw Qin Mingyu trimming a bonsai on the balcony. It had to be said that this woman had excellent skills, and she was very artistic. The crabbable bonsai she was trimming looked pleasing to the eye. What's more, the flowers were beautiful, and Qin Mingyu, dressed in casual white clothes, looked like a fairy in the flower garden. Lingu was momentarily enchanted. It wasn't until Qin Mingyu glanced at him out of the corner of her eye that Lingu suddenly woke up. No, even if this woman was beautiful, she was still an ice sculpture. Why did you cover my face with a blanket? I'm not dead yet, Lingu questioned. Qin Mingyu gave him a glare and continued trimming the bonsai, saying, Your snoring is like blowing a trumpet. Be glad I didn't suffocate you. While Lingu wasn't sure about other things, he believed that this iceberg of a woman would actually suffocate him. Feeling a chill after getting up, Lingu couldn't help but say, Thank you. It was autumn, and he had slept on the living room sofa in thin clothes. Without the blanket, he might have caught a cold. Qin Mingyu pretended to be cold. I was about to suffocate you, and you're thanking me. Lingu smiled casually, feeling that this woman was somewhat insincere, which wasn't a good habit. Thanks for agreeing to come home with me. My mom should be waiting for us to go back. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu frowned slightly, but didn't respond. Let's go. I'll freshen up. Then we'll go home together. Lingu stood up in one go. Since the iceberg woman didn't refuse, he took it as her agreement. They had been living together for some time, and he gradually found ways to communicate with her. Let's take my car. After Lingu finished washing up, Qin Mingyu was also ready. Naturally, beautiful women were convenient. They hardly needed makeup when going out. Simply wearing a set of clothes made them look more beautiful than others who had carefully dressed up. This broke some of Lingu's basic notions about women. He thought he would have to wait a long time for her to get ready before going out. My neighborhood is a bit backward. I'm afraid your car will attract attention. Lingu knew Qin Mingyu's vehicle, a convertible Maserati worth over 3 million. He had seen it on their wedding day. Qin Mingyu sneered. To appear poor, she had already shown up in the worst car. In her estate villa, those limited edition sports cars hadn't even been driven out yet. If I say drive, you drive, all right. At this crucial moment, Lingu didn't dare to disobey the iceberg woman. If she changed her mind and wasn't happy, it would be troublesome. As soon as the two left the Yunshan poetry community, the detectives lurking outside the community immediately reported the situation to Mr. Qin. Qin Chang'an was ecstatic upon receiving the news. Great, this is wonderful. My hope for a great-grandchild has increased significantly. When he had forced his granddaughter to marry Lingu initially, he had been worried that Lingu wouldn't be able to handle his granddaughter's bad temper for long. But today, his granddaughter was willing to go home with him. He knew he hadn't misjudged Lingu. That man had some ability. Qin Chang'an immediately hung up the phone, hastily changed into a set of ordinary clothes, and instructed his servants to quickly drive him over. It was a rare day today, and he also wanted to meet Lingu's parents. With this, the marriage would be secure. There were no parking spots in front of Lingu's house, so he parked the car on the side of the road before entering the community. After getting out of the car, he carried a chicken, a duck, as well as a bag of gifts and a bag of fruits from the trunk, and headed towards the house. Qin Mingyu had cleanliness habits, and when she sniffed the trunk of her car, she looked disgusted. She knew there was nothing good about getting married. How could she come back home and end up carrying a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other? Let me carry some too. Qin Mingyu couldn't bear to let Lingu carry everything while she walked empty-handed. It didn't look good, huh? Lingu was a little surprised to hear this. This woman, who usually kept her hands clean, actually wanted to help him carry things. Then you take the chicken. Lingu casually handed the chicken he was holding in his left hand to her. Qin Mingyu regretted it immediately. She only wanted to carry the fruits and gifts, but this man was so clueless. He actually made her carry a chicken. Mom, we're back. Even before entering the house, Lingu shouted excitedly. Inside the house, as soon as they heard his voice, everyone stood up immediately. Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu were, of course, the most anxious. Chen Ailan, who usually had trouble walking due to leg pain, could now be described as walking briskly. Ling Ruoxu couldn't even catch up with her for a moment. Ha ha. Let's see what our second sister-in-law looks like. Ling Jiawei was the son of Uncle Ling Wuken and Ling Yu's cousin. Previously, because Uncle Ling Wuken made some money in business, his son was raised in wealth, indulging in almost everything, including eating, drinking, gambling, and womanizing. His interest in women was particularly strong. Of course, he was now eager to bring his girlfriend to see Ling Yu's wife not because of her beauty. In fact, he looked down on Ling Yu quite a bit. A 28-year-old man with a salary of only 80,000 a year, what kind of good-looking woman could he marry? Probably some older village woman, right? Unlike his girlfriend, who was young and beautiful, with fair skin and a curvaceous figure, bringing her out was a matter of pride. He just wanted to see the expression on his second cousin's face when he saw his wife and then subconsciously compare her to his own wife. Would he envy him? But unexpectedly, When he saw Chen Mingyu walking in with Lingu, he was stunned. Oh my god. How could there be such a stunning beauty in the world? The same stunned expression was on his father's, uncle's, and even his 6-year-old cousin's faces. The latter couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, Uncle Ling's wife is so beautiful. She's 10 times prettier than Uncle San's wife, even prettier than Mom." Suddenly, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lingu quickly looked at his cousin Ling Shitang and his cousin's wife Zi Qian. Uncle Ling Shitang was naturally easygoing and wouldn't mind, but Lingu knew that his aunt was a somewhat petty woman, and he feared that she might hold a grudge against Chen Mingyu because of her son's words. Second sister-in-law, An Jiawei, Lingu's cousin. In the next moment, Ling Jiawei directly let go of his wife's hand and took the initiative to approach, smiling eagerly, wanting to shake hands with Chen Mingyu. He had never encountered such a beauty before. Although his wife's skin was also good, compared to someone like Chen Mingyu, it was hardly worth mentioning. I wonder how soft her jade-like hands would be. Unfortunately, Chen Mingyu did not shake hands with him, just nodded in Ling Yu's direction, and casually threw the chicken she was holding onto the ground. As the female CEO of Chiagang Group, how could she not have the ability to judge people? Ling Yu's cousin didn't seem like a good person at first glance. Seeing him throw aside his own wife and approach her, she found it shameless. Ling Jiawei's expression instantly turned ugly. This woman was so arrogant. Just because she was beautiful, she looked down on everyone. "Oh, your name is Mingyu, right? Since you're here, why are you still holding on to a chicken?" Chen Ailan quickly stepped forward, even reprimanding Ling Yu. "What are you doing? How could you let your wife hold a chicken?" Ling Yu smiled bitterly. Ling Ruoxu quickly spoke up for him. "Mom, are you favoring your daughter-in-law too much? Haven't you seen that my brother is still holding so many things? But you can't let Mingyu hold the chicken." This sentence from Chen Ailan was almost hitting Chen Mingyu's sore spot. Only her son could be so thoughtless as to almost get packed by the chicken. As the prestigious female CEO of Chiagang Group, she didn't release the chicken halfway, but waited until they entered the Ling family's front yard before discarding it, which was already giving face. "Come on, come in and sit down." Chen Ailan was very enthusiastic, but didn't dare to touch this daughter-in-law easily. Although she was very happy and wanted to get closer to her daughter-in-law, she also felt the high and cold aura from her daughter-in-law and was afraid that she wouldn't like others touching her casually. Seeing everyone surrounding Chen Mingyu, Lingu couldn't help but smile bitterly because he was surprisingly ignored. When he entered the room and put down the things in his hands, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. "Xiao Yu, cousin, what's wrong?" Although Lingu was considered lacking in foresight by Chen Mingyu, his intelligence and perception were absolutely fine. He could tell that his cousin seemed troubled, with a furrowed brow. "Xiao Yu, are you available right now?" Ling Shitang was a genuine and straightforward person, never one to beat around the bush. "What's wrong? Are you facing financial difficulties?" Although Lingu also had a pile of debts, all owed to Chen Mingyu, if his cousin really asked to borrow money, he would find a way to help. The two had always had a good relationship since childhood, and he knew that if his cousin wasn't desperate, he wouldn't ask him for help. "It's about Yang Qiu. She was playing mahjong outside and ended up owing 80,000 yuan. As soon as Ling Shitang spoke, he looked almost on the verge of tears. He had just asked Ling Jiawei and his son for a loan, undoubtedly hitting a wall. He had no choice but to come to Ling Yu for help. So much, and she played mahjong with whom? To end up with such a huge debt? Ling Yu was taken aback. This amount was beyond what he could handle. Sigh. It's with some rich second-generation kids of business owners. It's all my fault, I just can't control her. Ling Shitang reproached himself deeply. Ling Yu also understood his family's situation. His cousin's income was not much better than his, and he was quite ordinary looking. Yet, he had married a beautiful wife. There were rumors before that his wife's previous occupation wasn't very respectable. But Ling Yu didn't look down on her for it. As long as she treated his cousin well after marriage, that was all that mattered. But he didn't expect that after marriage, this woman would either gamble or go on shopping sprees every day, causing their family's financial situation to worsen. Now this is really troublesome. Ling Yu's values had been somewhat influenced by his cousin's experiences. which was one of the factors why he hadn't planned on getting married before. When is the latest you need to repay? Although Lingu currently didn't have a solution, he still wanted to clarify the timeline. They said if I don't pay today, they'll take my wife to a bathhouse to serve men and earn money to repay the debt. Ling Shitang was so desperate that tears welled up in his eyes. Despite his wife's extravagant habits, he loved her deeply. Now that their child was 6 years old, if his wife were taken to a bathhouse to serve men, he and his son would never be able to hold their heads up again. Today, Lingu was completely at a loss. With such little time, aside from borrowing from Qin Mingyu, what other options did he have? That he had borrowed so much from the iceberg woman before, how could he possibly ask again? What should I do, Xiaoyu? You're my last hope. Cousin is kneeling to you. Ling Shitang said, preparing to kneel before Lingu. You can't do that. Lingu hurriedly supported him. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Why don't you see your wife now that she's here? At that moment, Ling Ruoxu's voice came from the living room. Seeing that Ling Shitang and his brother were both absent, she had a hunch about what they were up to. Although she wanted to help Ling Shitang, could their family really do anything about this situation? She was afraid her younger brother would try to be overly kind and end up losing his wife as well. Sis, I'm coming out now. Lingu responded before comforting Ling Shitang. Cousin, don't worry. I'll figure something out for you, but right now, I need to go out and be with my wife. Ling Shitang sighed and nodded, of course. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. Today, supposed to be your big day. Cousin shouldn't have burdened you with this. Seeing his cousin in such a state, Lingu couldn't help but sighing. Said, here's what we'll do. You make a call to the creditor, and I'll talk to them. After all, they were brothers, and Lingu's cousin was 6 years older than him. When they were younger, Ling Shitang had taken care of him, and even given him money to spend. Lingu remembered all of this. If it weren't for being at the end of his rope, he believed his cousin would never have asked for help like this. Okay, I'll make the call right away. Ling Shitang quickly found the number and dialed. What surprised Lingu was how brazen the other party was. No matter how he tried to reason with them, they refused to extend the deadline. You little punk, do you know who I am? My dad is the CEO of Yongle Group. Yongle Group was a local company in Yun City, and although Lingu had heard of it, it was nowhere near as prestigious as the Chiagang Group. Brother, no matter who your dad is, you still need to be reasonable. Lingu wasn't easily intimidated and retorted confidently. My sister-in-law owes you money, and we'll find a way to repay it. But gambling debts are not protected by the law. If you insist on pressing us, you'll end up with nothing. But this only seemed to anger the other party even more. You little punk, you dare talk about the law to me. I'll show you what lawlessness really means. With that, the other party hung up. Ling Shitang became even more anxious. Xiaoyu, you can't talk to them like that. This Zhao Shifa is well connected in Yun City, both in legal and illegal circles. If he decides to come after us, we won't be able to handle it. Lingu handed the phone back to him and patted his shoulder reassuringly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll do everything I can to help you. Xiaoyu, what's taking you so long to come out? Outside, Chen Ailin's urging voice came again. Her son was being unreasonable. It was the first time he had brought his wife home, and he wasn't spending any time with her. She thought maybe her daughter-in-law was shy and didn't want to talk to anyone. I'm coming. Lingu quickly walked out of the hall and found Qin Mingyu sitting on a separate sofa, maintaining a demeanor that suggested she preferred not to be approached. The other members of the Ling family also found her difficult to engage with and didn't dare to strike up a conversation. Only Ling Jiawei remained persistent, attempting to approach her stealthily to start a conversation. However, Qin Mingyu, who already had misandry, found Ling Jiawei's type particularly distasteful. Despite being in her in-law's house, she chose to ignore him and quietly moved to sit on the longer sofa. Ling Jiawei's eyes lit up, thinking it was his chance to sit next to her. However, Lingu beat him to it and sat down beside Qin Mingyu, smiling as he said, Jiawei, I heard you and your wife are planning to have a second child. As cousins, Lingu naturally knew Ling Jiawei's personality. He had been a playboy since he was a teenager, loving one woman after another. He had married his current wife because of an unplanned pregnancy. Moreover, his wife was very young at the time, not even 20 years old. And Chen Mingyu was the kind of beauty who could make Lingu's heart skip a beat the first time they met. If his cousin didn't like her, he would be surprised. Lingu, why are you bringing this up out of the blue? Ling Jiawei addressed Lingu by his name directly, clearly unhappy, and moved to sit on the separate sofa. At least it was the sofa the beautiful woman had just sat on, still with her lingering fragrance. But unexpectedly, Ling Jiawei's son, Ling Xiaowei, bounced over and sat down first. What are you doing? Adults are talking. What are you doing here? Ling Jiawei angrily scolded, startling Ling Xiaowei, who quickly jumped off the sofa. Wah! Ling Xiaowei, who was not yet 6 years old, burst into tears after being frightened. With his parents not in the hall, he instinctively ran over to Lingu and Chen Mingyu's side. Come here, sit with me. Little brother. Chen Mingyu actually took the initiative to invite Xiaowei to sit beside her, leaving Lingu stunned. What surprised him even more was that Xiaowei wasn't afraid of her at all. He even called her sister instead of aunt, showing a very close relationship. Today's iceberg woman seemed a bit different from usual. Seeing this, Ling Jiawei was so angry that he didn't have any thoughts. He sat down on the sofa and took out a cigarette to smoke. No smoking. Finally, Chen Mingyu spoke her first words to Ling Jiawei. As soon as she spoke, Ling Jiawei, who was usually unrestrained, trembled all over. Seeing Chen Mingyu's icy gaze, it felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. What's wrong? What happened? Just as Ling Ruoxu entered the kitchen to help her mother cook, she heard the commotion outside and hurried out. The others who were scattered throughout the house also came over one after another. Jiawei, can't you show some manners? Ling Ruoxu rarely scolded Ling Jiawei, but with her younger brother's wife coming home, she couldn't help but speak up. There are children and women in the hall. If you want to smoke, go outside. F***K. What's the big deal? Ling Jiawei was also full of anger. He stood up directly and deliberately took out his BMW 7 Series key, loudly saying, I'll go smoke in the car outside then. Obviously, this was his trick for picking up girls. He had tried it before and it had worked. After all, some women like to cry in BMW cars. Ling Jiawei thought that Chen Mingyu, who was so beautiful, was willing to marry Lingu, a loser like him. Might have been an escort in the past, Ten was now tired and looking for a decent man to settle down with. As long as he flaunted his wealth, maybe this woman would take the initiative to come to him. But the next moment, his expression froze, and he quickly put away the BMW car key. Just because Chen Mingyu didn't react, she just shook her Maserati key. She didn't let anyone else see it, only Ling Jiawei. She had seen too many men like this, boasting about a mere BMW worth a few $100,000. How ridiculous. Damn, is this woman so rich? Ling Jiawei was secretly surprised, even suspecting whether this woman had rented a car to show off. At this moment, there was suddenly a hearty laugh outside the gate. Excuse me, is this Lingu's house? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Mingyu was secretly shocked. Could it be? Was the old man here too? Lingu immediately walked out, opened the door, and outside stood Qin Chonggong. Even if his steward came in the lowest-end car today, it was still a Land Rover worth over 2 million. Ling Jiawei inside the house, seeing this, suddenly lost interest and didn't have the courage to go out and smoke anymore. Mr. Qin, why are you here too? Did Mingyu ask you to come? Lingu was pleasantly surprised. He thought it was already good enough that Chen Mingyu had come with him. How could he dare to invite her family too? Ha ha, still calling me Mr. Qin. Qin Chonggong directly used his cane to lightly tap Lingu's big head. With such a large family as the Qin family, but not even a young man, so he felt particularly close to his grandson-in-law. Grandpa, please come in quickly. Lingu immediately reacted and invited Qin Chonggong into the house. The next moment, Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu also walked over to greet him. Chen Ailan had a smile on her face. She didn't know Qin Chonggong's identity, so she warmly shook hands with him and said, Welcome, welcome, are you the father-in-law? Then she turned to Lingu and reproached him, Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell me that Mingyu's family was coming? Lingu chuckled and didn't answer, his gaze quietly shifting towards Qin Mingyu sitting in the hall. The Ice Queen hadn't told him. Qin Mingyu was playing with Little Wei, pretending not to notice his gaze. But unexpectedly, another woman walked in through the gate the next moment. Tall and graceful, looking around 30 years old, she was exceptionally beautiful and bore some resemblance to Qin Mingyu. Ah, is this Mingyu's sister? So beautiful. Chen Nailin immediately walked over to greet her. Even Ling Ruoxu and others were amazed. This woman exuded elegance. But Ling Ruoxu had a better eye than her mother. This woman appeared young because of good maintenance, but her actual age was at least over 45, right? Qin Mingyu raised her eyes and also showed a hint of surprise at seeing this woman. Seeing her daughter, who had always been aloof, now playing with a child, the woman was even more stunned. If news of this were to reach the Qin family, who would believe it? If she had seen her daughter carrying a chicken just now, she would definitely have laughed for 3 days and nights. Ha ha. Let me introduce you. This is Mingyu's mother, Mrs. Lin Fei. Qin Chang'an laughed heartily. The elegant lady then smiled at Chen Nailin and Ling Ruoxu. Mother-in-law, you look so young. Chen Nailin exclaimed sincerely. If this were to be spread outside, if others said that Lin Fei was her daughter, it would imply that she herself looked young. Even if they said Lin Fei was her granddaughter, someone might believe it. Ling Ruoxu also sighed inwardly. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Her younger brother's mother-in-law looked almost the same age as her. Rich people really do stay young forever. In front of this Qin family, could they really not be the richest in Yun City? Mother-in-law, greetings. Lingu hurried over to greet her. Lin Fei just nodded slightly. Actually, she didn't want to come to such a low-level place, but since Qin Chang'an had come, as Qin Mingyu's mother, if she didn't come, the patriarch would definitely be unhappy. But now, seeing her son-in-law, she couldn't hide her disappointment. How could a man like this match up to her extremely delicate eldest daughter? She didn't know what the patriarch saw in him. The Ling family warmly welcomed Qin Chang'an and the other two inside to sit. Besides Qin Chang'an and Lin Fei, there was also the old steward of the Qin family, Wang Lao. Of course, Qin Chang'an just introduced him as Qin Mingyu's cousin. After all, they were pretending to be poor at the Ling family. Even so, the hearts of Ling Woken and Ling Zhaowei's father and son were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred to the extreme. How could Ling Yu, with his conditions, marry such a well-off wife? Especially Ling Zhaowei, he had just thought that Qin Mingyu was a cold and aloof escort girl, sleeping with rich men for money, and looking for an honest man to marry. But now, seeing her grandfather and mother, how could he dare to think like that? It was obvious that this family exuded an extraordinary aura. Elderly sir, mother-in-law, please sit for a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and bring the food. Let's have a meal. Ling Yu invited his in-laws in and headed to the kitchen. All right. Qin Chang'an looked at him with growing approval. His granddaughter couldn't be left without someone who could cook. After all, Lin Fei, on the other hand, was different from Qin Chang'an. Coming from a wealthy family since childhood and then marrying into the Qin family, she was used to being served. She believed that a man's abilities should not be used at home but outside. Unfortunately, Ling Yu was just a low-level character, with knowledge and manners, that could never support him to become a prominent figure in the business world. Moreover, in the world of wealthy families, when a son-in-law meets his mother-in-law for the first time, he should kneel down and serve tea. But in the Ling family, there were obviously no such rules. Everything was so casual, which inevitably left her feeling resentful. But Lin Fei was cultured. Unlike those mothers-in-law in novels who often look down on poor sons-in-law, she wouldn't express her disdain, or even show it, even if she looked down on Ling Yu. Not a word would slip. Qin Mingyu actually liked the customs of the Ling family. If she were asked to kneel down and serve tea to Chen Nailin, she would definitely refuse. She also secretly assessed her mother, but couldn't detect any emotion from the woman. At this moment, while inside was bustling with activity, there was also a commotion outside. Ling Shitang had been too preoccupied to chat with his cousin's family and had been standing outside. Now, Zhao Shifa had also arrived with his men. Ling Shitang, just one sentence, is your wife going to repay the money today? Zhao Shifa couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. He threatened straight away. She will. We will definitely repay. but today is my cousin's big day. Can you please give us a few more days? Ling Shitang clasped his hands together, humbly requesting. All right, let your wife come out and spend a few days with me. Ha ha. Jia Shifa replied with a lecherous grin. That's not possible. Not possible. If she doesn't repay the money, I can take her to the bathhouse to work. What? Do you think your wife was a proper woman before? You're just a sucker who took over. Jia Shifa sneered, exposing his weakness. Ling Shitang felt a stab in his heart. In reality, he knew what his wife had done before they got married, but that didn't matter. As long as she didn't have any intimate relations with other men after marriage, he would endure any hardship to support his wife and child. Please, just give us a few more days. Ling Shitang didn't dare to argue with him. He knelt on the ground and pleaded, get lost. Jia Shifa kicked him away with one foot, leading 4 or 5 bodyguards into Ling Yu's house. What's going on? Ling Ruoxu heard the commotion and came out to open the door. The Ling family lived in a self-built house, and you could see the front yard from the living room. Get out of the way, we're here to find Ziqian. Jia Shifa completely ignored Ling Ruoxu and barged in with his men. In order to show off his dominance, he kicked around the things in the Ling family's front yard, adopting a fearless attitude. Ling Ruoxu was furious. How could her elder sister-in-law have provoked such a person? Ziqian had known that someone would come looking for her, so she dared not come out of her room. But this wasn't a solution either. She knew how unreasonable Jia Shifa could be, and sooner or later, he would find his way in. Why are you looking for my mom? Ling Xiaowei shouted loudly. Hehe, of course, we're looking for your mom. To Jia Shifa was about to say something vulgar, but when he glanced over, he was struck dumb in an instant. The Ling family members didn't recognize Qin Mingyu, but how could the son of a big businessman like him not know her? So he thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes. How could the lofty Miss Qin be in such a rundown place? But when he looked again, he hadn't seen Ron at all. Jia Shifa's reaction was also quick. Regardless of the relationship between these people and Miss Qin, he knew better than to mess with such a figure. So he immediately said, Sorry, I got the wrong place. With that, he quickly turned around and left. Stop. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. If Jia Shifa had just been sweating nervously, now he was downright terrified. What's going on? How come not only Miss Qin from the Qin family, but even the illustrious richest man in Yun City is here? Qin Qiagang called out, as if he had some kind of magical power, making Jia Shifa turn around tremblingly and greet him, Mr. Qin. Seeing Jia Shifa like this, everyone from the Ling family present was puzzled. It seemed that this Mr. Qin had a very high social status. Fortunately, the other members of the Ling family didn't know Jia Shifa's background, otherwise they would definitely be even more surprised. Oh, you know me? Qin Qiagang could tell that Jia Shifa didn't seem to have come to the wrong place. And seeing their demeanor, he guessed that they had come to cause trouble and just wanted to help his son-in-law out of it. Ha ha, who in Yun City doesn't know Mr. Qin? Jia Shifa's voice trembled. Qin Qiagang didn't want to reveal his identity to match his granddaughter's pretense of poverty, so he just spoke in a friendly tone. Don't flatter me. So, what brings you here? Oh, nothing. I'm just good friends with Ling Sitang's family, just passing by to say hello. Jia Shifa didn't dare to admit he had come to collect a debt. For the sake of a mere 80,000 yuan, offending the wealthiest family in Yun City would definitely be a terrible deal. Oh, then why did you say you came to the wrong place? At this point, Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed, radiating a chilly aura. Jia Shifa shivered all over, momentarily unsure how to respond. Since there's nothing, you should leave quickly. Chen Nailin didn't welcome someone who came with so many people. Today was a joyous occasion for her family, and she didn't want to be disturbed. This statement practically granted Jia Shifa a pardon. He thought to himself, what a kind old lady, and quickly nodded in agreement, leading his men out without looking back. Jia Xiao. Ling Sitang had just come in from outside and hadn't figured out what had happened inside. He was worried that these people would take his wife away. How could they just leave like this? Don't call me. Jia Shifa didn't want to linger for a moment longer. What about the money? Ling Sitang, being an honest person, was still thinking about the debt, but Jia Shifa simply ignored him and left. How strange, what exactly happened? Ling Sitang was completely puzzled. Lingu had just entered the kitchen to cook and hadn't seen what happened in the hall. When he came out, he saw his uncle and Ling Jiawei both eagerly trying to please Qin Tiagang. Their family was the only one in the Ling clan involved in business, so they were good at reading the minds. Even if they couldn't guess that Qin Tiagang's family was the top family in Yun City, they knew they were either rich or noble, with a significant background. If they could flatter and please Qin Tiagang's family, their business would definitely prosper in the future. Qin Tiagang, seeing Ling Yu's face, also casually dealt with the two of them. Qin Mingyu, on the other hand, completely ignored them. She didn't even shake hands with them, pretending not to hear anything they said. Lin Fei knew her daughter's personality well and trusted her judgment in these matters. People she looked down upon were definitely not good, so she took out her phone and couldn't be bothered to interact with these two. Seeing how arrogant Qin Mingyu and her mother were, Ling Woking and Ling Jiawei both harbored resentment in their eyes, but they didn't dare to act out for the moment. Dinner's ready, Lingu quickly announced. Regardless, his uncle's family were still his relatives. He couldn't just stand by and watch them get upset with Qin Mingyu. Lingu knew Qin Mingyu's character very well. If she didn't want to acknowledge you, crying wouldn't help. Soon, everyone gathered around the two large tables to eat. Lingyu's family and Qin Mingyu's family naturally sat at one table, while Lingyu's uncle and cousin's families sat at another. With this arrangement, the atmosphere at the dinner table remained harmonious. In reality, Qin Mingyu was not accustomed to eating this kind of commoner's food, especially those large chunks of chicken, duck, and goose. How could she eat them? What's more, Chen Ailan cared too much about her daughter-in-law, and was too enthusiastic, serving her a lot of dishes and even a big chicken leg. At this point, Qin Mingyu simply put down her chopsticks. Fortunately, Qin Tiagang was also there and quickly cleared his throat. With no other choice, Qin Mingyu openly transferred all the dishes that Chen Ailan had served to Lingu. Chen Ailan immediately felt a bit awkward. Lingu also felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Qin Mingyu casually say, "I'm on a diet, I don't eat meat." Hearing this, Lingu felt that she was already giving him face. "Oh, is that so? But you're already so thin. Won't you lack nutrition?" Chen Ailan was very concerned. Qin Mingyu's pretty face showed some impatience. Her own mother never worried about her, but Lingyu's mother was so attentive. "Mom, you don't understand this. Times have changed. This is just a generation gap." Ling Ruoxu quickly intervened, deliberately placing a pair of public chopsticks on each dish. She knew that Qin Mingyu would definitely find it distasteful for her mother to directly serve her food like this. "Heh, sorry. I'm not very educated. I don't understand much." Chen Ailan quickly apologized to Qin Mingyu. "It's okay," Qin Mingyu responded lightly. Although this mother-in-law was a bit naggy, her temper was actually quite good. Fortunately, they didn't have to live together, so having a meal together occasionally wasn't too difficult for her to bear. Ling Ruoxu felt that her brother's wife was a bit difficult to get along with, but she wasn't too extreme. She was just worried that her brother would eventually be unable to bear facing such a woman all the time. "Ha ha. Mother-in-law, I'm getting old and I really want to hug my great-grandson soon." "I don't know if you want to hug your grandson," Qin Tiagang deliberately asked. Faft. Qin Mingyu had just managed to take a small bite of food and almost spat it out. The polite smile on Ling Yu's face gradually stiffened. It was so hard to get the iceberg girl to come home for a visit. And now they were talking about the hellishly difficult task of having a child. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to accomplish it in his lifetime. Come to think of it, apart from accidentally seeing Qin Mingyu's body once, he hadn't even held her hand, let alone any further contact. Can you believe that this could lead to a tragedy? Heh, of course I want to. Chen Ailan immediately added pressure to her son. "Shall you have to work harder. Don't keep Mr. Qin waiting too long." Lingu could only laugh awkwardly and eat more forcefully to avoid answering the question. "I'm full, and I have some things to attend to and need to head back." Qin Mingyu directly put down her bowl, unable to continue entertaining such a topic. Lingu also knew that she had reached her limit. If he didn't let her leave now, this show would probably collapse, so he quickly said, "Mom, Mingyu and I had other things to do. I'll accompany her back first. Qin Tiagang, who had originally wanted to stop Qin Mingyu, let her go when he heard that she and Lingu had business to attend to. Otherwise, he would have kept his granddaughter at her in-law's house all day. Qin Mingyu got up and walked out directly, surprising everyone else in the Ling family. Lingu quickly caught up to her and acted as her driver. The two of them didn't have any conversation along the way until Lingu's phone suddenly received a message. Because Lingu was driving, he didn't have time to look at the phone message lying beside him. Instead, Qin Mingyu inadvertently glanced at it and immediately froze. Lingu, with Grandpa backing you up, feel free to boldly push Mingyu down. As long as you can help me have a great-grandson who bears the Qin surname, I will give you all my lifelong savings. Seeing this message, Qin Mingyu was speechless. Could there be such a grandfather in the world? He actually encouraged a man to push his granddaughter down. And even used his lifelong savings as bait. That's tens of billions. No way, if the man beside her knew, he would definitely go crazy like a beast. What's wrong? Lingu felt that Qin Mingyu's expression seemed a bit off and immediately wanted to see what the message was. Don't turn your face over, Qin Mingyu immediately ordered coldly. But Lingu was not her obedient employee. He argued, Miss Qin, isn't this too much? You won't let me see my own message. I said no, so no. Qin Mingyu wanted to delete the message directly, but unfortunately didn't know Lingu's phone password. Tell me the password, Qin Mingyu commanded coldly. Lingu chuckled, Miss Qin, we're just cohabiting partners, in name only. You said before that after marriage, I had absolute freedom. How come you suddenly want to check my phone now? Feeling guilty, Qin Mingyu could only try to exercise a woman's privilege of being unreasonable. Just give it to me, no need for excuses. Fine, but I need to see what this message is first. Lingu simply stopped the car, reached out to ask her for the phone. Since he didn't have any secrets to hide, he figured he might as well let the iceberg lady check whatever she wanted. But Qin Mingyu, with a tense expression, didn't want to give him the phone. Lingu directly asserted, Miss Qin, you're invading my privacy now. Luckily, Lingu was quick to catch it. How could this woman, who looked so aloof, sometimes act like a wild child? After reading the message, Lingu couldn't help but chuckle. Don't overthink it. Just drive home, Qin Mingyu said angrily. Lingu shrugged, put down the phone, and drove back to Yunshan Poetry. Qin Mingyu didn't say another word to him, went back home by herself, and slammed the door shut, not wanting Lingu to come in. Lingu quickly blocked the door, came in with a belly full of anger, and couldn't help muttering, what a strange woman. That was your grandfather's idea. It's as if I actually want to push you down. With that icy face of yours, I have to muster up some enthusiasm. Qin Mingyu went back to her room and didn't come out for a long time. Lingu certainly wasn't going to coax her. Not only had their relationship not developed to that point, but he also hadn't done anything wrong. After a while, Lingu went to the kitchen to make dinner. But when he walked out, he found Qin Mingyu sitting coldly on the sofa in the living room, with a piece of paper and a pen on the glass table in front of her. Come here and sigh, Qin Mingyu beckoned to him with her finger. What is it? Lingu walked over curiously. Qin Mingyu, the high-end cold female CEO, was accustomed to not answering such questions. She sat there like an ice sculpture, her hands resting on her knees. Lingu picked up the 2 sheets of paper on the table. They turned out to be a set of agreements. Not only that, Qin Mingyu had already signed them and even stamped her personal seal. Wow, she truly lived up to her status as a top executive of a large corporation. A cultured person, she made everything so formal. The agreements were concise, with only 3 points. First, they wouldn't have any physical relationship during their marriage. If Lingu dared to touch Qin Mingyu, it would be considered marital violation. Second, their assets would never be shared between spouses. Lingu wouldn't need to give Qin Mingyu 5,000 every month, and Qin Mingyu wouldn't charge him rent. All expenses would be split evenly. Third, after 6 months, they would peacefully divorce without dividing assets. Qin Mingyu could leave the house to him. The 6-month deadline had been agreed upon by Qin Mingyu and Qin Tiagang early on. Anyway, Qin Mingyu had already thought of a reason long ago. They simply couldn't have a child together, so getting married was pointless. This agreement was advantageous for Lingu, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Mingyu was wary of him. He had been clear from the start that he was only getting married to appease his mother. But why did it seem like she thought he was after her money and beauty? Seeing his frown, Qin Mingyu immediately said coldly, "Rest assured, I won't ask for the money you borrowed from me before, and when we divorce, consider it a gift. In short, don't have any improper thoughts about me, don't treat me as your wife, and don't think about my grandfather's money. We won't have any future together." The icy words were fittingly spoken by the iceberg woman. Lingu wasn't angry because the agreement wasn't unreasonable. They had agreed beforehand that their marriage was a sham. It was just that he had brought Qin Mingyu home today, satisfied his desires once, and had a few unrealistic fantasies. But Qin Mingyu immediately burst his bubble, leaving him feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Miss Qin, I've never thought about your money or your grandfather's money. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Since you think we're not a real couple and don't want me to give you 5,000, I won't give it. But regardless of whether we divorce or not, I will definitely repay the money I borrowed from you. And I won't take this house from you either," Lingu said firmly. Hearing his words, Qin Mingyu felt a strange pang of heartache, even she didn't know why. She had expected Lingu to be angry, even furious, but he wasn't. "Miss Qin, you are indeed very beautiful, with a noble temperament, the most perfect woman I've ever seen. But not every man will like you or covet your body. I'm a gynecologist, I even doubt myself sometimes, so I've never planned to take advantage of you. That's why I will definitely sign this agreement." Lingu finished, reaching for the pen. Qin Mingyu was slightly stunned, wanting to take the pen away, but in the end, she didn't move. After Lingu signed his name, he smirked, "Miss Qin, I don't have a personal seal, can I use a thumbprint?" Qin Mingyu felt somewhat numb at the moment. Lingu simply bit his thumb and pressed his thumbprint onto both copies of the agreement. The faint smell of blood made Qin Mingyu uncomfortable, as if her heart was sinking a bit. "Miss Qin, it's done. Dinner is ready. Would you like to join me?" Lingu handed back one copy of the agreement, inviting her to dinner. "No need. I'm going out." Qin Mingyu put away the agreement and turned to leave. "You don't have to wait for me tonight. Just don't lock the door." Lingu chuckled, "Sorry, I've never waited for Miss Qin to come home." "Theft." Qin Mingyu felt like she had been shot in the chest. How dare this man speak to her like that? Despicable. That evening, Qin Ruhan was called out by Qin Mingyu for dinner. To be precise, it was for drinking. The restaurant they were in was also a property of the Qin family. The two sisters used to come here for dinner frequently. But since her sister got married, Qin Ruhan remembered that this was the first time. "Sis, do you have something on your mind? Why are you drinking so much?" Qin Ruhan didn't initially notice anything amiss with Qin Mingyu because her sister was always good at hiding her feelings. Or rather, she never had any issues before. But after her sister drank 7 or 8 glasses of alcohol that night, Qin Ruhan began to feel that something was wrong. Was her sister trying to get her drunk? "I'm fine, it's just getting cold, so I'm having some drinks to warm up," Qin Mingyu explained. That was a big problem. Qin Ruhan knew that her sister never bothered to explain many things before. Her deliberate excuse for drinking now was proof that she was subconsciously hiding something. "Sis, did brother-in-law do something bad again?" Qin Ruhan didn't dare to say that her brother-in-law bullied her sister. After all, was there any creature on this planet that could bully her sister? Humph. When did that man ever do anything good? Qin Mingyu sighed coldly. In her impression, Lingu was just a fool. Always troubled over money, never able to figure out who was helping him, and even not knowing who she was, always contradicting her. "Sis, you're not being fair," Qin Ruhan countered her. "Brother-in-law dealt with the thugs at the project site, designed the logo, and even saved you. He's actually quite impressive." Qin Mingyu was slightly startled by this. In fact, she spent the whole night not understanding why she felt so choked up inside, but now she was starting to grasp it, a little. Could it be because of what that fool said? Impossible. She, Qin Mingyu, would never feel upset because of a man's words. "Never mind. Let's not talk about that fool anymore. Drink with me." Qin Mingyu forced Qin Ruhan to drink with her. Qin Ruhan, being sneaky, clinked glasses with her sister but secretly poured the alcohol on the floor. Qin Mingyu was aware of it but didn't expose her sister. After all, she just wanted someone to accompany her tonight. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Ruhan finally helped her sister out. This time was different from before. The two sisters ended up in different cars. Qin Mingyu had always liked to control everything since she was young, but she couldn't control her marriage with Lingu. She couldn't go back to the Qin family's mansion now. If she didn't want to return to Yunshan Poetry, she had to find a place to stay on her own. "Ms. Qin, where to now?" the driver asked. There was another car following behind with 8 professional bodyguards. Qin Mingyu seemed to be dozing off in the back seat. After waiting for a while, she slowly said, "Home?" "Yes, Ms. Qin." The driver finally took her back to Yunshan Poetry. Qin Mingyu smiled bitterly. Now, this place was her home, the place that restrained her. "Ms. Qin, do you need me to accompany you upstairs?" The driver asked, seeing her staggering walk but not daring to touch her. "No need, you can go." "Understood, Ms. Qin." After dismissing the driver and the bodyguards, Qin Mingyu pressed the elevator button and staggered inside. When the elevator reached the 17th floor, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Lowering her head, she felt dizzy and almost couldn't walk out of the elevator. Finally reaching the door, she couldn't manage to get the key into the lock. Damn it! Qin Mingyu gently held her abdomen. She had drunk too much tonight, and her stomach was in severe pain. She wanted to knock on the door, but she felt embarrassed. First of all, she had never done such a thing before. Secondly, she had just signed the contract with that man. That man had never waited for her to come home, so how could she bring herself to knock on the door? But as the pain in her lower abdomen grew worse and her head became busier, she had no choice but to squat in front of the door. What should she do? Just as she was about to call the driver to come up, the door opened. "What's wrong with you?" Lingu saw his wife covered in cold sweat and hurried to help her up. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you never wait for me to come home?" Qin Mingyu pretended to be cold and tried to push him away. Lingu sighed and didn't dare to touch her again. But the next moment, this woman actually fell backward, and he quickly supported her. "Don't touch me. We signed a contract. You can't touch me." Qin Mingyu pushed him away again, deliberately saying so. Lingu's expression changed, and suddenly he picked her up and carried her inside, closing the door behind them. "Ya how dare you!" Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth, and the alcohol seemed to sober her up a bit. This man was audacious, actually daring to carry her like this. Lingu wasn't afraid of her. He threw her onto her bed and advised her, "Just lie down properly. I'll make you a cup of sobering tea. Honestly, you shouldn't drink so much if you can't handle it, especially with your stomach problems." Qin Mingyu was very angry. She struggled to get up again, and exclaimed, "Who says I can't hold my liquor? Do you know how much I can drink? If I couldn't hold my liquor, how could I negotiate business?" Seeing her staggering like a little girl, Lingu had no choice but to try to help her back onto the bed. However, unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu suddenly fell into his arms and then promptly vomited. "Hey! What are you doing? This is my pajamas, not a rag." Lingu was furious. He only had one set of clean pajamas, and if this woman dirtied it, what would he wear to sleep tonight? What surprised him, however, was that what the woman vomited out was fragrant. Qin Mingyu didn't pay any attention to him, and continued to vomit uncontrollably before gradually calming down. Lingu looked at his clothes, completely soiled, and angrily carried her back to bed. "And you call yourself a corporate executive? Your alcohol tolerance is so low. It's a good thing you still know how to come home. Otherwise, you might have ended up dead on the streets." Lingu scolded her before going to prepare some sobering tea and herbal medicine for her. After a while, he brought a cup of tea and a bowl of herbal medicine to Qin Mingyu's bedside. "Quickly drink this," he ordered. "What is this?" Qin Mingyu, now much more sober, felt deeply embarrassed by her behavior tonight. Fortunately, Lingu was honest. If her embarrassing state tonight were exposed, it would definitely shock countless people in Yun City. Many people probably couldn't even dream of seeing the first iceberg female CEO drunk. Sobering tea and herbal medicine to protect your stomach and cleanse your intestines, to help regulate your body. Lingu's words made Qin Mingyu feel a bit guilty. This man seemed genuinely caring towards her, but she always guarded against him as if he were only interested in her money and beauty. The contract was her way of warning him not to make any improper advances towards her. Now, it was unclear whether that was right or wrong. "All right, drink it if you want." Lingu knew her personality and didn't bother persuading her any further. He simply turned and left her room, closing the door behind him with a bang. With that, the two spouses were separated by a closed door. Chin Mingyu snorted coldly and lay back on the bed. After thinking for a while, she eventually sat up and drank both cups of tea. Feeling too dizzy, she quickly fell asleep. The next morning, everything was fine. When she got up, she found that the man had already left for work. Her door had been unlocked all night. Did that man really not have any improper intentions towards her? Humph, one night doesn't prove anything. I'll continue to observe. Blaming her grandfather's cursed message, Chin Mingyu didn't let down her guard. During the day, Lingu returned to work at the hospital, where he was surprised to find one of the vice deans, Lin Qingyu, looking for him. "Vice Dean, is there something you need?" Lingu was quite surprised. He was just an ordinary employee of the hospital, while the vice dean was a high-ranking official. Normally, if there were any issues, they would inform him to come over. This was the first time she had sought him out. "Lingu, can you make a house call today?" The vice dean actually asked for his opinion. A house call? Lingu was stunned. He had never made a house call before and was unaware that such a procedure even existed in the hospital. "Yes. Miss Lin Qingshuan isn't feeling well today. Due to mobility issues, she doesn't want to come to the hospital for treatment, and has paid a high price to ask me to arrange for you to visit her," the vice dean explained directly. "If you don't have any urgent matters, I'll approve your house call now. The income will count for the hospital, and any tips will be considered personal." "Oh, all right." Lingu also knew that the hospital aimed to make a profit, and he was in urgent need of money to help his cousin repay his debts and to repay Chin Mingyu. Naturally, he wanted some extra income. Thinking of repaying debts, he remembered the 3-chapter contract he signed yesterday. It completely dispelled any thoughts he had about Chin Mingyu and made him see the reality clearly. Sooner or later, he and the iceberg woman would have to part ways, and he didn't want to owe her anything after the divorce. Lingu walked out of the hospital with his medical bag, and a Rolls-Royce was waiting for him. The sight caught Chen Dong's eye, and he couldn't help but look surprised. How could Lingu afford to ride in a Rolls-Royce? Lingu didn't think much about it. He was only focused on earning money by treating patients. He got into the car and arrived at a private villa. Lin Qingshuan was waiting for him inside, alone. "Miss Lin, you don't look well today. What's wrong?" Lingu asked as soon as they met. "Dr. Ling, I'm afraid to go out today because whenever I walk, I feel very itchy and painful." Lin Qingshuan awkwardly gestured towards her body. "I'll diagnose you," Lingu said, signaling Lin Qingshuan to cooperate. Even though it wasn't their first time, Lin Qingshuan still felt a bit shy. Lingu examined her symptoms and found many red rashes on her body. As he reached out to touch them, he found that they didn't feel like anything, but the temperature was slightly elevated. This disease was really strange. "Hold on, let me check again, okay?" Lin Qingshuan blushed, but for the sake of treatment, she complied. While Lingu was examining her, she couldn't bring herself to look down. This strange illness had been a big psychological burden for her. Apart from Lingu, she didn't want any other doctor, even if they were female, to examine her. But having Lingu check her, she was afraid he might misunderstand her chastity. Her feelings were conflicted. "Miss Lin, this condition is caused by an imbalance of your body's yin and yang. I've said before that your constitution is quite special, and there are many things you need to avoid. You must have eaten some hot and stimulating foods recently." As soon as Lingu spoke, Lin Qingshuan felt relieved. She knew that anyone in the world might misunderstand her, but not Lingu. She felt a kind of joy in being understood, and her psychological burden was lifted. I was just craving last night, so I ate a king crab and drank some foreign wine. Seafood is best avoid, and you should never drink strong alcohol. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to take for 2 or 3 days, and the rash will naturally disappear. You should try to avoid moving around too much these next couple of days. Lingu gave her meticulous instructions and wrote out a prescription. Lin Qingshuan kept looking at his profile. She didn't dare to say she was a stunning beauty, but from childhood to adulthood, she had many suitors, and many men even regarded her as a goddess. In short, she felt like she was being held up high. Lingu was the only one who didn't. Every time this man examined her body, it was so natural. Lin Qingshuan didn't know what she should be feeling. After the medical examination was over, and it was not early, Lingu was about to leave with his medical kit. "Dr. Ling, let me drive you back." Lingu was just about to speak when Lin Qingshuan immediately smiled and said, "I'll sit quietly in the car, I won't move around. It won't affect my condition." Lingu smiled. "All right then." The two of them rode back to the Yunshan poetry community in the Rolls-Royce. Coincidentally, a Bentley also returned to the gate from another direction. "Stop the car." In the car, Qin Mingyu quickly instructed the driver, only because she saw Lingu getting out of the Rolls-Royce in front. Subsequently, Lin Qingshuan also got out of the car, looking somewhat reluctant to leave. "That man, he's quite something. He actually captivated the heiress of the Lin family." "Dr. Ling, you used to live in such a high-end community. Are you living alone?" Lin Qingshuan asked curiously, also wanting to chat with Lingu a bit more. "No, there are two of us." Lingu didn't intend to hide it, he responded casually. "Oh, is the other one your girlfriend?" Lin Qingshuan smiled ambiguously, with a slightly nervous look. Lingu was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Heh, what's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say?" Lin Qingshuan flirted playfully. "Well, sort of." But Lingu was an exception. Every time he examined her body, it was so natural. Lin Qingshuan didn't know what she should be feeling. After the medical examination was over, and it was not early, Lingu was about to leave with his medical kit. "Dr. Ling, let me drive you back." Lingu was just about to speak when Lin Qingshuan immediately smiled and said, "I'll sit quietly in the car, I won't move around. It won't affect my condition." Lingu smiled. "All right then." The two of them rode back to the Yunshan poetry community in the Rolls-Royce. Coincidentally, a Bentley also returned to the gate from another direction. "Stop the car." In the car, Qin Mingyu quickly instructed the driver, only because she saw Lingu getting out of the Rolls-Royce in front. Subsequently, Lin Qingshuan also got out of the car, looking somewhat reluctant to leave. "That man, he's quite something. He actually captivated the heiress of the Lin family." "Dr. Ling, you used to live in such a high-end community. Are you living alone?" Lin Qingshuan asked curiously, also wanting to chat with Lingu a bit more. "No, there are two of us." Lingu didn't intend to hide it, he responded casually. "Oh, is the other one your girlfriend?" Lin Qingshuan smiled ambiguously, with a slightly nervous look. Lingu was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Heh, what's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say?" Lin Qingshuan flirted playfully. "Well, sort of." Lingu nodded vaguely, trying to dodge the question. He and the Ice Queen had signed a contract. They were to divorce within 6 months, and he didn't want to tell anyone that she was his wife. Besides, he also knew that the Ice Queen seemed reluctant to let her friends know that she was married. But even though he said that, Lin Qingshuan's expression still froze for a moment, her demeanor somewhat bitter. After a while, she smiled and said, "So Dr. Ling already has a girlfriend." "Heh, I always thought gynecologists weren't interested in women." Lingu earnestly explained, "Miss Lin, when I'm treating a patient, I won't have any interest or impure thoughts, so please rest assured." Lin Qingshuan's heart felt even more bitter, and her smile gradually faded. "Dr. Ling, of course, I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially invited you to treat me. I even thought of asking you to be my personal doctor, if your girlfriend doesn't mind." "Miss Lin, thank you for the invitation, but I have no plans to be a personal doctor, at least not in the near future." "Okay then. I'll head back now." "All right. Make sure not to move around too much these next couple of days, and follow the prescription I gave you." "I got it." With a smile on her face, Lin Qingshuan sat back in the car, and as she closed the door, her expression instantly turned desolate. She didn't expect that even gynecologists could find girlfriends. It seemed that women with similar tastes were also abundant. As the Rolls-Royce drove away, Lingu entered the community. Qin Mingyu slowly opened the car window, Looking around, her fists clenched tightly. Regardless, that man was her legal husband now. Lin Qingshuan had such audacity, actually chasing after him like this. Mingyu. At this moment, another Mercedes-Benz arrived from behind the Bentley, and a young man in the car didn't notice Qin Mingyu's expression, eagerly greeting her. The young man in the Mercedes-Benz was dressed in a luxurious burgundy suit, with very stylish blonde hair, giving off an aura of wealth and status. However, Qin Mingyu had no intention of paying attention to him at all. She immediately rolled up the car window and instructed the driver, "Drive. Go straight into the community." Yes, Miss Qin. The driver understood very well that since their marriage, Miss Qin had never allowed him to drive directly into the community, probably to avoid being discovered by Lingu. But today, in order to avoid the rich young man in the Mercedes-Benz, she didn't hesitate to do so, indicating her strong dislike for him. Unexpectedly, the man in the Mercedes-Benz understood Qin Mingyu's intentions, and directly blocked their entry into the community gate with his car. Then, he opened the car door and got out. In addition to the luxury brand suit, he was adorned with many luxury watches and valuable accessories. Dressed lavishly from head to toe, he epitomized the image of a wealthy young master. The driver was very surprised and also angry. He never expected that someone would dare to openly intercept Miss Qin's car. Moreover, the man even walked over and knocked on Qin Mingyu's window. To many people, this behavior seemed extremely uncivilized and even provocative. Qin Mingyu rolled down the car window and directly threatened, in a cold voice, "Liudong, you have 1 minute. Move your car immediately, or face the consequences." Liudong was the younger son of the chairman of the Liu Group and the younger brother of Lai Yajian. Although he didn't manage the family business, there was a saying that the rotten apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and Qin Mingyu harbored no goodwill towards Lai Yajian, naturally extending to Liudong. "Mingyu, I'm here to deliver something to you. Just wait." Liudong knew Qin Mingyu's personality well, so he was immune to her cold threats. He quickly opened the trunk of his car and took out a large pile of valuable medicinal herbs, as well as a bouquet of bright roses. The medicinal herbs were placed on the ground, while Liudong held the bouquet of flowers in his hands as he approached Qin Mingyu's car window once again. "Mingyu, these flowers are for you." Liudong handed the flowers to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu had no intention of accepting them. Her cold gaze stared over, as if freezing the person in front of her. "Mingyu, I know my older brother and your rivals in the business world, and you dislike him very much. But he is him, and I am me. I love you the most, I will pursue you." Liudong grew more and more excited as he spoke. "These roses were personally selected by me, and I also brought many valuable medicinal herbs to help with your stomach. Please let your driver get out and accept them." Liudong was only 24 years old this year, 3 years younger than Qin Mingyu. But he had liked Qin Mingyu since he was 14 years old. The year he saw Qin Mingyu at a banquet, he was amazed by her, love at first sight. Although Qin Mingyu was very aloof and had misandry, not liking any man to approach her. Especially since his older brother was her arch-rival in the business world, it did not affect his love for her. He even had the grand dream of marrying her. Unfortunately, he was passionate and wouldn't turn back even if he hit a wall. But Qin Mingyu was disgusted and impatient. Seeing him not leaving, she directly picked up the roses and heartlessly threw them on the ground. Then, with a cold expression, she rolled up the car window and instructed the driver, "Drive in." The driver panicked, but Miss Qin, "Mr. Liu's car is still blocking the way." "Ram through it," Qin Mingyu ordered coldly. The driver was a bit stunned. "I said, ram through it." "Yes." The driver dared not disobey, quickly stepped on the gas and rammed through. Boom! The front of the Mercedes-Benz was knocked to one side. The huge commotion frightened and the security guards at the entrance of the residential area one by one. Damn, these rich people really know how to play. A Bentley ramming into a Mercedes-Benz, such a collision, the financial loss would be enough for them to struggle for half a lifetime. "Mingyu, Mingyu, Mingyu, I love you. I will definitely pursue you and make you my wife." Liudong declared his love publicly. The more Qin Mingyu acted like this, the more challenging he felt it was, and the more it spurred his determination. Sitting in the Bentley, Qin Mingyu remained expressionless, showing no ripples. Her driver found it amusing, a rich young man from a prestigious family acting like Qin's lapdog, not knowing that Qin was already married. After getting out of the Bentley, Qin Mingyu took the elevator upstairs alone. "Miss Qin, you're back." Seeing her return, Lingu greeted her proactively. Qin Mingyu just coldly snorted in response. Lingu found it strange. Where did he offend her this time? Soon, as usual, Qin Mingyu took a shower as soon as she got home, then locked herself in her room. It was a bit early today, and Lingu didn't know if she had eaten yet. But thinking about how she seemed to have exploded like dynamite today, he didn't dare to ask. Suddenly, Ling Shitang called Lingu and said he was already downstairs at Yunshan Poetry, asking him to come down and have a chat. Lingu hurried downstairs and out of the residential area, immediately asking, "Cousin, what's wrong? Why did you come here so late? Did Zhao Shifa come to you again for money?" Ling Shitang shook his head and smiled. No. It's strange. He barged into your house yesterday, then suddenly said he went to the wrong door and fled. He hasn't mentioned the death since then. As a doctor, Lingu didn't believe in superstitions, but he couldn't figure out how to explain the situation either. "Xiao Yu, I came today to bring you some loquats. Here, take them back and enjoy them with your wife." Ling Shitang took a large box of loquats from his electric bike and handed it to Lingu. "Cousin, did you specifically come all this way just to bring me fruit?" Lingu was touched but not surprised. That was his cousin's character. He used to often come over, specifically bringing gifts for their family, placing great importance on family bonds, treating Lingu and Ling Ruoxu as his own younger siblings. Not exactly a special trip. "I'm currently working at a plantation, managing distribution of some fruits. Passing by here on my way home, so I thought I'd drop by." Ling Shitang handed the fruit to Lingu and returned to his electric bike, bidding farewell with a smile. Lingu wanted to invite him upstairs, but considering that the iceberg lady might not like it, he waved and bid him goodbye, feeling a bit guilty. "Oh, by the way, cousin, isn't Xiaowei lacking in nutrition? Let me give you some money, you can buy some supplements for him." Lingu knew his cousin wouldn't accept money directly for the fruit, so he had to say this. But Ling Shitang firmly waved his hand. "No need for your money. I can buy it for him myself. You save some money and enjoy your life with your wife, buy her some things she likes, jewelry, cosmetics, and such." Ling Shitang also knew some of Lingu's situation, so he said this intentionally. Watching him leave on his dusty electric bike, Lingu felt a twinge of bitterness. He didn't know about others, but he felt that the poorer people were. The more they valued friendship and loyalty, whereas the richer ones tended to be more guarded. Uncle A's family was wealthy but never lent money to their families. As for that iceberg lady, she was even guarded against him. With heavy thoughts, Lingu carried the box of fruit upstairs, planning to let the iceberg lady taste them. He knew his cousin's fruits were delicious. But to his surprise, the door was locked, and he had hurriedly left without taking his keys. "What's going on? I clearly didn't lock the door." Lingu remembered very clearly that he hadn't locked the door, just closed it. So there was only one explanation. The iceberg lady had locked the door. Perhaps she didn't know he had gone out, and it was almost bedtime, so she had walked out of the living room and locked the door out of habit. Now what to do? Lingu knew this door had good sound insulation, not to mention the iceberg lady's room was deep inside the house. She must have gone back to her room and locked the door to rest by now, and even if he rang the doorbell, she might not hear it. There was no choice, Lingu had to call her. Since signing those 3 chapters of the Covenant, their relationship had suddenly cooled. Before, Lingu used to call her without any psychological pressure, but now he was afraid she would get angry. After spending some time together, he knew very well that the iceberg lady hated being disturbed during her rest, and she always turned off her phone when she slept. If the call couldn't get through, Lingu was even considering sleeping outside. After all, he had slept outside once after getting drunk last time. However, the call went through, but no one answered. After redialing and waiting for a while, it was unexpectedly hung up. What's going on? Lingu was a bit bewildered. Obviously, the iceberg lady's phone was on, but she wasn't answering. At this moment, Qin Mingyu had indeed not gone to sleep yet. She knew Lingu wasn't at home just now, but she deliberately locked the door. She didn't know why she did it, but she felt that Lingu and Miss Lin standing together just now looked very compatible, at least more so than her and him. So she decided to let them be together. If you can't get into the house, then go find the Lin girl. Chen Mingyu thought Lingu was just a marriage scammer. He looked like one in this business, intentionally pretending to be a gynecologist, putting on various appearances of not being greedy or lecherous, but actually using these means to deceive and gain benefits. Yes, that's it, even Grandpa was fooled by him. If she really had a baby boy with that swindler. Although this was impossible. But if it really happened, Grandpa's 100 billion savings would really be swindled by him. So Chen Mingyu felt that after she forced that man to sign the 3 chapters of the covenant, he started to change his strategy and secretly look for a new target. Although Lin Qingshuan's family background was not as good as hers, she was still a daughter of a wealthy family. And more importantly, she was simpler and easier to deceive than her. So that man started to target Lin Qingshuan. Yes, that's it. Chen Mingyu felt she hadn't guessed wrong, so she kept ignoring the ringing phone. Finally, the phone stopped ringing. Outside the door, Lingu thought the iceberg lady probably wouldn't come out to open the door, so he prepared to sleep outside. However, he couldn't help but send a voice message to Chen Mingyu. Miss Chen, you locked the door, and I can't get in. But I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Could you please leave my key under the doormat when you go out? Thank you. Leaving the message, he was ready to leave by the elevator. Anyway, he knew there were places in the community that were suitable for sleeping outdoors. Moreover, as long as he was willing to spend money, although he didn't bring his ID card, it wouldn't be difficult to find a place to stay for a night. But unexpectedly, as the elevator door was about to open, the door of the house also opened at the same time. Chen Mingyu, dressed in thin pajamas, stood at the door like an ice sculpture, her lips coldly starting. What's the matter? Are you going to find your next target? Lingu frowned, not knowing what she was talking about. Chen Mingyu coldly snorted and was about to close the door. But Lingu quickly stepped forward, blocking the door. Having a place to go back to, he didn't want the hassle of sleeping outside. Chen Mingyu ignored him and walked back to her room. Miss Chen, wait. After Lingu entered, he locked the door again and stopped Chen Mingyu, who was about to enter the room. Did I offend you today? Why are you acting like you've eaten gunpowder? And what do you mean by saying finding your next target? Please explain clearly. Don't be ambiguous and drag the problem overnight. His voice was very assertive. There had never been a man who dared to speak to Chen Mingyu like this. Chen Mingyu turned her head, and the cold light almost froze Lingu. Seeing her expression, Lingu knew that this woman definitely had some grudges. Chen Mingyu could hide her thoughts well in front of anyone, but she almost never concealed them in front of Lingu. How did you come back tonight? What do you mean? Lingu frowned. Which woman brought you back home? Chen Mingyu raised her voice and her tone grew colder. Lingu suddenly realized that she must have seen him when he returned home. Lingu, listen to me. Seeing him silent for a moment, Chen Mingyu directly issued a cold warning. Although I don't like you, I'm still your wife. I don't want you to cheat on me while we're married, otherwise, I'll also hold a grudge after the divorce. I don't care if you want to pursue white rich women, but don't do it before divorcing me. Understand? After hearing this, Lingu suddenly felt amused. He was amused by anger. What are you laughing at? Chen Mingyu's expression was still angry. How could this man dare to communicate with her like this? Had he tired of living? Even more unexpectedly, Lingu strode directly towards her. Seeing the beastly look in this man's eyes, Chen Mingyu felt a little flustered. She coldly said, What do you want to do? She looked around, ready to knock this man's head if he dared to do anything to her. But Lingu pinned her against the wall without giving her a chance to escape. Chen Mingyu was angry and shocked, staring at him with a dark expression. This man was so audacious. Listen. Lingu didn't care about her expression or what she was thinking. He spoke loudly. Miss Lin sent me home today because I had a medical consultation. I was treating her illness. Before I even met Miss Chen, Miss Lin was already my patient. Our relationship was purely that of doctor and patient, and also friends. How did it become adultery in Miss Qin's eyes? Chen Mingyu bit her lip lightly. You. But she couldn't retort for a moment. She hadn't actually seen Lingu and Lin Qingshuan cross any boundaries. Ultimately, It was all her imagination. God. When did she become such a person? Lingu continued. There is a saying that goes like this. A person's heart is dark, and everything they see is dirty. Miss Chin, you are so beautiful. Why do you see the world like this? Miss Lin and I are completely above board. How come in your eyes it looks like we are sneaking around, as if I'm going to cheat on you every time I'm not at home? The more Lingu spoke, the closer his face got to hers, and Chen Mingyu's body tightened more and more. She didn't know if it was misandry or nervousness. She really wanted to kick Lingu in the vital spot and see if he dared to treat her like this. But in the end, she didn't move, not even saying a word. Miss Qin, please refrain from making baseless speculations in the future. Those who are unaware might mistake it for jealousy. Lingu raised his arm and stepped away from Chen Mingyu. HMPH. I've said I don't like you. How could I be jealous? Chen Mingyu refused to admit it. As a woman CEO with misandry, how could she possibly be jealous of an ordinary man? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Well said. Lingu chuckled. Do you remember what you said when we got married? You didn't mind if I went out to find other women after marriage, but I haven't even done that yet. Why did Miss Chin change her mind? Chen Mingyu was breathing heavily, her proud chest rising and falling quickly. I said it's a matter of dignity. I'm just afraid that if you cheat, it will be known by others. Turning to face her, Lingu looked at her. Now that the atmosphere had calmed down, he even had the mind to tease her. So that's it. But Miss Chin, your actions just now did seem a lot like jealousy. Stop dreaming. I've said I won't like men, especially not you. Chen Mingyu lightly bit her lip, showing a hint of excitement. In front of this obstetrician and gynecologist, the aloof female CEO surprisingly found herself losing in an argument. Miss Chin, there's no need to keep emphasizing that you don't like me. In fact, I don't like you that much either. In the end, I just need a woman to deal with my mother, make her happy, and then I won't have to continue going on blind dates. I'm just worried that if Miss Chin divorces me, my mother will be severely affected. Lingu admitted his true feelings straightforwardly. Miss Chin can use this as leverage against me, but please don't casually accuse me of cheating. You care about your face and dignity. Don't I deserve innocence and self-respect? After arguing for a while, Chen Mingyu didn't act like other couples who quarreled, where the woman stubbornly forced the man to back down. She felt that Lingu's words made sense, and gradually her emotions calmed down. She lowered her posture and apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Lingu was slightly surprised, then smiled. It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. In the future, if there's anything you're unhappy with, just tell me directly. Don't be like tonight, jumping to conclusions and being ambiguous. Humph, of course, I know, Chen Mingyu replied before turning and walking back to her room. Of course, she understood the principle. She demanded the same from her employees at the company and detested those who were self-righteous and acted without authorization. How did she become such a person tonight? She felt that when she was with this man, she no longer behaved as confidently as usual. This man was her nemesis. As she returned to her room to sleep, Lingu also turned and went back to his own room. In fact, he was quite heartbroken just now. When he said he didn't like Chen Mingyu, he didn't really have much confidence. However, fortunately, that woman didn't seem as perceptive as he imagined. The night passed quietly. The next day, both of them woke up early. When Chen Mingyu went out, she unexpectedly found a pile of things at the door. They were all the gifts that Liu Hedong had brought yesterday. Frowning, Chen Mingyu quickly called the security office to find out what was going on. Miss Chin, it's like this. Mr. Liu didn't take these things with him. He said he wanted to give them to you. But it was too late last night, so we didn't dare to disturb you. We had someone deliver the items to your door early this morning. The duty team leader respectfully explained to Chen Mingyu. After all, no matter how rich Chen Mingyu was, the security guards were a bit more shrewd in this regard than Lingu. They knew that Chen Mingyu held a very high social status. Understood, Chen Mingyu casually replied to the security office before hanging up the phone. Of course, she wouldn't say thank you because in her eyes, these things were nothing but garbage. Lingu, if you have time today, can you help me clean up this junk? What junk? Lingu quickly walked out the door and was startled when he saw what was there. Besides a bouquet of fiery red roses, everything else was precious medicinal herbs. Many of them were useful for Qin Mingyu's body conditioning, and others were for general health. Even though Lingu was a gynecologist, he was still a doctor. How could he not know the value of these medicinal herbs? Altogether, they were probably worth hundreds of thousands. Miss Qin, are you sure about throwing away these things? Lingu asked in surprise. Hey, these were all sent by my admirers. Do you think I should keep them? Qin Mingyu actually showed a slightly proud smile. It wasn't just this man who had admirers. If her admirers came forward, they could easily outshine the admirers of this man. Lingu had no interest in comparing himself with her in this aspect. He knew he wasn't Qin Mingyu's match and firmly said, if you don't want them, return them to the sender. It's a waste to throw them away. I don't agree. I'm going to throw them away anyway. How you handle them is up to you. Qin Mingyu left without even looking back, ignoring Lingu's attempts to call after her. Lingu also wanted to return the items, but since Qin Mingyu hadn't specified, how was he supposed to know who the sender was? It would be a waste to throw them away, and he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he decided to take the items home. As for the bouquet of fiery red roses, well, he could easily dispose of those. He hadn't divorced yet, and Qin Mingyu was still technically his wife. What man would dare to send her flowers? During work hours, Lingu pondered for a long time before finally unable to resist sending a message to Qin Mingyu, asking if he could take home some of the supplements she didn't want. Furthermore, he explained clearly that he wasn't trying to take advantage but was getting them for Ziwei. Whatever, I'm going to throw them away anyway. Qin Mingyu replied to his message almost instantly. After their argument last night, she now neither could nor dared to easily suspect the man. With Qin Mingyu's permission, Lingu went straight to his cousin's house after work to collect the supplements. Ling Shitang adamantly refused to accept them. The gifts were too valuable, and he couldn't afford them. Cousin, just take them. I didn't spend money on these. They're for Ziwei from home. If you don't take them, we won't be able to have these things, Lingu insisted. Xiao Yu, how can I accept this? If you take things from home to give to us, I'm afraid your wife will have objections. Ling Shitang was an honest man, but also well-versed in social etiquette. Although a couple shares joint property, Lingu's action might make his wife feel like he's playing the role of a male version of Fubo, which could affect their relationship as a couple. Don't worry, I've asked Qin Zi. I've asked Mingyu, and she agreed before I dared to bring them to you. Lingu persuaded Ling Shitang until he finally accepted. After setting down the gifts, Lingu had to go to his part-time job and didn't stay for dinner. After he left, his sister-in-law, Ziqian, came out of the room and her eyes lit up at the sight of the precious gifts. This is great. If we sell these, it'll be quite a sum of money. Don't even think about selling them. They're for our son's health. Ling Shitang knew his wife well and suspected she wanted to sell them for money to gamble. Ziqian immediately got angry. Fine. Let's use them all for our son's health then. When Zhao Shifa comes to arrest me, don't you dare stop him. Let me go to the bathhouse to serve men for money to pay off the gambling debt. To get to the bottom of things, Zhao Shifa quickly found an excuse to visit Liu Hedong. Liu Xiao, I've recently heard rumors that Miss Qin has gotten married. Who dares to spread such rumors? Liu Hedong reclined leisurely, sipping his coffee slowly. Upon hearing this kind of gossip, he didn't believe it at all and didn't react much. It's from a woman I play mahjong with. Zhao Shifa said truthfully. Do you believe gossip from mahjong tables? Mingyu has misandry. She won't even let me touch her, and I keep an eye on her all the time. Do you think she could get married without me knowing? Haha, that makes sense. That woman spreading rumors is really amateurish. I just mentioned it casually. Actually, I came here today to give you some gifts. Zhao Shifa didn't believe it himself. Now that Liu Hedong said the same thing, he believed it even less. Afterward, he presented the supplements he had received to Liu Hedong. Liu Hedong didn't pay much attention at first, but when he took a closer look, he was stunned. What's going on? Why do these things look so familiar? After carefully checking, he realized that these were exactly the same as the gifts he had given to Qin Mingyu yesterday. Zhao Shifa, where did you get these things from? Liu Hedong frowned and asked. Seeing his expression, Zhao Shifa thought he was being looked down upon and didn't dare to say they were given to him by Lin Shatang to settle debts. He quickly lied. These were purchased by my father overseas. They are all branded products with excellent effects. These are all traditional Chinese medicine. Your father bought them overseas? Liu Hedong stared at him in even greater astonishment. Zhao Shifa, a gambling addict who lacked knowledge, was good at lying. Yes. Little Liu, you may not know, but many Chinese doctors fled abroad during the war. Those are the authentic Chinese products. Is that so? Fortunately, Liu Hedong was also a playboy and didn't know much about academic matters. After furrowing his brows, he laughed heartily. Great, I can take these to give to Mingyu. In his mind, he thought that since he had given a batch of domestic supplements yesterday, giving another batch of foreign ones today should show Mingyu his sincerity. Without further ado, Liu Hedong went and bought another bouquet of fiery red roses. That afternoon, he went to the entrance of the Yunshan poetic community again, waiting for Qin Mingyu to return from work. He was actually quite curious why Qin Mingyu didn't live in the Qin family villa, but chose to stay in a place like this. Unfortunately, no one would tell him the truth, so he could only guess that maybe it was because this place was closer to the company. And Qin Mingyu, being a workaholic, wanted to save time commuting. At this moment, Qin Mingyu's Bentley also returned to the entrance. Miss Qin, Mr. Liu is here again. The driver noticed Liu Hedong standing at the entrance and promptly alerted Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu glanced coldly and immediately instructed, "Don't stop, drive straight in." "Yes, Miss Qin." The driver obeyed the command and drove straight into the community. "Mingyu, Mingyu." Liu Hedong called out upon noticing her, but no matter how loud he shouted, Qin Mingyu had no intention of acknowledging him. The next moment, the bodyguard who was following behind Qin Mingyu's car also quickly intercepted him. Since the attack she faced last time in the middle of the night, Qin Mingyu had strengthened her security detail, making it difficult for anyone to approach her. Liu Hedong had no choice but to once again ask the security to deliver the gifts to Qin Mingyu. In the evening, when Ling Shatan returned home from his part-time job, he saw another pile of gifts and a bouquet of fiery red roses at the door. What the heck is going on here? Lingu was startled. What was going on? Hadn't he thrown away the roses yesterday and given the gifts to his cousin? How come they were back again today? Was he experiencing a time loop? Opening the door, he found Qin Mingyu applying a facial mask in the living room. She glanced at the items he brought in. Quickly, Lingu explained, "Miss Qin, I swear I dealt with these things yesterday. I don't know how they came back." Seeing him like this, Qin Mingyu found it a bit amusing. She decided not to tell this fool the truth and said deliberately, "These things seem a bit spooky. Don't they? Then I'll leave them for you to handle again." "All right." Lingu agreed and carefully inspected the items again. His knowledge was better than Zhao Shifa and Liu Hedong's. He was 100% sure that these were the same items he had given to his cousin. But how did they inexplicably return? The next day, Lingu went to Ling Shiteng's house again, wanting to find out the truth. Seeing him bringing another identical batch of supplements, Ling Shiteng also wore a bewildered expression. "Xiao Yu, why did you bring another batch?" Ling Shiteng naturally wouldn't guess that these were the same items they had given to Zhao Shifa yesterday, thinking that Lingu had brought another set. "Uncle, didn't I give you that batch yesterday?" Lingu thought it was the same batch he had given to his cousin yesterday and wanted to see how his cousin would respond. "Ah, we've already consumed them." Ling Shiteng didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, Lingu had given them to Ziwei to eat. If they knew they had been used to settle a debt, they would definitely be upset. "Oh, I see." Lingu was completely puzzled. Had he made a mistake? But he had clearly seen that these gifts were identical to the ones he had sent yesterday. "Ow, that's it." Ling Shiteng felt embarrassed to accept any more, so he insisted on lying. "We already have enough. You can take this batch back." Lingu touched his nose and smiled bitterly. If he dared to take it back, his frosty wife would definitely give him a hard time. So, he directly had it delivered to his cousin's house, saying, "There's still a lot at my home. People send my wife these things every day. It's so annoying. Cousin, can you help deal with some of it? Ziwei needs to grow up strong, so he should eat more." "What?" Ling Shiteng and his wife were stunned on the spot. Is this what it means to be born lucky? They couldn't even afford to buy some supplements, while Lingu's family had so much excess that they treated it like trash. Alright, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Lingu put down the supplements and left. Dad, Uncle Tu is so generous. Sister Mingyu is really capable, and she's so pretty. Little Wei also jumped out excitedly and said, Yeah. Your Uncle Tu married a good wife. Ling Shitang also sighed sincerely. Among the three brothers, Lingu married the latest. At that time, everyone was worried he wouldn't find a wife. Who would have thought he'd end up with the best one? But just as they were praising her, Ziqian became displeased. She could endure her son praising Qin Mingyu just now, but she already felt that woman was too pretentious. Clearly, she was only 2 years younger than her. How could she let her son call her sister? Does she think calling her aunt makes her feel old? Now hearing her husband praise her too, Ziqian directly vented her anger on him. What? Ling Shitang, are you jealous that Lingu married such a good wife? Rich and beautiful? Ling Shitang knew his wife was a jealous type, so he quickly explained, No, I'm not. Ziyu is my younger brother. I'm just happy for him marrying such a good wife. Happy for him? Ziqian sneered directly. I see, you like someone else's wife, don't you? You think I'm old, can't make money, and spend recklessly, right? Fine. Since you're so dissatisfied with me, let's get a divorce. With that, she ran back to the room excitedly to pack her things. Ling Shitang immediately had a blackened face and followed her into the room. Little Wei was scared and burst into tears on the spot. What's gotten into you again? When did I ever look down on you? Ling Shitang was a bit frustrated, his face full of helplessness. He was a man. When he married Ziqian, it was because she was young and beautiful, thinking that her temper could be accommodated. But he didn't expect her to be even more unreasonable and stubborn than he imagined. Always getting angry with him and threatening divorce. Now that their child was 6 years old, he had too many concerns about divorce. Ziqian was very angry, but secretly pleased. She had this man, Ling Shitang, firmly in her grasp. She believed he couldn't leave her, so she escalated the situation every time. Ling Shitang, do you remember the promises you made when you married me? You wouldn't be interested in any other woman, you would love only me for the rest of your life. I remember. Ling Shitang was a bit impatient. How could I possibly be interested in my sister-in-law? I just said she's very nice, she's given us gifts twice. HMPH. In the end, you're just jealous of Lingu. You think his wife is better than me. Then go find her. Ziqian threw a pillow at him in anger. The couple argued for a long time, and Little Wei cried incessantly out of fear. Ling Shitang couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with this woman. Lingu didn't know that his well-intentioned gift to his cousin's family had sparked a family storm. When he got home, Qin Mingyu saw him, and immediately instructed, Lingu, tomorrow night at 9, come to the Blue Mood Business Club to pick me up. Why? Lingu was curious. The iceberg lady had never requested him to pick her up before. Just pick up your wife and take her home. Why so many questions? With just a sentence, Qin Mingyu left Lingu speechless, and he could only nod in agreement. The next evening, Lingu arrived at the front of the Blue Mood Business Club on his electric scooter, still unaware of why Qin Mingyu wanted him to pick her up here. Since signing those 3 articles of agreement, he found it increasingly difficult to understand this woman. Was she actively seeking a date with him? Quickly shaking his head, Lingu scolded himself for such absurd thoughts. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in office attire emerged from the club. Her white blouse accentuated her proud bust, to heavy mounds pressing against the gap between the buttons, igniting imagination. Her black tight skirt and silver high heels showcased her slender figure perfectly. The highlight was the taut flesh-colored stockings, enough to make any man's heart race at the sight. Though not revealing, her attire exuded a captivating sexiness, and her slightly swaying gait resembled that of an intoxicated fairy. So alluring. As soon as he recognized her, Lingu quickly got off his scooter and hurried over. This seemingly intoxicated beauty turned out to be his wife, the dignified and aloof female CEO of Chiag Gang Group, at this moment, had a slightly abnormal blush in her cheeks and a dazed look in her eyes. Miss Qin, what's wrong? Hearing Lingu's voice, Qin Mingyu suddenly relaxed, hastily instructing, Lingu, quick, Take me away. That man from Liu Tang was getting increasingly insane. Yesterday, he even laid out 13-14 roses at the Tia Gang Group headquarters and loudly declared his love to her. The employees of Tia Gang Group were all abuzz with gossip. Although no one dared to speak of it in front of her, Chen Mingyu knew that these employees were gossiping about her behind her back. Some even bet on how long it would take Liu Hedong to pursue her, or how long it would take for her to drive him crazy. Chen Mingyu was really annoyed, so she had to make a call to her nemesis, Liu Yejian. Liu Yejian, knowing his younger brother had made such a fool of himself, quickly sent someone to drag him back home. At the same time, he apologized to Chen Mingyu, saying he had disciplined his brother many times, but there was just no way. And he suggested she find a way to make his brother give up completely. Chen Mingyu had Liu Yejian tell his brother that she already had a boyfriend. Liu Yejian said, using this tactic as a shield was good, but mere words were not enough, he needed to see her boyfriend. So, Chen Mingyu deliberately accepted to negotiate a cooperation with Liu Yejian, the location being the Blue Mood Business Club. There were two purposes. First, to test whether Liu Yejian was behind the ambush on her last time. Second, to let Liu Hedong see her man and completely give up on her. But she didn't expect that tonight, Liu Yejian didn't show up at all, and only Liu Hedong came excitedly to the appointment, even having a few drinks with her. Around 9 o'clock, Chen Mingyu deliberately said her boyfriend was coming to pick her up. Then walked out, but she didn't expect the alcohol to hit her so hard. She was a bit unsteady on her feet. Lingu quickly helped Chen Mingyu into the car, and Liu Hedong hurriedly arrived outside the door. Mingyu. Liu Hedong called out hurriedly, even jogging to catch up. Just now, Chen Mingyu said she had a boyfriend, but Liu Hedong didn't believe it at all. Now, seeing a man actually come to pick her up on an electric scooter, he almost burst into tears. The noble Miss Jin from the Qin family wanted to find a shield to block him. Why did she have to take someone so low? This drama is too fake. But unexpectedly, before Liu Hedong could catch up, a group of thugs suddenly appeared around them, instantly surrounding Lingu and Qin Mingyu. Heh, beautiful lady. Since you're so pretty, how about accompanying us for some fun? The leader of the thugs opened his chest, revealing his hairy chest. The surrounding thugs seemed sleazy, but their eyes contained a glint of malice. Lingu immediately frowned. He had dealt with real thugs like Shang Yi and Shuje before, so he naturally knew the aura thugs should have. These people in front of him were too ostentatious, even a bit forced, and their stance was sturdy, their eyes showing menace. They weren't thugs at all. They were well-trained thugs. What do you want? Liu Hedong rushed over, thinking his goddess had encountered thugs and wanting to play the hero. Hey, bro, don't be impulsive. Seeing Liu Hedong about to act, Lingu quickly tried to stop him. However, these robust and tough thugs were easily beaten to the ground by the genteel Liu Hedong, crying out for mercy. Even 7 against 1, they couldn't beat Liu Hedong. This is too fake. Lingu and Chen Mingyu watched in astonishment, unable to help but utter the same words. Lingu even wanted to ask these guys how much they were paid to act in this play. He also wanted to earn some extra money. You despicable Liu Yejian, Chen Mingyu immediately scolded coldly. Although her head was a bit fuzzy, her current consciousness was still clear. Immediately realizing the conspiracy behind the whole incident, that Liu Yejian guy kept saying he wanted his brother to give up, but he secretly helped his brother pursue her. As a result, Liu Hedong, this pure playboy, would become even more troublesome. Mingyu, are you okay? Liu Hedong also found it strange. Why were these thugs so weak? But that wasn't the point. The point was he played the hero, especially in front of Chen Mingyu's shield boyfriend. It had to be said, this shield boyfriend was too weak. Not only did he ride an electric scooter, he couldn't even fight. In online novels, this kind of shield boyfriend usually showed off and acted tough in such situations. But now he was playing the villain, heroically saving the beauty. So, novels and reality are indeed different. Are you blind? They didn't even touch me. Do you think I'm okay? Get lost? Chen Mingyu coldly rebuked. Liu Hedong immediately felt hurt. He ignored everything to play the hero, but why was he treated like this? Indeed. Novels and reality are different. Lingu. Let's go. Chen Mingyu ordered Lingu coldly, feeling extremely angry inside. I asked you to pick up your wife. Don't you understand what that means? If you don't have a car, you could at least rent one, or even take a taxi. But how could you be so thoughtless as to come on an electric scooter? Shameful. Oh, okay. Lingu didn't know why Qin Mingyu was angry, but she must be impatient with this lickspittle pestering her, right? Yeah. It must be. Liu Hedong, on the other hand, firmly believed that Qin Mingyu must be dissatisfied with the acting service of this shield boyfriend, feeling that it was embarrassingly cheesy. He wanted to catch up, but seeing that he couldn't catch up with the electric scooter, he didn't expect that the 7 thugs who had just fallen down would suddenly get up and, without a word, start swinging wooden sticks at Lingu. Damn it! Lingu was dumbfounded. Just now, they were like sick cats dealing with Liu Hedong. But now, they were fierce tigers dealing with me. Double standards. Blatant double standards. Lingu, be careful. Qin Mingyu also realized what was happening and guessed why. These people must have been paid by Liu Yejian. Their goal was to help Liu Hedong pursue her, and now that the hero saving the beauty act had failed, they were coming on strong. Lingu supported himself with one foot and threw a punch, shattering the wooden sticks. Impressive. Liu Hedong was now truly astonished and impressed by Lingu. It turned out that the shield Qin Mingyu arranged was indeed capable. Next moment, Lingu jumped down from the electric scooter, holding on to the semi-drunk Qin Mingyu, and engaged with these people. The 7 thugs were ruthless. Not only did they hit people, but they also smashed Lingu's electric scooter, clearly intending to prevent them from leaving. Despite receiving quite a few blows while protecting Qin Mingyu, Lingu managed to knock down all 7 experts. Liu Hedong was completely stunned. Martial arts experts. Next moment, another group of experts emerged from all directions. Lingu inwardly sighed, realizing that the other party had come prepared and had no intention of letting them go. Fortunately, another group of bodyguards appeared next moment, protecting them both. Lingu was stunned, wondering who these people were to save them. Hurry! Let's go. Qin Mingyu pinched Lingu, signaling that those were her bodyguards. She had anticipated Liu Yejian playing tricks, but couldn't let Lingu know that these were her arranged bodyguards, so she hurried them away. Oh, okay. Lingu quickly lifted Qin Mingyu and swiftly fled the scene. This man has such great strength and stamina. Qin Mingyu was amazed in her heart. She had known that Lingu was not an ordinary person, but she hadn't expected him to be even more formidable than she imagined. It seemed that her grandfather's judgment was indeed sharp. Damn it! Don't let that woman escape. Chase them. In the darkness, a handsome man watched the scene, his face twisted with anger as he gradually became more furious. Seeing Lingu and Qin Mingyu disappear into the night, he gritted his teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless trash, can't even catch a drugged woman. With Qin Mingyu escaping like this, his carefully planned scheme was ruined. Soon, Lingu and Qin Mingyu took a taxi back to the Yunshan poetry community. Back home, Lingu quickly prepared a cup of sobering tea for her. Here, Mingyu, drink this, it'll make you feel better. Lingu lifted the mentally hazy Qin Mingyu with one hand, preparing to feed her the sobering tea. But to his surprise, Qin Mingyu's body was extremely sensitive at the moment. Upon smelling Lingu's masculine scent, her body trembled uncontrollably. Next moment, she unexpectedly pinned Lingu down on her bed. What the heck? Being pressed down by his wife's soft body, Lingu suddenly felt like he lost all his strength and couldn't move a muscle. With her eyes glazed and her consciousness blurry, Qin Mingyu gradually pressed her lips against his. Lingu, a gynecologist, was suddenly ignited by her touch. Even he found it unbelievable how strongly he reacted to a woman's body. His heart raced as if it would burst out of his chest. Hot, I feel so hot. Qin Mingyu, oblivious to her own actions, was already dominated by primal desires. She forcefully tore off his white shirt, and the buttons fell off one by one. This feels too good. Lingu remained unable to move, realizing at this moment that he was indeed a normal man. Help me, I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes squinted, her voice a mix of annoyance and grievance. Lingu's heart felt as if it had been bombarded, feeling like his blood vessels were about to burst. It was enjoyable, but also panic-inducing. What should he do now?